good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. So I did a bit of work this morning, cleaned up the whole POB, redid all the leveling trees based on my experiences yesterday making this character. I'm going to show that off real quick. So, what we have going on here is I've redone the leveling trees. If you go to the first loadout, for instance, I've swapped everything over to Spectral Throw, made it clear that you swap to Sunder at the end of Act 1. Then as we go into the next loadout, obviously you're using Sunder, and I have us doing the Cyclone swap in Act 3 with General's Cry. And then I've cleaned up all the loadouts afterwards, the new gem links. For level 90, I redid the Resolute Technique tree. We have our level 90 crit when we go crit tree. And then I updated the high investment tree with the General Cry setup. I've also added in the notes section just some various information based on questions I got yesterday. What's up, Kevin? So I'll be adding to the notes section as there's more information, but I think this covers the most frequent questions I got yesterday. So this is also now in the POB. So now that's in the description of the YouTube vid, or you can do the command. Overall, it looks like we got about 5 million extra damage on the crit tree and about another 10 million damage on our high investment tree, and that could probably be scaled even further if you want to invest crazy into it. But I mean, that's like more damage than you'll ever need to play this game. Yeah, I appreciate it, Hot Time. Following the project myself, yeah. So that's pretty much what I worked on this morning. And I'll probably add to this a little bit as the week goes on, but I think it's in a pretty good state now for a league launch. And will be very useful for anyone that needs to follow the build and level it up. I even made sure to do things like grab stun immunity when we go Cyclone in Act 3, because you don't want to have to deal with that the minute you start, you know, spinning to win. Alright, let me swap back over. I'm very conflicted now because every league I just found out new tech for Flicker Strike. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if you like playing Flicker Strike, play Flicker Strike. No reason not to. I league start Flicker every league, and now I'm conflicted between this and Flicker. I just say do whatever is going to be the most fun, right? Whatever you think it will be the most fun. Or do both. Go full no life and just level 2 characters simultaneously. Yeah, we're just going to do some mapping today. I did get this staff, which has a pretty nice adds Fizz damage roll. I mean, it's like tier 4, but it's whatever. But it has a nice crit multi-roll on it, too. So I think the plan is when I get enough chaos, I'm going to craft some Fizz and Impale on this thing. Right here. And this should give me a pretty nice weapon to go crit conversion into, because my current staff is only like 300 Fizz DPS, so this will be a lot higher, and it has some crit stat on it, so it should be pretty good. I should put my playlist in the comments. Hey, no problem, Hector. Hope you enjoy it. I just found out that the newest Hennessy note for Berserk, the strike skill is to also target the previous location, works with Flicker where it gives double hits on a single target. Like I said, if you want to go Flicker, go Flicker. You can always play this later. Do what makes you happy. Yeah, I should make a command for the playlist because people keep asking for it. But this is currently what I'm listening to. Yeah, I need to just save up a couple more chaos and then I can craft this staff. And then I think we're gonna go crit pretty quick here today. We'll drop Resolute Technique and then I'll spec into this crit cluster here. We'll take these crit nodes on the staff up here. Probably also grab this crit wheel down here. That'll be like our next 10 points or so on the tree. Do I always sit in Blood Stance? Pretty much, yeah. Like, it's soft core, so I don't really ever use Sand Stance. There's nothing wrong with using Sand Stance, but like, it's soft core, so. Unless I'm running a really sketchy map. Reminds you of 3.10. Yeah, it's a throwback for sure. But, I mean, it was pretty good in 3.25, and I expect it to be pretty good. A lot even better, I should say, for this league. I have a note on that in my POB. The Starfall Unique isn't going to work with like this build. Unfortunately, it's not going to work with this build, so, or it won't be ideal. It's more for like a cast on crit setup, so. But I might, if I get the Starfall Unique, I might do something with it. I'm not sure what I would do yet, to be honest. Wow, all time. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the prime. It's huge. Alright, so we're just gonna run some maps today, go crit, hopefully early on, and then I gotta finish speccing out my tree for Harvest Expedition in June so we can get, our gear is terrible, so we gotta craft much better gear. And then when we get access to our second Atlas tree, we'll start making a tree for farming up boss maps for the other Void Stones. I think that's gonna be the plan for today. I'm not gonna play nearly as long as I did yesterday, because I have work tomorrow. But I'll probably be on for quite a while today, for most of the day at least. Just not going to do another 13-hour session. That was pretty insane. But it was good yesterday because like we were figuring stuff out, you know, and we made the build a lot better. So sometimes you have to put the time in, you know.
I can't do this just yet.
I think Starfall Unique will be like Jack the Axe Ridley builds, kind of decent but low damage. Would your filter work with Xbox? I don't think it would, unfortunately. I don't think my filter would be any good for Xbox. Oh, we're also starting to farm June now, so I can get all the bench crafts. So that's a thing.
Ancestors, I will.
Thanks, Dole, for the, I should say, bit for the sub. Much appreciated.
I choose.
Automate. The foundations are shifting, Exile. Who wins?
I'm curious what it's gonna be like doing Betrayal next week with all the changes.
This is my house. You're gonna die, little invaders.
Let's put this animal down.
The weak
Ooh, degen.
perish.
Right now, the weakest thing we have going on is degen.
I don't want to die again.
Death is enough.
Death.
Hate myself.
Death is what
You should have given.
You're a smart one, Exile.
Hello.
Let's see what we got actually. So avoid elements is nice. Dex and strength. Wish it was Dex and int, to be honest. It's just gonna be a betrayal thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, once we get that new weapon crafted and we go crit, it's gonna be pretty crazy today. Look forward to it. Just need chaos. Also, it would be really dope if we got a 5 link going today for both of our setups. Be pretty good.
Don't you see? Death just makes me stronger. The Syndicate is
Not as dumb as you seem. Who wins?
Thanks, Lucas, for the sub. I appreciate it.
Refusing. Brine rot. Dead ahead.
Oh, me kidney. No, I'm just.
Keep your word or lose your head. It gave this. It got that. It gave this. It got hugging. Hugging. We have come to an accord.
Cha-ching! It's just a useless piece of shit.
Hurry, monster. Yes, go after the treasure.
Cha-ching!
Stay safe.
With an ancient card. Just a useless piece of shit.
Did we just get a Carnage Heart? What? That's actually huge. It's a big neck right there. It's big for SSF early level. It's huge. I gotta go check King's March after this. That's a thing too.
Course you need me help, ya.
By the bargainer? Gaff's a cheat and a thief. Ha! You would have been.
Welcome, my friend.
You should be kind of worried that out.
Or lose your own.
Who wins?
Chaos, I didn't see that for a second with all my MTX. The downside to the MTX, not seeing the on-ground effects.
That's a flask. Cha-ching.
Approach, challenger.
Challenge.
That's a flask. Cha-ching the baby. Cha-ching. Oh, Scarab. Cha-ching, Scarab. Just a useless piece of shit.
My spirit is spent.
That's a flask. Valor!
I have to sign off stream. Where can we find the latest PvP you're working on? I updated my video sector, so my main build video from Friday and my live stream video from yesterday have the updated POB in the link. It's also in should be in the description for this live stream.
Divination card. Divination card.
Oh, I missed one, but I got them all. Another Dancing Dervish. I think the game is telling me to go play Dancing Dervish. Oh, that would be a throwback build. Yeah, no problem, Hector. Take it easy.
Alright. Off they go. Well, look at what it is. We haven't got anything.
Okay. Just need 5 more Chaos game to use my new staff and go crit. I know you can give me the Chaos. I know we can make this happen. I believe. Beginning to believe. Just gotta farm a lot of Expedition, basically. Should start seeing it on most of my maps.
We need more than bronze to be justified.
Don't want to die again. I hate this make any sense to you?
It moves to be close. Grows no closer.
Sure about that placement? That's gonna wake the dead. Stay safe.
Can't remember what I was going for now at this point. I think just more damage now. Oh, we need the Metacostal skills. I need that right there too. How's the changes going so far? Pretty good, Mike. Things are feeling pretty good. I updated the POV. Updated all the leveling trees, added a notes section with some frequently asked questions, and yeah, it's feeling pretty good so far. I'm still only running 4 links and I have terrible gear, so got to solve all that on this fresh character, but
Divination card. Orb of Alteration.
how far do you think you would have gotten if you played 2 days of trade? I'd have much better gear now, and I'd probably have, most importantly, I'd have like a Johnny's. I'd have a much better weapon. I'd probably already be crit right now if I was on trade. I would have gone crit last night. Yeah, this is a pretty dope MTX I came up with here. Might actually use this on the main character next week. Yeah, trade makes everything very, very quick. Last year, and I have the VODs on my channel on YouTube, I got from day 1 of League launch to doing T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses in a week. So, and that was without the like General's Cry and that stuff. So, trade makes everything very, very quick. Alright, Dylan. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Spin to win, you know? You spin, and you win.
Cha-ching. That's a prize. That's a prize.
Can we use Replica Stampede? You can. The only reason I don't put Replica Stampede as the suggestion is it makes your movement skills do more damage. Regular Stampede increases the cooldown recovery of your movement skills. So Stampede is technically better, but either pair of boots will solve the issue that Cyclone of Tumult presents, right, with the severe degradation in movement speed. Alright, we gotta start farming Harvest too, so put some points in that. What are T17 regular map mods that are tough for this build? So in my POB, I made a notes section, and I put a regex filter in there. But regular map mods you want to avoid are like can't leech from monsters, less recovery rate of life and stuff, less effective curses, physical damage reduction on monsters, things like that. T17s have a whole other slew of modifiers that generally you just don't want to run, like drowning orbs and things like that that are just super annoying. I don't know why they're in the game. There's like a ton of modifiers on T17s they added simply to make you have to waste chaos and roll maps. That's purely why they exist, not because it's something interesting. Yeah, so I think Replica will probably be cheaper too. Either or, if you want to play Cyclone of Tumult, you just need the pair of boots, right? You know, and ideally you're going to eventually corrupt one anyways down the road, so you can just get the Replica to get the build online for Tumult, and then you could, you know, get a regular Stampede later if you really wanted to. This boss could be a little bit annoying. Physical damage reduction is still pretty low, so this could be kind of sketch. Oh, no, yeah, this is the boss I'm thinking of. I saw missed yesterday. You switched to GC and Desecrate. How does that work exactly, and how does Leap Slam feel without faster attacks? So right now we're still using Leap Slam with faster attacks. It's only when we go to the crit version of the build, because we have to run Precision with Arrogance to get hit capped, that takes up the gem sockets that we would use for Leap Slam and faster attacks. So we have to fit in an unset ring to be able to run Leap Slam at that point. So I won't be able to tell you until I go crit and I get all that going, which hopefully I'll have going today. I suspect it won't feel as good, right? But like, it does allow us to still have Leap Slam. I might take a hard look at the POBs still and see if there's a way I can better, like, get the gem setups going. But as far as I could see when I was, like, editing stuff last night and this morning, that's kind of where things sit at the moment. How would the new and updated Unstoppable Hero node from Champ fare against More Than Skill? Flesh Flame setup. Remind me what Unstoppable Hero is again. Is that scaling the fortification? Oh yeah, sorry, how does General's Cry work? So basically, we have our General's Cry on Sunder and Auto Exert, right? In Melee Fizz, and we have our Cyclone set up. The way General's Cry works with Auto Exert is as long as there's corpses nearby, it keeps... They summon from the corpses, but they don't consume the corpses. So you have to have corpses nearby in order for them to, like, appear. When you're mapping, this isn't a problem because there's bodies everywhere, right? But when you get to a boss, you gotta put corpses down. So you gotta put down 2 Desecrates in order to get 5 total minions, because it takes 2 bodies to provide the Warcry power for one of the minions to spawn. So when you go in to do a single target, you just drop your 2 Desecrates, and then they'll just passively keep spawning while you're fighting the boss. You don't have to do anything else. They just keep appearing, they'll do their attacks, they die, and then they resummon again over and over and over. What's up, Dirt? No, they don't consume the corpses of Desecrate, so you just cast it at the beginning where the boss is, and then they just keep summoning themselves. Now, if you move far away from the Desecrate because the boss goes somewhere or something, you'll have to re-throw Desecrate down because there is like a radius for how far away before it'll stop working. So on most boss fights where you're just going to nuke them really quick, that doesn't matter. But like, you know, if you're doing something like Maven, for instance, you know, when she teleports around, you might have to throw your Desecrates back down for them to spawn. Yeah, so the setup right now is you'd go in on a boss, and you would, I need to actually fix my gem setup, so I'm all messed up on this character right now. But yeah, you'd go to the boss, you'd throw down your 2 Desecrates, you'd pop your war banner, click that button, and then you just start spinning. If it's like a single target fight where you don't have any Valor charged up, you'd throw down your Desecrates, you'd start spinning, and then eventually when you have your charges, you'd drop your banner. You're only ever going to need your banner when you're doing like a boss. I don't think I'm ever going to use my banner when I'm actually mapping or doing map bosses or things like that. It's purely a part of the kit for when you need that extra damage on like a real single target fight. But speaking of which, my gem situation is crazy right now. Well, there's not many builds that press one button and kill, like, you know, Shaper. Or kill, I don't know, Cyrus. You know, so... Even like the best builds that are melee, like Slam, are self-press multiple war cries and then you blink the boss. So, yeah, it is a one-button build for mapping and doing map bosses if you really want to. It is not a one-button build for doing, like, you know, I don't know, Eater. And there's not many builds in this game that are. And typically, if there is, they get nerfed pretty heavily, like Lightning Strike. Azimite Staff is the base base, right? It has, like, I think the highest crit chance, yeah. So it's what I prefer to craft with. I think I also wanted to go to I don't even have a cast when damage taken set up right now. My gems are all scuffed. Yeah, our problem is we're like socket starved right now in our gear. How many jewelers do I have? Ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, King's March shipping is really good. Alright, we'll put our mark on hit here. We can fit in our cast when damage taken on the gloves now. The molten shell. Let's put Pride over here for now, and then we just have to figure out getting cast when damage taken on was one thing. We got our link set up. And then if I want to fit a war banner into here, I'm going to need to get more sockets on the staff and move things around. But I don't need war banner right now. Just need better gear overall. King's Mark shipping is pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have access to King's March. It sounds like we don't see the ores until we get to maps, if I remember correctly from the reveal. So we may not have King's March when we level. Thanks, sir, for the follow.
I can't do this just yet.
Got an Astro Plate. Nice. So like right there, I put down my 2 desecrates and then I just spin. Nope. Yeah, minions cast whatever ability for General's Cry. So right now I'm using Sunder. The play is going to be to farm Lab for Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm, which will then consume endurance charges to do big damage. And when we go crit, we'll be generating constant endurance charges with Smashing Strikes. Thanks, Evans, for the sub. That's the idea. We gotta go crit, pick up that node, go farm Lab for the new gem. There's like a lot of stuff we gotta do. Interesting. But that's like way less attack speed than my other stats that I have, so eh. Hold on a second. Let's not get crazy here. Trading lightning for cold. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's as good. Because I have an open suffix on it. Thanks, Paul, for the follow. What is the cooldown for Desecrate? It's pretty snappy. Like, I can hit 2 in less than a second, it feels like. So maybe half a second. You just keep it level 1. Currently trying to decide between playing your Cyclone Shockwave build and Fissure of Snaking. I'm not very experienced with Path of Exile, but I'm hoping. So if you want to just do like mapping, T16s, get your Void Stones, farm, all that kind of stuff, my build is great. I feel like Volcanic Fissure of Snaking is going to require less investment to do harder content. So if you want to do like Juiced T17s, Uber Pinnacle bosses, that kind of stuff, my build requires a bit more investment to be able to scale it out for that. I think Fissure of Snaking is going to get you there faster, especially in trade if you're not playing SSF. So it just depends like what kind of gameplay you're looking for. But if you're just concerned about getting Void Stones and progressing the Atlas and farming T16s and all that kind of stuff, like, my build is perfectly fine for that. It's just doing like the hardest content in this game. You have to put some money into my build to get it to comfortably do it. That being said, that was in 3.25. In 3.26, we have the buffs to our gems, as well as the fact that we're now using General Cry in the build, which I didn't do in 3.25. So we have millions more damage just from having General's Cry, and we also have better damage from Cyclone coming. So I think the ceiling is going to be a lot lower now to be able to break into T17s. I don't think it's going to need the kind of investment that I did in 3.25. And when I say get into T17s, I don't mean like run a T17. I mean like do juiced T17 farming. Nothing's changed with the tankiness of my build. It should still be just as tanky, as long as you're following the guide and going with max block and all that kind of stuff. Well, and what about somebody CC playing? Won't that increase price a lot? It could, if you're playing on trade. Like, everyone playing champion is going to increase the price of those uniques. Everyone that's playing those streamer builds, yeah. You're not wrong.
Aw, that's just a 5-3.
Do you have a way of sustaining endurance charges during boss fights? When we go crit, we will, yes. So when we go crit,
With an ancient card.
10% chance to gain an endurance charge on melee critical strike. We're going to be striking so many times and critting that you always have endurance charges on this build when we go crit. So yeah, when we're doing bosses, you have max endurance charges all the time. I've never played Volcanic Fissure. I think Volcanic Fissure is going to be more of a meta build, so it's going to be able to do a lot of stuff a lot easier. So if that's what you're looking for, I would recommend Volcanic Fissure over this. If you just want to play Cyclone, my build is perfectly fine for doing pretty much everything in the game. It's just going to require more time and investment than probably Fissure to be able to do the hardest stuff in the game. But I can't really give you an accurate answer on what that looks like until we get to next weekend, because this build has received a lot of buffs. You know, just wrapping General's Cry into it, and then the buffs to Cyclone, and the fact that we're going to have mercenary support. I can't tell you, like, what that's going to feel like in the next league. I can say definitively that it's going to be way easier than what I went through in 3.25. Because the build just got buffed all around. There's like nothing that actually got worse about this build. It just got better and better. So, what is the best MTX for Cyclone? If Fissure is a piano build, I'm out, yo. I don't play that. I don't play that stuff. So I'm currently using this one right here because I think it looks good with my my gear. But we've also got, this was my personal favorite from 3.25. We've got the Sharknado Cyclone, which I think is probably the best one. Like, let's be honest, right? It's Sharknado. But then we've also got like the Celestial is pretty clean. Got the Celestial Cyclone. What else do we have here? The currency one is kind of interesting. So this spawns gold around you and like currency orbs. Ghost Flame looks really good too. Honestly, they're all really good. Yeah, I've got the Saw Blade too. I used to like this one a lot, but I think I like the other ones better. But this is Saw Blade. My weapon effect is kind of messing it up right now, but I think for this particular MTX set I'm wearing, I like the Illusionist at the moment. Yeah, Shark is like so good. It's really, really good. More harvest stuff. This is like the 5th Kiara's flask I've seen. These things are dropping like candy right now. Dude, I'm so glad PoE 1 is back too. Like, I felt like I haven't had my game to play for so long. Like, there's no other action RPG that I think is as good as PoE 1. There's others that excel in certain areas, and you know, they come close, but as a full package, nothing is as good as this game. What league mechanics would be good for Cyclone to farm currency with? I think Ritual's a pretty good one. Anything like in a little tiny confined area. Ritual's good. Expedition's good. Blight you can do like on any character because it's like AFK, you just set up your towers. But I think Ritual is like a really good one because you're basically in a circle and you're spinning in a circle. Are you asking me if it's better than Volcanic Fissure or Snaking for bossing? No. I would imagine Volcanic Fissure or Snaking at the high end game is going to be way better for bossing. Everything is good with Cyclone. Yeah. Cyclone's a pretty chill experience. Alright, let's see what Kirak has. Give me some maps, Kirak. Forbidden Woods. Ugh. Alright. I don't like this map. I just need Chaos Orbs. Like, I need more Expedition to spawn so I can run Tujin. Do I even have any currency with Tujin right now? I probably don't, because I just need 5 Chaos Orbs. Yeah, I don't have anything with him right now. He's an easy way to get Chaos Orbs on SSF. Consecrated Ground is honestly not really something I'm looking to deal with right now. Shield Ground isn't great either, but whatever. Debating between Cyclone or RF. RF feels good to League start, but I'll admit it gets boring later. Well, the problem with RF is it has a much lower ceiling for damage. So like Cyclone isn't the most powerful bosser, but it bosses way better than RF. RF's appeal is that as a League starter, it's just super chill. Like you just turn on your aura and you don't, like with this build, it's basically a one button build when you're mapping, right? You just use your Cyclone. You know, if you do like actual bossing, like I was talking about earlier, you have multiple buttons. But like if you're just mapping, it's a one button build. RF is like a no button build. You just run around with RF and everything dies. So it's like the most chill of chill. One last question, please, about mechanic. What is the best mechanic for Starter League for gain currency? That just depends on the economy, my dude, and like what people are doing. I think Ritual was really good in 3.25. I don't know if it'll be good again next week. I think Heist could actually be really good. Heist is an interesting thing to farm money in because you make a lot of money off stacked decks and various other things, but if you actually land a replica badge of the Brotherhood, you're probably going to make lots of divines. So Heist is like one of those kind of league mechanics where you don't make a lot of profit, but like when something drops in one of those wings, you could make like hundreds of divines. And I think a replica badge is going to sell for at least 40 divine. But it's not going to be like the most consistent currency. I think something like Blight, Expedition is an RF dead with a massive nerf to Fire Trap. I mean, I watched Pox's video and he was talking about how maybe Mercenaries will be his single target, so it sounds like it's in the dark times right now. Yeah, I would say like if you want consistent currency, Expedition's pretty good, and Blight is pretty good. Like selling the oils and various things that you get from Blight is pretty good. In particular, if you're playing trade and you know what good gear looks like, Rog crafting is usually pretty strong the first week of League, because you can make some pretty good amulets and rings and stuff with Rog that sell fairly well on trade. You just need to know like what stats to roll and how to do all that. But I've made quite a bit of money, like 1 divine, 3 divines, etc., off of just Rog crafting rings and amulets for other players to use. Because pretty much every player the first week wants the exact same stats on rings and amulets. They just want life and resistances. So if you can craft really good life and resistance jewelry, you can make pretty good money off of Rog. It's only like usually after the first several days, the first week, that players start moving away from life and resistance gear. But that's like highly in demand the first couple days to week of a league. I mean, I made 2 pieces of gear that I used on my Cyclone test a week or so ago when I did my first SSF test via Rog. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff you can do with Rog crafting if you know like how to do that. Or I should say, you know what like people want to see on items, essentially. Right now our spell block is very low because we haven't scaled it yet, so we're really strong against attacks, but we are not strong against spells at the moment. Thanks Ryan for the sub, thanks Buff for the follow, thanks Dante for the follow. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and do this. Actually, let's lay my traps. I have an idea here. Resist elemental or physical and can't leech. Why would they put these here? Game is playing with my emotions. Do something like maybe this, and then like this, and then pop this guy.
Divination card.
Definitely gonna play Cyclone this league, but don't look forward to farming Stampede boots. Hope they put a pair on Merc. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really looking forward to farming the boots on SSF. Like, with my RNG, I might be farming Blight for like a full week before I see those. Yeah, the goat guys are so scary right now because I have no spell block. It's not yet. I need to farm Blight. Get my annoyance. I was thinking of doing a sword Cyclone. What's up, Dante? I have a video that has my loot filter and sound files on my channel, and I'll probably be doing an updated one next weekend when Filter Blade updates. I was thinking of doing a sword Cyclone and maybe swapping a Flicker for a bit later. Thoughts? Sword Cyclone's fine. It's just a different type of build, right? Like, I'm going Shockwave and using staves with block. I would be doing like Frenzy stacking and something different if I was doing sword, like on the right side of the tree. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, for sure. I think what I want to do here, we have options because we're not going to have a cluster jewel anytime soon. I feel like right now I just got to keep stacking life so I get better life on gear. Desecrate is, so you see like I have this little wolf head appearing above me. That's my war cry going off. I have that like on a auto exertion, so every couple seconds it automatically uses that ability. It needs corpses nearby, so when it does that, it spawns these minions right here. They don't consume the corpses, but corpses have to be nearby for them to spawn. And then they use Sunder on enemies for me, so it's like additional damage. So like we're going to do a boss right now. For the boss, you run in, you drop your Desecrates, and then they're going to spawn and also help me fight the boss, basically. That's how this works. Will be nice when we get that Slayer Leech. We mostly need that chaos so I can craft my weapon.
What's the useless piece of shit?
Good here.
Enemy take.
Rejoice.
Hey, what's up, Viv? I didn't stay up too late last night, but I did do a lot of work on it this morning to kind of fix things up based on what we did yesterday. I think it's in a pretty good place right now. I'm gonna keep obviously fine-tuning things, but I think I got the leveling part figured out at least well enough.
Orb of alteration. Orb of regret. Chaos orb.
There we go. I just need a few more of those and we can craft my staff.
It's fucking lit here.
Might be a question that's been answered, but how does the Slayer star compare to Champion? I think it's gonna be more damage than Champion initially, and then as you get what you need, you'll be able to scale that fortification off a new champion ascendant so you can actually get real damage that's comparable or better to Slayer.
Orb of scouring.
What craft requires 5 chaos? I actually need 8 chaos. It's the physical and the impale enchant for craft. So it requires 8 chaos, but I get like up to 105 increased phys damage on my weapon and impale stuff. I think it's impale effect. So I want to throw that on this staff that I have that already has a T4 adds phys damage and a crit multi-mod. It's a bench craft, yeah. You unlock it through June. I can show you after I do this this map. These guys are scary because they can freeze me. I don't have my freeze flask up right now. There's so much wrong with our gear. I gotta like still roll my flask properly. Gotta get that weapon crafted soon. Go crit. Apologies for asking, I'm a bit of a noob here. I downloaded your loot filter. Is it configured for Cyclone? It's configured for Cyclone. It'll show some general other decent bases and stuff, but it should highlight the stuff that you'd want to see for Cyclone, like Azimite staffs and things like that. I think I'm going to try to make a more granular loot filter though for 3.26. Since I'm playing SSF, like my current loot filter shows different bases and stuff because I would ID them and try to sell them on trade. I don't need to see all this stuff if I'm playing SSF. So I'm not going to be, you know, trading, you know, items day 1 or 2 for 5 or 10 chaos or whatever. So thanks, Sheer, for the sub. Is it a Tujin? Oh, it's a Rog. It's okay, we like Rog.
I believe in threatening light.
So I'm gonna clear out my bags real quick and I can show you that benchcraft. This does have dex on it though, but that's about it. This has fire and good armor, and we can craft life on this guy. Although we lose lightning. Seems like a good belt and rings right now. I just can't seem to get any. Try getting your filter loaded, but it seems not work or register in game. So this is the crap that I was talking about that I'm going to put it on. Although the chance to impale probably isn't necessary. Yeah, we already have 105% chance to impale, but the real reason I want that craft is we have increased fizz damage capped at 99, which I could put on the staff right now. And then this one can roll up to 105. So I guess it's cost an extra 4 chaos, but you get a chance at slightly more. But the truth is, like, I don't need the chance to impale enemies on hit with attacks because I have 100% chance to impale enemies. So I might as well just craft the staff now, actually. So this is the staff that I'm going to throw it on. Good roll low is 80 though. I guess the benefit of the fizz one is you're guaranteed to get at least a 95, which is 15% more increased fizz, which is actually kind of nice. It's not like I'm going to use the chaos on anything soon, but I do also just need generally a better weapon right now than what I'm currently using. I think I'm just going to craft it. Pray for above 90%. 90%, okay. So you can see now we have, instead of a 323 max end, we have a 474, so much, much better. And it has crit multi on it, which is kind of nice. Not bad for yellow maps. How can I make this work to my advantage? Let's think about this. So, could yellow some fusings and maybe we get lucky and get a 5 link. One can dream, right? Three 2 links. Oh, it's about as good as it's gonna get. Alright, so we need to have a green-red for our Leap Slam, and then this doesn't matter down here. We were trying to fit War Banner on here, so we just basically need a green in that link up there. So I could get more fusings too. Optimize this all later. Oh, yeah. I do want, like, another red, because run War Banner. Buy some more fusings with Jewelers. Yeah. I guess I'm not using the Jewelers right now for anything, right? So I might as well. Maybe we get lucky. A 5 link would be pretty dope.
Yes.
Alright, let's see what happens. Hey, we got the 5 link. Beautiful. Alright. I think the play would be to put General's Cry on this. Because it's gonna... Well, I think when I POV out my stuff, I think the damage is... Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think the damage is pretty similar. I think Cyclone's gonna do more for me right now until I get Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. And it will just make mapping feel better too. So what we want here is 2 green. We can get 2 red and a blue. So let's Varici this and see how difficult this is going to be. Alright, we've got a strength int base. Want 2 green, 2 red, and 1 blue. 5 sockets. Apparently 36 chromes on average will get me what I need. Can I get that lucky with only having 46 chromes? I need 2 green, 2 red, and a blue, ideally. We need at least 2 green for sure for Impale and Cyclone. Yikes.
Yes?
I'd like to get infused channeling on this thing. It's rough. Do I just run General's Cry as a 5-link right now is the question. Maybe I just do that. What could I throw on there as a blue with General's Cry? That makes sense. Nothing really. Cost 25 chromes, and Varici's telling me that it would have been for 2 green. It would have taken 90 chromes versus 30 if I just chromed it. Well, we've got too many blues now for it to matter.
Freedom comes to the
It doesn't matter because right now, just the staff, like the damage alone on the staff is going to carry us for a while. Just deplete all of my money.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
It's hard life in SSF. Alright, 4 red and a blue. I guess concentrated effect is what I should run, and we'll just put General's Cry on this for now. Road. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. And we'll put our Cyclone back in here. Now, for this, this is a red-blue base, so this actually should be relatively easy. But we need a green on here. If you look at my POB, I have a whole discussion on a FAQ in there on my thoughts on Champion. But long story short, I think Champion is not good on League Start versus Slayer. I really need a green here. I guess we could test out what Leaf Slam's going to feel like without faster attacks. Okay, this works. Sort of. Lose Flesh and Stone. Nope, we can put Flesh and Stone here. Yep. That'll work. Kind of made it work. SSF life, you know. Alright. Peace out to our 300 Fizz DPS staff. It's going into the Hall of Fame. So we started with our 200 Fizz DPS staff. We then went to our 300 Fizz DPS staff. And now we are on our 470 Fizz DPS staff. So we are climbing the ranks here. Alright, let's get that concentrated effect, and then we'll see how much nicer this feels. Excuse me. You know, the truth is I completely forgot about the black market. I completely forgot about this being a thing.
Wish I'd kept that one.
What? It doesn't help me because I need like stats, but that's a crazy thing to just get.
I'd consider that a win.
What I really should be doing is looking at belts, because my belt is garbage. I never actually used the black market. That's crazy. Rings actually would be the best thing for me to roll right now. Watch me get all.
Not bad.
It's all garbage. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Rip. It's an interesting chest. Maybe we do something with that later. Okay. Get concentrated effects. Oh, it does more reservation per. Interesting. Interesting. It won't affect Cyclone or Desecrate or our Leap Slam, Frostblink. Does that affect 23 mana for that? It's going to be kind of tight, but I think we're good. Can I explain what I'm doing with General's Cry? Yeah, so the way General's Cry works is it's a war cry that uses an ability. And you can either manually push the button yourself, or you can link it to auto exertion, which will then every couple seconds do the war cry. And in order for this war cry to work, you need to have corpses near you, and it spawns minions that then use the ability attached to it. So when you're mapping, it's whatever, because as you kill stuff, there's corpses around, and your war cry is going off, and it will spawn. But when you boss, you gotta have like a desecrate, so you can put down some corpses. They don't consume the corpses when they spawn. They just need to always have bodies nearby to keep spawning. So you'll see it when we do a map here in a minute.
How's the trail?
I can show that off right now, actually. So let's grab just any map. Do a Coliseum, I guess. Yeah, sure. We'll just run this real quick. Wasted all my currency on that staff, but we just doubled our damage pretty much. Okay, so you're gonna see my war cry. That's that little wolf head that just popped up every couple seconds. Now if there's bodies nearby, you're gonna see these minions spawn. They're kind of blending in right now. So these little shadow things next to me. And that's what and then they just sunder everything near me. Oh yeah, you can instantly see how much better that Cyclone damage is with the new staff. Very, very nice. It's going to be even nicer when we go crit here in a little bit.
This piece of shit.
Okay. That's pretty much it. That is how it works. Because I'm running like, I think it's going to be nice for me, because when I go crit now, I'm going to be taking smashing strikes, so I'm going to always have endurance charges because I'm constantly critting, and then Tectonic Slam consumes those endurance charges to do bigger damage in AoE, so I think for what I'm doing it makes sense. I don't know if it's the best thing though. Would the plan be to keep that asunder or change? Nope, we're gonna change it to Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm, like I was just saying. But I have to go farm lab for that gem, which maybe I do today. That would be a pretty decent upgrade once I go crit. Let's go do this harvest real quick.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Extra life, fire, and ignite resistant. Is this a tanky build? It will be. Right now, our attack block is really nice, but our spell block needs to get scaled. So to do that, we got to start running Blight so we can annoy enigmatic defense, and then we're going to go into versatile combatant, which will jump up our spell block, and then we're going to feel pretty good once we do that. But I got to start farming Blight, and getting the oils will take not too long, but getting 2 Blight might take a little bit, because I got to still grind out the Atlas to unlock a second tree, essentially, to spec. Right now, we feel pretty tanky outside of like spell damage, and that's because we just don't have any spell block to mitigate it right now. Thanks, great YouTube vids on this, by the way. Just found your channel. Hey, no problem, Eddie. It's always nice to meet another Eddie. My real name is Edward, so there you go.
This piece of shit.
We also have no chaos resistance, so we are not so tanky against that right now. Need Blight for Stampede too anyway. Yeah, we're going to be farming. I'm probably not going to do it on this test character because I don't want to get burnt out before the league even starts. But yeah, we're going to be spending a lot of time in Blight next week. And I mean a lot of time. I don't know how long it's going to take to get those boots. So... Play with GC and 10x slam on free shine with 12 endurance charge. It was annihilating bosses. Yeah, we're not going to have. Unfortunately, we're not going to have 12. So I think we're going to have 4 here, 5, and 6. So we'll have probably half of what you had. But it's still just free extra damage on the build that I didn't have in 3.25 because I wasn't running General's Cry on my Cyclone build. So it's just added value to the build basically on top of the Cyclone gems getting slightly buffed. So, like, overall, I think it's just going to be good. It's going to feel really good and be a lot stronger and better than what it was in the last league.
Just typical.
Seek the source. I'm afraid the
Gruth? That was
Yeah, my crit version of the build in my POB that doesn't have, like, a lot of investment was sitting at, like, 14 million damage. With not, but once again, like, I think the most expensive item I had on that tree was like a light of meaning, and that was, could choose not to run that. And adding General's Cry brought it up to almost 20 million damage, and that's not even the high end invested, like, that's not even like crafting a 1k Fizz DPS staff and all the other stuff you would need to do for a high end version of the build. Yep, can play with Eventuality Rod, would be really dope. There's going to be a lot of grind for me because I am playing SSF, so I'm not going to have access to trade, so it's going to be a lot of, if I want things like that, I'm going to have to grind them out basically because I'm not going to have access to trade to just be able to pick those things up as I flip currency or something like I normally would. Can you share your filter sound, dude? What's up, Sarah Knight? Yeah, I have a video on my YouTube channel that has a Google Drive link with my sound files and filters and demos it and stuff if you want to take a look at that. Alright. Well, our weapon is figured out for probably a while. We just got to get the rest of our gear fixed. Like, I don't know, our rings, my boots, my gloves, my chest. Damage is fine now for the most part, especially once we crit swap. I just need life and resistances, more armor. What's up, Gray? That's going pretty good. We just crafted a decent staff. I just made this staff right here. So we're about to swap to crit in a little bit today. Now that we got a okay-ish weapon for mapping. Yeah, I think I opt for an Ezomite staff in my build because this is a block build. I'd have to POB it out. You lose a lot of block, but because we're over block with versatile combatant, and it might work out. For my build, it's a staff build, yeah. If you want to do axe or something else, it'd be a different type of build. You can play Cyclone with like any weapon, I guess, but I do a staff block build with my take on it. It's a good old Soul Eater, dude. Good old Soul Eater. Yeah, when you swap to crit, there's a few things you want to have like done We're probably going to spend some points on the tree right now that don't make sense, that aren't going to benefit us currently, but when we make the swap to crit, will. And what I mean by that is we'll start taking like crit chance nodes and multiplier on the tree, even with Resolute Technique. But that way when we do drop Resolute Technique, we have those points allocated. I could like drop points on other stuff, but I like all the damage nodes I have right now. So probably spend the next like 6 to 7 points on crit stuff on the tree, and then make the swap to crit when I get closer to 90 today. Just grind out some levels for a while. Typically, if I was on trade, easy way to also help make the swap to crit is you grab like an Abyssus. It's going to make you less tanky, but it's a lot of crit multi, which is great on, obviously, crit builds. Instant phasing. Starting to get the damage here, guys. So the beginning Desecrate is must have. If you're doing like bosses, you just put it down so they can spawn. You don't need it for like when you're mapping and whatnot. But we also got a Carnage Heart today, which was pretty dope. It doesn't have like the best rolls. I'd like the attributes to be a lot higher on it, but yeah. Oh, we gotta unveil. I was like, why am I at June right now? Because we're unveiling stuff, that's why.
We meet once more.
Hey Drix, or I should say Dr. Zix. How's it going? Let's go ahead and sell these things. I'm doing pretty good. So far this morning's been pretty productive. Updated my POB and have that all cleaned up with some changes I made based on leveling yesterday. And just made a pretty decent staff on this test character in my private league, and yeah. It could be Lucas. We're running, I didn't really look at his build. I don't know like particularly what he was doing, but Herald of Ash probably would make it feel more poppy. We'd have to drop probably Flesh and Blood and Sand. But I'm not sure yet. I kind of like my setup. I feel like I'm not having an issue with clear. I'm more having an issue like with my defenses right now, but that's because like I need better, like my gloves are crap, my boots are crap. I'm using a Geoffrey's crest as my helm because I just don't have anything better. Like I'm using the minion helm right now. That's SSF live. Currently fighting with myself if I'm going to do Perseverance or Mage Blood. I mean, I feel like if you're going champ, Perseverance adds a lot of value, right? How much block do you have on this build? When I'm playing trade and I have access to everything easily, you get up to 90% attack and spell block. Right now, we currently have 62% and 17 spell. Once I start doing some blights, we'll get the oils to anoint enigmatic defense. We'll overcap attack block and then go versatile, which will scale up our spell block. At which point you use a Rumi's Flask, which I got on my SSF character a week ago, but I haven't got one yet. And then eventually, to scale your stuff up to 90%, you use the Flame and Flesh Jewels to get more than skill from Gladiator. How goes Atlas Prog? What's up, Grimshire? It's going pretty good. Just made a decent staff. Need to figure some stuff out before we swap crit. I think I can really drop these. I just need better support gear. But I think the plan is we definitely want to take the crit here. Well, we're going to take these 4 points first before we go into crit. And then we also usually want this wheel too. Kind of want this and this before we go crit. Right now I'd have to drop some stuff. I could, since the crit scales so well, could drop these points right here and test it out. How much regrets do I have? I have enough. Yeah, I might drop this fizz wheel and this fizz right here and then take all the crit stuff and see how it feels. We can also drop this endurance charge stuff since I'll be critting with this. Then we need a diamond flask, so I gotta roll real quick. I want to start it too, but I've never played melee build before. It's pretty fun, Doctor. It's pretty fun. Are your filters adapted to SSF only? Right now they're not. So I'm seeing items drop that I would normally ID and stash for like 5 or 10 chaos sales. I'll be making a more granular filter for the upcoming league when Filter Blade updates, and it will probably be more of an SSF version of the filter. Yeah, let's see what crit feels like right now. Actually, should be interesting for now, and then we're gonna need to look at my hits. What's my hit at? It's probably awful right now, 54%. Typically this helps a lot with that. 69%. Then 82%. I don't have enough life right now to justify reserving for precision, so we might have to drop one of our auras. At a glance, it seems like life is very low. Yep, I'm not getting good life right now, Grim. So if you look at my gear, I have no life on my gloves. I have no life on my boots. I have 19 life on this ring. I have no life on my helm. So my life is just very low right now because I don't have gear. As I was saying earlier, I'm running a Geoffrey's Crest because I haven't gotten a decent enough rare that has life and resistances on it. So, yeah, I would prefer to have like 1,000 more HP right now, which I normally would have. I just have been very unlucky with my gear so far. I mean, I did get a Carnage Heart and a decent weapon, so I'm hoping like I can get gloves, boots, and ring fixed, and that should help a lot with HP. Yeah, it's normally I would reserve precision with arrogance right now for the hit, but I'm gonna have to drop, I think, I'm gonna have to drop maybe flesh and stone for a little bit. I might drop blood and sand actually for a little bit, and then just try to squeeze precision in to help with the hit. And we're gonna have to actually not run Leap Slam with faster attacks for a minute so I can actually use precision. Okay. And then we need to have our... Thanks Lucas for the sub. We need to get a diamond flask and swap out we'll probably swap out our silver flask for right now. Yeah, my gear is all kinds of messed up right now. We're making things work basically is what I like to say. I should have a diamond flask here. There it is. Don't have many rolls. It's not ideal. Alright. Yeah. Alright, we're now crit. We'll see how this goes. We've made the crit conversion. We'll just do a simple map to test this out and see how things feel. Okay. Damage is definitely better, even with being so far under hit cap. I gotta be careful about reserving my mana right now. Okay. Don't want to reserve too much and not be able to use our other abilities.
Strong and reasonable.
Let's hope we can get a Merc. Yep. I'm still thinking if we want to go Cyclone or Ballista and then transition to Cyclone after I make some money. I think you do whatever you want to do that you think is going to be the most fun at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
We've come to an accord.
I might have to actually drop Flesh and Stone too, because this requires no mana, 11 mana, no mana. I think the biggest thing is don't get too low. My Molten Shell can't pop. That's the biggest concern I have right now. Our hit is at 87%, so that's getting better. Here we got a Tujin.
Divination card.
It always feels so good when you go crit. I mean, like, so good. Puts us at 87. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to turn off Flesh and Stone now also for a little bit, fortunately. We just need the mana. I could run Blood and Sand though. It doesn't reserve as much. Guess we're hurting for links with the GC setup. It's I figured out the links, right? It's just it's very specific, the link setup. And also, I just don't have bubblegum currency right now, and I don't have decent rares, so I basically just don't have anything. It's not so much how did we get GC to fit, it's that I just don't have anything, right, because I'm playing SSF, and I just got to maps last night, so I don't really have resources to fix the problems I'm having right now. But we're going to figure it out some way or somehow.
A worthy opponent. For the counter.
%, hit, we're getting there. Oh yeah, we're going to be going deep into Tujin, no doubt about that. Tujin and Rog are going to be... we'll probably be farming Expedition for a while today, actually. But yeah, we need that bubblegum currency really bad right now. So Leap Slam feels noticeably less without faster attacks, but it's not unbearable. It's not ideal. There's definitely a slowness to it.
Orb of Scouring.
It doesn't have that like snappiness that it normally would have, you know. Idea is to play precision with arrogance if you have decent life. That is correct, Pog. That is the plan. If we ever can get there. If I can ever get gear, you know? So it's hard. It's a hard game.
This piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, until we get the mercenaries and we see how they can actually, you know, effectively be used, it's hard for me to say like what ores would be best to use on like what mercenary. I love the Soul Eaters so much. Maybe we get this guy low enough to coal. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure what would be the best ores to run on them. I was thinking actually running Determination on one of them. Once you, like, because ideally if you have all your gear set up, which you'll have less trouble doing this on trade than trying to play SSF like I am. But Determination actually could be pretty beneficial because that gives us a lot of PDR, which we need on the build. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know how good the mercs are going to be. I'm not as optimistic as everyone. And I don't know how we're going to get them to live because minion modifiers don't work on them. So you're going to have to actually have like well-crafted gear on them. You can't just slap a bunch of uniques on, I think, and call it a day. They're just going to die. Is my gut instinct there. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the filter is dope, right? Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to be updating the filter for next weekend. 5 shrines. This map's probably going to be crazy. So someone was asking earlier about how do you make crit feel good when you swap to it. In my opinion, you want to grab these staff nodes up here. You want to grab this crit mastery cluster here, and then to help with accuracy and more crit, you grab Eagle Eye in this cluster here. And those things help when you make your conversion to crit, as well as running like precision and using a diamond flask. You will play trade on League Start? I am not. I'm going to be playing SSF for League Start. Is the current plan. Yeah, I really missed Bastards attack on Leap Slam. We're going to have to fix that, I think.
Or refuse it.
Is it viable to play this build on Champion as League Starter with Petrified Life or Permanent Adrenaline? I don't think Champion is going to be very good with... I don't think Champion is going to do more damage than the Slayer at League Start, let's say it that way. There's nothing about the Ascendancies that make me think that Champion does more damage than a Slayer League starting. I think you're gonna do less damage, have less AoE, and not have the coal. I think the only way you get champion to work is you spend dozens and dozens and dozens of divines on those unique brace or gloves and the extremely rare replica badge of the Brotherhood. I usually farm guardians. How much currency do I need to start on build to farm them decently? To farm like just like talking about like map guardians, like Elder and Shaper stuff. Well, we might get there today, if not tomorrow morning on this build on SSF. I was doing it on my SSF character a week or so ago on my first test of this. Doesn't take much at all. What do I want to do here? So we went crit. I really just need life. I might just have to sink points in life nodes until I get my life up through gear. Yeah, I mean, if you're just trying to do like Minotaur, Chimera, that kind of stuff, like you don't need to sink any currency. It's totally doable in SSF. I did it a week or so ago, and I'll be doing it on this character, so. Someone asked me how much, there was a comment I had on one of my YouTube videos. They're like, how much currency does it cost to do Void Stones? All 4 Void Stones. And I was like, it didn't cost me anything to do it a week ago. So there's that.
Oh, I have a balcony. This baby just a useless piece of shit.
Damage seems good. Can probably spec the Fizz damage nodes and start to strength to free up 2 passive points. Respec the Fizz damage nodes at the start. Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Go this way. I just need more. I guess I could use gold. It's probably pretty expensive now, but yeah, I totally forgot that we need to free up 2 points here, and then I can put those points into life, essentially, like right here. We definitely need to do that. Hit chance 91%. We're getting there. Maven Stone is rough. I'm not gonna lie on this build. I was able to do it, but you gotta play. You gotta actually play Maven. You can't just cheese it. However, with General's Cry now, I think it's gonna be a lot nicer. Thanks Chaos and Dennis for the subs. Zell for the follow. Yeah, see how much it costs to respec Faustus right now. We would need 2 points. Oof. It's a lot of gold. I have to grab that other point. A little bit. Definitely going to follow you at League Start. Thanks for your work, Spar. You made me pick Cyclone as starter. Not sure about Slayer Champion though. Yeah, no problem, Sor. Do whatever you feel like is going to be fun. I just think I know this works, and I had a lot of fun doing it at 3.25, and all it did was get stronger and better for 3.26. So it's personally what I'm doing, but
Hello.
there are many different ways to do stuff in this game. You don't have to do what I'm doing. Oh, you know what? Probably not. I usually skip that. Yep, let's go do that real quick. Good call, Grim. I 100% skip it, yeah. Well, I'm trying to do that whole, like, let's be efficient while we level thing, right? So I only do the passive point quests. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's probably a few of these I honestly skipped during the leveling.
That's a flask.
Always miss one. Only say since we... Oh yeah. No, I agree with you. It's a dope suggestion. I'll follow your build for a while, then do swords for a bit, and then swap to champ to see how it plays out. Yeah, for sure. Kind of need the accuracy right now though, so I'm not going to drop this until later. Plus I probably also need the dex. Alright, we just need like another 800 HP. Go. Oh, we gotta do one other thing too. I don't know if I have the chromes to do this, but we gotta swap to Assassin's Mark instead of Poacher's. I can actually put my mark on hit up here with Assassin's Mark. And Precision can go in the gloves. You think about this. So we don't need, so this is, we might actually be able to get faster attacks back on this guy too. Alright, we need Assassin's Mark. This can go here like this with mark on hit, throw in our frost blink, and I don't know, like these two need to stay together. Don't need this anymore. Guess if I put my leap slam there, I can still make this work here. It's unfortunate. So we would need like a green socket on that helm. I just don't have right now for faster attacks. Okay. So far, kind of just implementing what we figured out yesterday, not really anything I'm learning today. Just kind of getting the character online. We just swapped over to crit from going resolute technique, so just figuring stuff out. So far it feels pretty good though.
Just a baby now. Arbor fusing. With an ancient card.
Get those diamond rings.
With an ancient card. Cha-ching! Orb of regret! Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Ancient card.
I can't do this distance.
We get an Orb of Regret, right, as I don't need them anymore. So I have Pride and Desecrate. I could move Faster Attack, Sleep Slam there, but then it presents the problem of where do I put Pride? I could try to color this, get lucky. I just don't know how many chromes I have.
Touching and reaching card. Touching.
If I have enough chromes, we may be able to recolor the boots and gloves and make it work.
Touching within reaching.
I just don't want to lose my Casman damage taken in Molten Shell right now. But it does feel noticeably bad. I'm gonna have to take a hard look at that in the POV, because yeah, it's just not good without faster attacks. I just don't know how we're gonna free it up in the revised POV, or get it to link without sacrificing something else.
Touching. 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 Touching.
The reason I like keeping Frostblink is I can do this with Frostblink and not disrupt my Cyclone. And that feels really good also as something that you can use in your kit. I don't necessarily want to lose that for Leap Slam. Because the problem is, like, it doesn't matter with Cyclone right now because there's no ramp on Cyclone. But when we go Cyclone of Tumult, whenever you stop to Leap Slam, you're losing DPS because you gotta re-ramp. Whereas Frostblink, you just keep spinning and you're at your max stacks. So more so on Tumult, that feels really nice.
Orb of Alteration.
I think the problem is I just don't have a red link. Or I can get it to work now, but I don't think I'm going to have a red link once I start reserving precision against my life pool. Which I will have to do. Hey, Orb of Horizons. Single target damage with this build. I have my POV listed, but I think we're sitting at like 20 million right now on a mid-tier version of the build. Around 20 million with General's Cry set up in there now. Are we using only 5 links under Kai? So I have it in the notes of my POV. Well, it's actually not in the notes of my POV, but it's in the comment on my video. I don't want to, in order to run 5 link on your staff and fit in Desecrate, we're gonna have to put that like on a staff, on a weapon swap. So if you're fine with weapon swapping, doing your Desecrates and weapon swapping back, sure. Like, you could do that. The other problem you run is, like, if you weapon swap your General's Cry to use Desecrate, like this, then when you swap back to your weapon set, you have to re-enable Auto Exert on your General's Cry. So if you want more damage, you can 6-link it and find out something else, but for quality of life and not having to deal with all that, I just run a 5-link. I think what's going to end up happening is, as I play the build and test it and see what feels important and what's not important, I might be able to prune stuff out and fit in that 6-link and figure other stuff out. But until I actually play the build and really get that deep into it, I don't know. We already did this. It's too fresh, right? Or I got to get like how is General's Cry going to feel on a 5-link? Is that going to be more than enough damage that it's like just overkill and doesn't matter at that point when I'm doing higher end stuff? I don't know yet. I mean, more damage is always great, don't get me wrong, but like there's a point where it's just more damage isn't really doing too much for you. Venters? Could that be a Venters? Hey, we got a Venters. Alright, God tier Venters. Reduce mana reservation of skills. Reduce rarity of items found. This is the evil Venters. We will never use you. We might divine you, but we'll never use you. Yeah. It's more so nice right now because, unfortunately, because I have no spell block scaling right now. When, like, I get near a pack of goat guys and they start casting all their spells at me, it's a nice thing to trigger because, like, my spell block, I need to run Blight and get the oils and do my anoints and do some scaling to get my spell up to my attack block, so... And on my revised build, I use a Vow Molten Shell, and I pop the Vow Molten Shell, obviously manually, when I need a big debuff, or a big buff to incoming damage, but the Molten Shell is there passively for when I just need it to trigger. But I'm pretty weak right now against spell hits, so having this feels comfy while I'm mapping, in case I run across a pack of casters and they just like try to shotgun me. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't think I'm tanky enough right now, because combination of still being low life, not having enough spell block. We got 9 chromes. These are both armor evasion bases. Also the links. Let's see here. These are all the gems I have to make work. Essentially. Ideally. Okay. These don't matter. These can just be on a 3 green red. These are the links that matter. So we need one of these to roll with 3 green and a red. Or we could do this. On those boots. And then we need 3 green and a red on this, maybe? Never lucky. Oh, these are strength. Ooh. Stop, stop. Those are strength based. Yeah, this doesn't really help me. This does let me do like faster attacks here with Leap Slam. I cast 1 damage here. And then Blood Rage Precision. I could just not run decisions. I just don't have enough sockets. Or chromies, I should say. We really need 3 green and a red on the boots, and then we could make this work. I don't have enough chromies to benchcraft, that's the problem. How am I hitting 2 blue on strength decks? What are the odds? Like, honestly. It's actually kind of insane. Alright, 1 chromie to rule tomorrow. We got 2 chromies. Dude. Just feels bad. We'll just have to forego Desecrate for bossing right now. I don't need it. I mean, it's nice, but we gotta run precision. So I fix my colors.
For freedom.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to socket in, swap out Desecrate when I need it quickly for that, and Butcher's Mark doesn't matter anymore. Not having Blood Rage kind of sucks, but I can live without that for a minute. We'll just have to swap in Desecrate when we need it, I guess. That SSF life. I'm gonna farm up some maps anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, here we go. We just need Tujin to come save us.
Cha-ching.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll drop like we'll somehow unlock Katarina and get like a perfectly two-veiled Kane that's completely the wrong colors and still have to figure stuff out.
That's a fact. We could have reduced this piece of shit.
Is Explodey Chest still a thing? I believe Explodey Chest is still a thing. %.
Baby.
You there, local.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, we'll get our colors situated at some point today. I'm not too worried about it. It's just kind of annoying. So it happens. I'm gonna get a couple chromes before I start spamming them again. I'm also gonna grab water. I'll be right back. so hungry. My family just made like some really nice beef stew. Okay. Let's go do one of these guys. Do we do any LA damage right now? I don't think so. Nothing on the staff. Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. But beef stew. No, so Shockwave works with maces, scepters, and staves. The reason why I use a staff out of the three is we can scale block with staffs. So it just lets us make a tankier build. All the ads are just flowing in from the side there.
This piece of shit.
Oh, forgot. Gotta do the swap.
Orb of scouring. It's here. Jewelry's on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be my recommendation. I think that's what we're just going to have to do is swap out Desecrate for faster attacks on our endgame versions of the build. Shouldn't need it for just doing like a map boss, but when you go to do like single target on actual boss. Is Ice Crash a meme build or viable? It could be a thing. I'm not sure. I haven't really kept up with Ice Crash. I know it was kind of a thing in the past on specific setups.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I'm running the yellow juice right now because this is what we need for crafting staffs.
Cha-ching. 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 Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. 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 Charizard.
So, I had something on the top of my brain. I just can't remember what I was about to say. Must not have been important. Alright, 5. Can we get lucky with 5 and hit 3 green and a red? I believe. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. We're back. Oh, it feels good. Alright. We are back. Got our blood rage. Good to go. Yeah, to get Flesh and Stone back in here, I think to get Flesh and Stone back in here, the play would be you don't run Desecrate, and you just swap it for single target, like when you do actual bossing. But even like on a map, Cyclone should be more than enough to just kill the map boss at the end of a map. Like, it'll be more than enough. And you're just using that Desecrate for when you do actual bossing. I think that's how I'm going to play the build in the late game. For sure. But until we get Cyclone on a 5 or 6 link, it is nice actually having their support when we do map bosses at the moment. Thanks, Syra and God for the follows. Much appreciated. Alright, how bad is this map? Can't be stunned, that doesn't matter. Should be fine. Yeah, faster attacks is just too powerful on Leap Slam. So I'll have to edit my POBs after today's play session and just make that note on the high-end versions that it's a Desecrate swap for bosses. I kind of want to do a 6-link General's Cry and run it, but I don't like the fact that I guess if you're just only doing it for serious bossing, it doesn't matter that you gotta reactivate your auto exert after you swap back your weapon, because you're just prepping for the big boss fight. So it might be worth, and then you can run General's Cry on a 6-link. That might be the play. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that seems... Now since I'm pretty much set on having Desecrate not in my gem setup unless I'm doing like a real boss, I kind of feel like you do the 6-link on General's Cry.
Practice makes perfect.
No bosses this way. It's like, where am I going? If ever tried Void Forge with Cyclone of Tomo, it can scout a crazy guy damage, but you lose out on the max block, of course. I have not. When I built this build in 3.25, it was just to do like staves and block. Whoa, we're getting chunky chunked right now. So I hadn't really played Cyclone in PoE before, and I haven't really played other variants of it. I miss the Starforge Cyclone days. I had a buddy who played Cyclone during Legion, and he would carry me through, like, you know, 5-ways and things like that. I forget, I think I was just playing a minion build back then. So I played minion builds for many, many years in Path of Exile, particularly when I wasn't making my own builds. I would just run a minion build. And then I started making my own minion builds, and that's how I got into building stuff. I've never played a minion build before. I always get drawn towards Cyclone, Lightning Arrow, RF, the one-button builds. Yeah, I don't blame you. They're comfy for a reason, right? I wouldn't say pretty comfortably, Sam. I didn't invest all the way that my POB has a lot more investment in it than I actually did on my trade character for 3.25. I was able to kill the Uber Pinnacle bosses, but it wasn't like cheesing them. I actually had to like pay attention to mechanics and do stuff, but I also didn't scale the damage as far as what like my POB has, so there's that too. Yeah, General's Cry is just like something that happens on the side, right? So you can play any other melee skill. You could do like Reap, you could do Blade Flurry, you could do, you know, Volcanic Snake, you know, Fisher. Like you could do whatever you want. The General's Cry is just a side thing. Okay, here we go. Gloves that have a lot of life, and they've got some built-in resistance. The problem is we lose out on lightning, but that's okay. We might be able to swap something around with cold. Did I put cold on anything? Maybe. Nope. We gain 120 life, which we don't have. The evasion does nothing for us, but the life, the fire resists. Might be able to do something with these gloves. Problem is, we need 1 green and 3 red on these guys. Never lucky.
Oh, scare!
Alright, so goals for upgrades, besides just general better stats on gear. Hopefully we get a 5-link chest for our Cyclone, and I would also like to... I guess 5-link for my Cyclones would be really nice right now. That's about it, really. Better life resistance gear.
Oh, shiny! Cha-ching! It's the baby now.
How's our hit chance looking? 92%. I'd have to pick up some more accuracy on the tree. Thanks for the sub, Kim. What content do I prefer to farm with this build? I had a lot of fun doing Ritual in 3.25 on this for trade.
Cha-ching!
Never just like click and hold these things. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, getting infused channeling on a 5-link on my Cyclone right now would feel pretty good.
What's the useless piece of shit?
Spirit of Allura, come back to haunt me. Completely overshot the entrance. Tujin, you're my favorite person right now. So happy to see you, old friend. Items dropped or fully linked? Hey, maybe we get lucky. We can't do Blade Flurry. It requires a one hand or a claw or dagger or a staff build, but I've seen his stuff. We're going to be using Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm, I believe, is what I'm going to use. Since we're going to be getting easy endurance charges on this build. Or since we do get easy endurance charges on this build. So we got to farm lab at some point for that.
Ready?
Cha-ching. Orb of Scouring. Take a suck.
Crazy I haven't seen a trial thing yet. So I can get my offering for lab. Kind of bananas.
Cha-ching. That's a blast. here now. Cha-ching!
That one'll bring up some worthy baubles.
Supposed to use this piece of shit. Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
That chest spawn inside of the league mechanic. Yikes,
I
dude.
believe in
Supposed to
treading
use this
light.
piece of shit. Oh, Scarab! Chaos Squad.
You're alive.
Cha-ching!
Hope you unearth some ancient figurines. Detonation time.
This time, it'll be you begging for your life.
Oh, shiny!
Stay safe.
You could end my luck. Oh, the foundations are shifting, Exile, but I doubt you'll bring the tower down.
Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Gaff said she.
Keep your
Probably
sedition
pick
to
that up.
yourself, you over...
Cool wins.
Maybe I just throw them cold resist on that ring and rock that. It's got a little bit more HP. That might be the play. I really need amethyst rings.
Funny what you're going to do, or you're dead.
Spicy.
Kill me once. Shame on you. I knew you could see I die.
Clear cast.
Orb of Spelling.
I can't do this with you.
How are you proccing your Blood Rage? I don't see you clocking it. It's on a separate control to bring up my other buttons, and then I just hit Q, control Q.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, so maybe just put cold resist on this and we rock this for a while, I guess. Worst possible cold resist roll. How do we get two? My dude, it can roll 21 to 28. We get 21s twice in a row. How is that even possible? 3 times in a row? This game hates me today. This game actually hates me. It hates me. I don't know what I did to piss it off. That armor's so low. We need like another 1,000 easy on the chest, plus like 400 to 600 on gloves. Boots. Okay, I'm gonna grab a quick bite to eat here for lunch. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. What's up, Kent? And I feel that this is what I want to do for the 3.26 league start. You like to spin to win. Bone Shatter of Trauma used to be all the hype. I believe that was a Quinn build. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's very tight on mana. What's up, Madman? This is going to be my starter in-game grinder as well. Have you gone dark, Sanavi? Listening to your channel while walking the dog, but no music or chatter. It's not that I've gone dark. I'm figuring out my POB. I think the play is going to be to 6-link 6-link General's Cry, and then you don't ever really need to use Desecrate except when you're actually doing real bossing, and then you can do a quick weapon swap, Desecrate, and do the boss. But for like maps and map bosses and stuff, you can just blast with Cyclone. This does let us put a 6-link on our General's Cry. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. I also just had a little bit of food for lunch, so the beef stew settling in. Oh, thanks, Madman, for the sub. You're trying to find a guild? I don't know how popular guilds are in PoE. My buddies and I have like a guild that we're in, but we're like in the same guilds in all the games that we play, so.
Cha-ching.
5 orbs of Augie, holy moly.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Oh, we got our second Atlas tree. Let's go.
Chaos Core.
What happens if we can get mercs with GC? That'd be kind of crazy. Mercs with the General's Cry. Yeah, I asked my buddies if they wanted to do like a pseudo solo self-found league with just a few of us, but they pretty much all want to play trade, so I'll be the lone guy out. Just put Corpse Walker boots on him. Yeah, there you go. That's probably the play, right? That'd be pretty crazy if they if the tech is there. I don't know. I don't think we can move the gem setups around, right? So you may have General's Cry, but he may not have the skill that you want. Mark with haste. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff to test next week and see like what feels the best running a support, essentially.
I do love the stink of victory.
Chaos Core.
He's crit resistant. Crit resistant? I don't like to hear that. I don't like anything that's crit resistant.
It's the baby.
You got some goods in from River.
Could really. Oh, it's you. Not bad, not bad. Onwards. Let's make some dust.
So when you're in your stash tab,
Oh,
yeah, you just put it like in the search right here, like this, with your maps in the tab, and it should filter for you.
Local.
their way.
Oh, it's you. Let's make some dust.
Stay vigilant.
My fellows this time.
Ah, what bloody run!
Done. Now.
I'm
Righto, Red Blade.
That up.
You're on my list.
Salam. It gave this, it got that, it gave this, it got that. It was only playing. A gift.
We have come to an accord.
Hi, I'm watching League Start videos. I don't understand how can people play without armor evasion for a normal build non-boss killer. What do you mean play without armor evasion? Like ES builds?
Cha-ching.
You there, local, hungry.
We need more
Oh,
broad
that's Soul Eater. Old Soul Eater.
My head still hurts.
Only one exile egg.
I'm gonna die because the freaking
Exile.
tornado thing is right on June. It's so annoying.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
So they're not scaling ES or armor evasion anyway. Yeah, I don't know how their defenses work out. I'd have to see the POV.
Baby now.
can't do this way.
Freeze is rough. It's rough.
Cha-ching.
Yep, that makes sense. Wondering about that. They went full glass cannon. That's what it sounds like. I mean, they embraced the concept completely of being a glass cannon. Just send it. I feel baited. Yeah, I bet. Can't have no defense. Sounds like a bad time. Rambo Valley, this map. I hate this map. This is a one and done. One and done, baby. One and done. I don't like glass cannon builds at all, and nothing feels worse than just constantly dying. It's just not my cup of tea. That's why I built the Shockwave Cyclone Slayer that uses staves with block.
Don't make this harder than it has to be. You win. Let's parlay.
I'm going to kill you guys. Just not yet.
I should probably do the research real quick.
You'll not make me betray my fellow. This is what I get. Forbidden. You don't. Good.
Probably pick that
Now
up.
listen closely.
Full dead end. Literally a dead end. learning about defense layers, but it has so many, and spellcasters are gutted. What about Trapper? So typically spellcasters have been essentially, in 3.25 they nerfed evasion, well they nerfed determination and grace, and they upped the bases that are available in the game with higher armor evasion to compensate. The problem is casters don't get enough attributes to wear those, basically. So they have to still do, I stood in that, I deserve that. They still have to do like a combination of like running Grace still, and then going like ES Leech and doing a bunch of stuff to try to get sustain. Thanks for the sub, Tub. Thanks for the sub, Tub. Yeah, I should have dropped the portal. Yeah, we can't really take a chaos hit right now because we have negative 12 chaos resistance on the build at the moment. It's a little tight on the chaos resistance. Getting better though. We had 2800 HP when he started today. How terrible our gear was. Be nice to end the day at 4K.
I believe in treading light.
This build can do boss's guts. For example, I want to try a Spellslinger Guardian. Problem, so much reservation for the 2 to 3 Spellslinger setup. Where do I pick Grayson? Yeah. I got a POB I was working on. I might level this for fun this week just to test stuff, because I was like, Winter Orb could be a thing. And I'll show you what I'm doing there. Maybe Warb. So on this guy, you can notice we have 24k Fizz hit reduction, but we're not scaling any evasion or armor. We are scaling energy shield. So we have, and this is with, by the way, basic gear, right? Energy shield, resistances, stats, some Eldritch implicits, that would be ideal. But it's all just rares with energy shield. And we're still sitting at 3.5 mil damage as like a league starter. And the way we're doing this is essentially we have Frost Shield, which provides us with a layer of damage reduction. We then have Valve Disciplines that we can regen our ES super quick if we need to. We have where is it? And Immortal Car. Sorry, it was right there. So between those two things, plus lots of energy shield scaling, plus we have like spell leech. So our energy shield leech is like 1k. It's actually should play fairly tanky. But I haven't played the build or tested it, so I wouldn't like actually recommend it until I see what it feels like. Cyclone, cock, fit and right. Yeah. Cast on crit builds are fun. For sure.
Exile?
On that Warba build? Nah, I mean we could, so I currently don't have the life leech on the gloves. Yeah, you could do like damage leeches his life on the gloves. But this isn't a cultist for the ward build. Doing stuff with like power charges and whatnot. Alright, what are the odds I hit something that isn't this? Cool. Take it. It's grinding away at the Atlas. Grinding away. Ooh, that was spicy. We also need a better life flask, I think. This one ain't really cutting it anymore. Might have the alts to run something now. Does also hurt that we have less recovery rate of life. Not a big fan of running that mod typically, but we need map completion right now, so. Let's go do that expedition real quick. Guess in the harvest too. Yeah, I was doing occultist, power charges, extra curse. Was I doing extra curse? No, I was just doing power charges and profane bloom, I think. And obviously the... Yikes, dude. Spicy, spicy. The less recovery rate of life is so bad. Probably should never run this map the way it was rolled. Yeah, I just was like, I was kind of like, ah, screw it, you know, we'll just do the map real quick. I wasn't really thinking. I might just do boss completion. I don't really want to lose XP right now. Like, players can't regen life, mana, whatever. Players have less recovery rates, and can't leech are like really bad mods for this type of build. Yeah, the ground effects can be really bad, for sure. Let's see, we gotta make sure not to level our precision too high. I had to re-level this because I wasn't casting my curse. I think this is about as low as we can get precision right now. We gotta get way more HP on the build so we can run our arrogance setup. I was noticing my mark not on the mobs, and I was like, must be too low on mana. Toxic Sewer. This is the Cyclone map. Are you doing a 2-stone run? No, I'm too slow to do those things. I'm not some kind of speed racer or streamer. That's not what this is. I'm just playing my build on SSF to see like how comfy it is, because I'm gonna be playing SSF next week with this build. So I'm just revising my POB, you know, making notes on what feels good, what doesn't feel good, improving the build slightly here or there. I'm gonna play as much as I can next weekend and see how quickly I can get stuff done, but I'm not good enough to do one of those like 2-stone runs in like 8 hours. It's not the type of player that I am. It's not how I play games. It's a private league that I made just for this this character test, essentially. So you'll see as I go into maps or zones, like go get the system text, this is the first time so and so, or I'm the first one to hit whatever level. Yeah, I've been doing a few of these private leagues to simulate an SSF environment to test out things. Hey, it's our first red map. On this character, at least. $6 hours? For what? Yeah, so okay, I see what Matt said, yeah. It took me a little over 6 hours to level this character yesterday, so... I did 6 hours and like 20 minutes or something on this character. With like a complete fresh start, no resources, SSF, no assistance kind of thing. And I lost time because I stopped to rebuild the build and do stuff, so my hope is I'm going to do another test character Wednesday, I think, to level it. Just to make sure I got the muscle memory down. And I'm aiming to get 6 hours or less on that run. If I could get sub 6 hours, I'd be pretty damn happy. Hey, we got a trial too. This is so dope. This is really, really good. Private leagues are not free. I have to pay for this. Yeah, it's like roughly $10 or so. But, you know, the truth is, the amount of money that I've given GGG in the last 10 years, $10 is like pennies. Uh, 70 mana, we can't go below 53. I think we can do one more. Yep. The reason I do a private league is if I played in the last year of Settlers, right? I've played SSF. So I have stuff in my stash and I'm just lazy and don't want to clean the entire thing out every single time that I level a character and test things out, so they can just take my $10 or whatever. I don't care. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff on SSF. I have a lot of stuff on Trade. I have a lot of stuff on Hardcore, and I even played Ruthless on Settlers. So I have like a ton of stuff everywhere. Dude, Reaper, it's been incredibly bad this run. This is like the complete opposite of the run that I had with the other Cyclone guy. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the supporter packs this league either. They didn't hit me the way the last ones did. Yeah, I've had some seriously bad luck trying to get this character online in the last day-ish. It's been rough. Okay, so we are at like 99% now. That's pretty good. What's my critical strike at? That's really low. Thanks, Sai, for the sub. And Guts. It's not that I hate Crypt Keeper. I just, there's just something about the last pack that really appealed more to me. I think it's the Harpy flyover when you level. It's so good. It's so good. I'm 84 in SSF and having issues with rings. They are hot garbage. Dude, I mean, tell me about it. This may be my best ring, and it's like trash. It's got a mod I can't use. My belt is not great. My boots have no life. I'm using a Geoffrey's crest because I couldn't find a better helm. Like, this is what it's come to. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to oh, Vault, like, you know, like cast the Vault on hit ring. Yeah, no, that's not a thing either. Don't have that. There's so much stuff we don't have. The new memory strands on bases. Yeah, I think crafting is gonna be a lot of fun. The fact that you can hit like really high tiers off the bat is like actually pretty good.
That's a fun. Cha-ching.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
Do we go do lab? I feel like I should probably go do lab. Would help with survivability. Seems to be chugging through maps fine still, even before the patch. Yeah.
Cha-ching. Hi, Tina. Jewelry's on. Chaos board.
My gear is pretty terrible right now, gotta say. It's not as bad as it was this morning, but it's still not great. Got a breach boss there.
What's this piece of shit? Six sockets.
What is that? Holy
Six
moly.
sockets.
Blight.
A lot of 6 sockets.
What's this piece of shit?
You got a 6-link chest? Congrats. Alright, I think it's time we do lab. We're gonna do lab. It was 6 sockets. I thought you said you just saw a 6-link drop or something. No, I was like, I haven't seen a 6-link. Unfortunately. Alright, let's go do our relab. Yeah, no, it was just a
Goddess is watching.
it's just a 6-socket. Yeah. Well, at least lab isn't terrible today. Alright, we're gonna do all the dark shrines because we're gonna praise for Tectonic Slam with Cataclysm. I don't have to run this place.
can't do this just yet.
Will you be trying for an animated guardian as well? Nah. Animated guardians die all the time unless you're a minion build and you invest in them. Like, you have to invest heavily on the tree to keep your minions alive. You can't just run an animated guardian on any build. They'll instantly fall over when you do content. It's just a nice thing for minion players. It doesn't benefit anybody else that plays other types of builds in this game. Hey, always crit. Okay. We'll take it. It's not twice blessed, which is what I was hoping for, but we'll take always crits now that we're a crit build. Love when I lead slam right onto something and get stuck. Really immerses me in the content. Oh, is that a Sanctum Runner thing? To run an animated guardian? How do they keep it alive? How does the animated guardian just not instantly die without investment on the tree?
Silver key, there must be a silver door.
There must be a silver door. Probably gonna leak start your build. Looks fun. Question: why do you eventually switch to Tectonic Slam from Sunder? So it just does more damage, Shodan, because we're playing staffs. You'll notice that, like, as I attack mobs, I get endurance charges that stack up really easy. So anytime I crit a mob, I get endurance charges. I have a chance to get an endurance charge, but you hit so many times with Cyclone that you just essentially have endurance charges. And then that ability consumes the endurance charges to do more damage, so it just scales really well.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Ooh. Oh, we could level it one more time and still keep our curse. Alright.
The Emperor beckons, and the world attends.
It's worried I just outleveled my precision again. As you do.
I can't do this just yet.
Rise to the occasion.
In order to use Blade Flurry, you have to have a different type of weapon than I'm using. So if you want to play my build, which is based around using a staff and blocking and scaling block, you can't play Blade Flurry, unfortunately. You have to use like one-handers and stuff. There are lots of ways to play, like General's Cry if you're interested in doing something like that, but that wouldn't be a skill that we could do on my build. We'd have to find something else. Oh great, got corpse explosions.
I do love the stink of victory.
Okay, so we want to go right. Go to a room that has Dark Shrine. Got it. Yeah, I'll have to look and see. There might be a better ability to sock it onto our General's Cry. Right now I'm just thinking Tectonic Slam because it looks pretty good. I don't like the concept of it taking my endurance charges away, so that's kind of a little unappealing. So we'll have to see. Yeah, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Spicy, spicy. Yeah, I might do that after stream today. I gotta try to play around with my POV a little bit more, and I might see if there's like different skills that we can maybe do with the General Cry Bros that don't consume my endurance charges. The only reason I'm kind of okay with it is we just generate them so easy as a crit build that even when they deplete, they just replenish pretty much non-stop. So.
Pursuit of power can be
Okay.
a grotesque
Okay.
affair.
Okay, game. Unfortunately, we gotta run all the way back now to go back the way we came. Pretty sure, at least. There's an exit this way. Worth going, just enduring composure cluster generates them way too fast. That doesn't feel too bad when talking about like Disciple of the Unyielding, or am I thinking of something else? Enduring composure. Yeah. The thing is if you're talking about Disciple of the Unyielding, it doesn't help you on bosses, right? It's only on kill that you generate endurance charges, which is why we get it from the staff node, because we crit so often that we just always have them up when we're hitting things. I was actually considering something that I saw. So this cluster right here is a sword cluster, right? Sword mastery. But the mastery, 8% chance to gain a frenzy charge when you hit a unique enemy. I don't think that's specific to swords. The question is it worth those 4 points to always have frenzy charges on a boss? Might be. I'm not sure. Oh, you're talking about the small cluster jewel. Yeah. If we ever get into cluster jewel crafting, yeah, I'm going to have to craft an overlord so I can get out of these points here. And free up some points on the tree, which we'll do by getting an Eldritch Implicit on the chest in the short term. Yeah, that'd be one of the things, like craft the jewel and then run it with Tectonic Slam and see how well the upkeep is versus the usage, you know? See how it feels. Generally speaking, there isn't like a threshold for Cyclone. The more attack speed, the better it does. Thanks, Ricardo, for the sub. Yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to Cyclone, the more attack speed you can fit into the build, the better. It's not like when you hit a certain attack speed, you're suddenly just like not doing damage. There may be like the perfect mathematical number that's like, hey, once you reach this, essentially it's never going to get any better, and that's as many hits you're going to do per second, but I don't know. I don't get that deep into the weeds with it. That beef stew's kind of put me in a food coma, I'm not gonna lie. All nice and happy and tired after eating. There's some tuning with the General Squire Mirages and the attack speed. Oh, you're talking about that. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I know that there's some misconception because they all don't hit at once. It's kind of staggered. That's something worth looking into. Yeah.
Comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
I might have to go look at those posts and see what people have been theory crafting.
Must be shared equally amongst all its citizens.
Yo, I'm feeling it pretty strong. I'm not gonna lie. The food was good. I'm gonna have to go make some coffee, I think, after lab. I'm definitely not streaming as long as I did yesterday, so there's that. But I do want to stream for a little bit today. I've already been streaming 4 hours. It's crazy.
The Empire's essence must be saved for the people. You were born for this. The last Emperor is always the worst Emperor.
The last Emperor is always the worst Emperor. True words, my dude. I guess we're gonna go middle. I gotta either go left or right, so we're gonna go left. So I have an eye condition that prevents me from sleeping very long. I get on average about 4 hours of sleep a night. So without caffeine, I have a real struggle making it through the day. And I'm always kind of like not really functioning pretty well due to the lack of energy. It's kind of debilitating, but it is what it is. So without coffee or just a steady stream of caffeine all day, I'd be basically non-functional. Does this not go anywhere? I thought this said it goes. It does not. Okay, so we have to go right, down. Okay, so it's actually worth going middle for another Dark Shrine. Yeah, so basically my eyes don't produce, well, the root cause is my eyes don't produce tears basically anymore. My tear composition is forever. So I deployed a couple times when I was in the military because I just separated last year, and when I was in Afghanistan I was exposed to some stuff. I think that caused it, because afterwards is when I started having the eye condition, but my tears don't produce properly anymore. And what happens is they dry out at night, so that when I wake up, my eyelids stick to my eyes, and when I blink, they rip and tear my corneas when I wake up, and then I become blind in my eyes. So I have to take a special medication twice a day, like a drop. It's trying to fix the tear production, and then I have to put a specific ointment in my eyes at night to prevent my eyelids from ripping my corneas open. So I basically just set an alarm and always wake up after X amount of time, so that way, ooh, we gotta focus, I'm gonna die here. Let me just go in the corner here and hide. So yeah, I basically set an alarm and I only sleep like 4 hours at a time. Otherwise, if I sleep too long, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm just gonna tear my corneas when I wake up, and then just not be able to see for, could be as short as 4 hours. I blinded myself in my left eye for like 6 weeks last year, and then I had vision loss because of it. Yeah, I got like I got disability and all that kind of stuff going. I still work full time, but I have a pretty good coverage for that. The eye drops I have to take, those specifically don't have a generic, so they're like $700 a month just for those prescription eye drops that are trying to fix my tear production. Yeah, who has a generic anymore, right? Gotta make that money. But yeah, it's funny. Not really, but thanks, Mikhail, for the sub. Yeah, so of course I get nothing good from the hidden coffer. That's a new level of PoE prep. Make sure I don't blind myself. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So basically I sleep 4 hours a night. I go into work super early. Fortunately with my job I can kind of set my own hours. As long as I'm getting work done on whatever project I'm assigned to, I'm allowed to come in at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. I could come in at 9 in the morning as long as I bill my 40 hours a week and I'm making progress on whatever my current project I'm on. Everyone's happy. So I usually go into work super early because that's when I have the most energy, and then I get out usually at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and then I'll go home and take a little nap just to kind of recover, and then get my few hours of sleep later that night. But it's been over 3 years since I've slept more than 6 hours in one evening. I can't even remember the last time I actually got a full night's rest. It's been years. Isn't there some kind of surgery for this? I worked with ophthalmologists for a while and I heard of similar issues. Basically, yes. So I haven't. It was explained to me by a corneal specialist that the next best step they could do is remove the layers of cornea off the top of my eye, and then there's something called Procara where they put these membranes in my eyes with stem cells that might regenerate the corneal layer. However, it doesn't fix the issue that I have with my tear production, which is causing the extreme dry eye stuff. And like I said, I spent 6 months burning IT equipment in the desert and being exposed to chemicals and smoke and stuff, like weird purple and green gases and smokes that were like blowing in my face all the time. So I think something that I was exposed to while I was out there on that deployment just forever messed up my eyes. Because it was right after I came back from that it started to progressively get worse. Like it started and then it got progressively worse over time. And I didn't opt to take a procedure last year because I just wanted to separate from the military and be done with everything and go work as a civilian again. I'd done what I wanted to do and got my college degree and everything, so I was ready to go back to being a civilian. Oh, it's definitely not natural. There ain't nothing natural about it, yeah. I mean, and the government recognizes that, right? Like, I'm being assisted for it. It's just, that's why I don't sleep much at night anymore. I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep a full night again. Even if I get the corneal layers perfectly repaired, there's still the issue that my eyes dry out so severely. But I've been very fortunate because I have more control of my life now and my sleeping patterns and stuff, and I've come up with a routine that's, for lack of a better word, it's manageable. So I haven't had an incident like I did last year for a while now. So I've been, you know, like, knock on wood, but I haven't torn my eyes that severely. I had an episode a few months ago, but it was minor. It only lasted for a few hours. I need a wipe to put eye drops on me while I'm sleeping. So, funny enough, you know, I work full time. I make really good money. I'm very fortunate. I make a really good salary compared to most people in the U.S. But I actually, when I separated, went back home to Nevada where my family is, and moved in with my parents. They're both retired. Simply because when I do have issues with this, it's nice to have people around to help me out. Because I've become unable to see. I'm blind. I can't get around. I have to call into work because I can't drive to work. That happened back in March. So having them around just in case anything happens is a sense of comfort to me. And then I cover a lot of the bills, and you know, I make really good money, so I just basically, it's just nice having family around. We can't level this again, otherwise I'm not going to be able to use my Assassin's
An
Mark.
aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
Alright, let's get our lab.
You must navigate your empire through troubled waters. Failure is an illusion. I die for the empire.
Nice, we're going to have Leech now, which is really good. Alright, this is pretty huge DR that we just got here. The real question is, what did we get on the font? Oh, we got it. Transfigured Anon. I don't know if the Tectonic Slam has multiple alternate versions, but we might just have hit the lottery here. Did we hit the lottery? Oh, dude, we got it. We got it. I don't have to run lab for this. Oh, that feels so good. Alright, so all we gotta do now is level it in an off weapon, and swap it out later today and see how it feels. That was a very good lab. Very good lab. Easy money. Now I just need some decent rare gear to drop so I don't have like 3,000 overall armor, and we're actually getting somewhere today. There goes the leak starter ring. Yeah. Alright. Oh, leak starter RNG. So it's funny, I leveled a Cyclone character on SSF a week or so ago and included him in my build video on Friday as a demo. And when I was leveling that character, before I finished the campaign, I got 1 5-link, I got 1 raw divine drop, and I got a belt that had 130 plus life on it and 60 to 70 all res, which would basically have been like a 2 divine plus belt on trade. And I got like a 6 link in white maps. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, it was like the God run. I was just like, and I was joking about it with someone in chat. I was like, well, yeah, I just used all my RNG for 3.26 because I'm going to play SSF and it's just going to be a slew of bad luck. Like, but this is pretty good. So now we can go purchase a weapon, and we actually should start leveling up some other gems anyways, just for whatever. Probably
Greetings.
supports for
Remember, we do this for
we'll just keep
freedom.
buffing General's Cry right now because
Greetings.
that's our big damage dealer until we get like a 6 link or at least a 5 link going with Cyclone. Which of those orbs do I have? I got my first 6 link in campaign, Act 8, while leveling RF today. It was a 2-hander. There goes your luck, yep. What do you think about Cyclone Champion with the buffs? What's up, Lucas? I don't think Cyclone Champion is going to be very good in comparison to Slayer until you get some of those uniques and items to scale the fortification. I think while it might be a little bit tankier, it's not going to be, the damage won't be comparable. And the quality of life, not having coal at 20% life and the AoE and everything else that Slayer gives you. I think you go Champion once you get a lot of gear and you can make the transition and then see how far you can scale that fortification buff. Good night, Madman. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy your evening. Okay. I'm not gonna push my luck. We'll just do this right now and we'll grab, like, I don't know. Probably 3 melee fizzes or something. Because I can use melee fizz towards either. I think I'm using melee fizz on my links, right, for Cyclone? I can't remember. I got my wrong POB pulled up. I got that Winter Orb build pulled up right now on the side. Yeah, we use melee fizz on both. So I'll just do a couple melee fizzes, I guess. Alright, the pieces are coming together. Pieces are coming together. See how good the leech feels now. Let's go do a silo. It's a pretty juicy silo, so let's go do this.
Hey, friend.
Oh, scare!
Oh, I don't think I have any MTX or Tectonic Slam. We're gonna have to look into that. You reckon Cyclone will be strong enough to play all through campaign to endgame, or are the buffs not enough? Cyclone was enough for me to do all of the content in 3.25, and it only got better for 3.26, so yes, I do. Will the 50% leech reduction have an impact on using Blood Rage? When you say 50% leech reduction, are you talking about the mastery? Instead of 10% leech is instant, it's now 5%?
Hurry. I can't do this just yet.
Oh yeah, the leech feels so good. Feels so good. So if we look at my POB real quick, so you see that, let me swap over to Cyclone. So I get 1900 leech right now with Cyclone, right? So let's just unspec the mastery, that's 10% is instant, and we're at like 1300, right? So you could say 1600 is what it's going to be like because it's a 50% reduction. So instead of 1900, it's 1600. That's still fine. Like it's still, that's 300 leech. That's worth picking up as a mastery, I think. Yeah, Slayer is going to be just fine when it comes to leech. I mean, it's not great, but just ran Cyclone Shockwave with Champ. It was solid. Switched to it at Act 3 and it will be better. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not going to be good, Daniel. I'm just saying that people are trying to say that Cyclone Champion is going to be insanely good as a league starter. I don't believe that, though. I don't think Cyclone Champion is going to do more damage than a Slayer as a league starter. I think once you have the Celestial Brace and you have Replica Badge of the Brotherhood, and you can scale your fortification to like 40 plus stacks, then I think, yeah, it's going to be crazy. But I don't see a world in which 18% increased attack speed is more damage than everything Slayer gives you. Not to mention, if you're playing Slayer, you're scaling armor and evasion, so you can't use Unwavering Stance because of Perseverance. So if you can't have stun immunity... But yes, you are right, Daniel, you're going to definitely be tankier, for sure. Like, that is the benefit of playing Champion. I think what people should be telling the community is, like, it is perfectly fine to play Cyclone Champion, and it's going to be tankier than playing Slayer. I think that is an accurate way of selling it to people. But what I've been seeing from content creators is like, it's going to break the game. And I'm like, no. Not on day 2. And your average PoE player isn't buying those bracers or that amulet even in the first 2 weeks of the league. That's just not happening. Most people, it takes them like 3 or 4 days just to get through the campaign and start mapping. If we're talking about the average PoE player, not like the people you watch on stream and stuff. Or maybe yourselves. But like just the regular person that, you know, has a 9-to-5 job and they still got to go out with their wife on the weekend to go do stuff, you know, on a Saturday night and stuff like that. Yeah, they're not going to be doing T17s, you know, on Saturday. Or even that Sunday. Now, something that I was gonna probably do, maybe not tonight, but later, is I want to take my endgame version of my tree and swap it over to champion and add the specific uniques and make some tweaks and kind of see numerically what the damage looks like with the defense. Because I think that would be interesting. Because I think it's definitely worth swapping to Cyclone. I think champion might be the endgame play no matter what, you know? If you can get the pieces of the kit together and solve stun immunity, I think champion could potentially be what you want to do for sure, like for the end game. So I got to kind of POV that out and see. For me, it's going to be a little tough because I'm going to be playing SSF, so it's going to be really hard to get a replica badge of the Brotherhood. I was told yesterday that a very reliable content creator did a bunch of heist data testing, and it's like 1 out of 390 wings to see a replica badge.
That's a plus.
So that's pretty... It's a commitment on SSF. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. It's something I was planning on working on probably today or tomorrow. I'll definitely have a champion version, I think, well before next weekend, because it's going to give me an idea of what I will need to work towards if I want to go champion. It may be that, like, numerically, just the gloves alone, you know, you just keep divining them on SSF till you hit the +10. It may be that just the gloves alone give you that boost that's worthwhile with everything else that champion gives you for tankiness without needing the amulet.
I can't do this just yet.
So 100 good blueprints? Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna run 100 blueprints. That's easy, right? That's no problem. I can do that in a weekend. That is a 3.26 approved POB, Brad. That's good to go. I actually updated it this morning with some notes from when I leveled this character yesterday. So that is the POB that I'm going to use for 3.26, and if people want to follow my build, that's what I recommend they use.
Useless piece of shit.
Yeah, you might get lucky and get the... I was joking around with a friend of mine. He's been watching my streams since I kind of started streaming on and off a few years ago. And he played SSF the last year in Settlers and has like an insane amount of stuff. He has like 5 Mage Bloods and all kinds of crazy stuff. He's just been playing Settlers pretty much non-stop for a year on SSF. And I made a bet with him. I was like, you really think you can get the Uber Exarch gloves and the replica badge within the first weekend? And he was like, yeah. I was like, alright. Thank you, I'll be following. Hey, I appreciate it, Brad. I was like, okay, at least you're confident, you know. Gonna be a lot of heists the first weekend of the league. That leech is so good, and that quality of life with the damage reduction it gives you. It's top notch. Ooh, I got a divine in there. Look at that.
What can I do?
Hi-oh. Let's make some dust.
This helm is kind of appealing because it gives us 60 intelligence and 100 life. The evasion means nothing, but the life and intelligence. I lose cold, lightning, and chaos resistance, but yeah. That would free up 2 points on the tree for me. I mean, I'm mapping right now, Daniel, and my damage is fine. General's Cry does augment the build a lot. I'm using a 4-link now with Cyclone, but if you want, you can look at my VODs from a week or so ago when I was leveling just pure Cyclone in SSF with my build, and I cleared all of T16, did all the four Void Stones. I did this in under a week in a separate private league than the one I'm in right now, and completed the whole Atlas. Got all 4 Void Stones, was farming, you know, Blights and various other things for T16 map strategies. So, the damage is there. It's just how you scale, you know, the build and what you're doing.
Onward and upward, as Danig might say. Let's make some dust.
25 Chaos Resistance. Yay, yay, yay. But no life. These rings I'm getting are kind of crazy, and that they're really not that good.
Onward and upward, as Danig might say.
I will say, Daniel, that the General's Cry as a part of the build makes it pretty top notch. It really helps out, especially if you don't have like a 5 or 6 link yet for your Cyclone. And thanks for the sub. Yeah, I mean, if you're still here real quick, I can show you. I'll swap over to the character. He's in Settlers now because the private league ended, but the proof is in the pudding because you can compare the gear on this guy to my VODs. I didn't change any of his items since he swapped from the private league over to the main one, but yeah, I crafted a 700 biz DPS sword using Harvest. Just life and resistance gear pretty much on all of my other slots. I got a Carnage Heart just like I did on the character I'm leveling right now. Got a Roomies to drop. Very similar tree. Except on this guy I'm just running a 6-link Cyclone. And then I have all of my auras in my weapon instead of doing a bunch of shifting around with the sockets like I'm doing on my current character. But yeah, like I can pull out a T16 map real quick and show you. So this doesn't have General's Cry in it. This is just my pure Cyclone Shockwave build, right? So we're gonna just run a basic T16. You know, this is 6 days of SSF. Basically, with this gear set. No General's Cry.
Gem card is risen. Cha-ching. Orb of scouring. Cha-ching.
Doing Delirium boss right now, basically.
Cha-ching.
There's Delirium boss. Boss is dead. Yeah, there's no General's Cry. This is just pure spin to win. SSF. No trade. No assistance from other players. No, like, cheating the system. Just pure 6 days of grinding it out, crafting the gear.
Oh, snap.
No awakened gems. None of our gems. I think some of our gems are qualitied. I was spending some currency on that. Yeah, this is before the buffs. Once again, this doesn't have any uniques on it. This doesn't have any multi-modded gear. This doesn't have a high-end crafted staff like you see on my regular character from Settlers. Now, what General's Cry is going to bring to the build is a bunch of additional clear, right? Because as I'm spinning right now, my General's Cry is going to be popping off, and those minions are going to be spawning all around us, killing everything. Yeah, this is also with me not having Cyclone of Tumult, because I farmed Blight for 2 days on this character, and I just didn't get it to drop. You know? But imagine General's Cry on this right now, popping off at the same time.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
So that's my SSF character that I did like a week or so ago. And I did this all on stream. All the videos are on my character. You can compare the gear, every single piece. Everything is exactly... My account info is public. You can look them up on the website. I don't even have cluster jewels on this guy. Did this in 6 days. Then I have my actual Settlers character. I took the MTX off of him, so he looks goofy right now. You can see much better gear. I've got, 1,000 Fizz DPS staff. I've got the chest with apply additional curse and crit strike chance and ignore stuns with socket attack skills, and I got a Progenesis. I've got the Abyssus. I've got my cluster jewel set up with Overlord. I've got my tattoos for scaling the block, because once again, this is a block build. So we've got the flame and the flesh, so we have more than skill. So we get lucky block for both attack and spell up to basically 90%. So this is and this isn't even as fully optimized as my POB. Like, I could have scaled this even further. I just did 40 out of 40 basically and completed everything I wanted to in Settlers, and then I just got kind of bored and stopped playing. I could have scaled this character even further, right? And got more and more damage out of it. But I had already cleared T17s, I'd already cleared the Uber Pinnacle bosses, I got my 40 out of 40, So I was just like, I grinded all that out, so I was like, alright, why do I want to keep playing at this point? There's other games out at the time. I think I have one T17, so we could roll this and see. I just killed a T17 boss. I actually demoed this off for the YouTube video on Friday, so I have a frag here from when I killed the Fortress boss. I got so much crap on. This isn't even standard. This is a year's worth of Settlers, just all this crap. Oh god, I just realized I'm gonna have to clean out all of these tabs next week. It's gonna be awful. I've got a currency tab here. I've got a currency tab here. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. I have OCD, so it's actually kind of bugging me right now looking at this, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it basically became. Actually, it's funny because I'm gonna hop to standard real quick just to show you. My settlers stash is actually worse than standard. So if I go on standard right now and I just hop on one of my characters, my standard tab is actually like is like organized. So I've got like, you know, the one currency tab. I've got the second one. I've got a couple of map tabs because I've got thousands of maps. And my frag tab and all that. This is actually more organized than settlers right now. Do you improve your damage through crit? For example, champ will have it harder without the crit ascendancy. Well, you can only get, yeah, so you scale crit and crit multi on my build. And then you scale crit and crit multi, and then you it's primarily like how well crafted your weapon is. So I could have gotten a weapon that was more mirrored. Like this is an 80 to 90 divine staff is how much it cost me to create. It cost me about 80 to 90 divines to craft this thing. But I could have made a mirror tier staff that had like another 2 to 250 physical DPS on it, which would have added like millions and millions more damage to the build, right? So my weapon is not fully endgame. I could have corrupted. It's a very good staff, yeah. So to craft this thing, I basically alted until I hit the T1 hybrid, and then I modded it up to 4 mods, and then I YOLO fractured it, hoping I'd hit the T1 hybrid, which I did, and then I essence spammed it to get, you know, until I got the best increased fizz damage roll I could get, and I went through several hundred contempt essences, and the best I got was this one right here, T2, and then I did the multi-modding stuff so that I could put attack speed on there, you know, like the Harvest Reforge, block it, things like that. I was hoping instead of getting the attribute and crit strike chance one, I was actually hoping to get the deals double damage while focused. That would have been the preferred from the unveil, but I got the attribute one instead with the crit chance, and I just settled with that basically. I really hate doing T17s. If I have enough frags to do a boss, I almost would rather do a boss than do that. I made a mirror bleed cleaver and it cost me like 400 divs, so I got it. Yeah, it's pretty insane. You have about 100 remove only tabs. I got all these Valdo maps unveiled. I was hoping I'd get a Mage Blood one, but I didn't. Rip. Maybe the Veiled Chaos Orbs are a good choice for crafting a mid-staff. I didn't take that into consideration with the changes that we're getting now, with those coming back. That may be like a thing. Yeah, I've been playing a long time too. It's kind of crazy, like... on the revision to my build, I have a 6-link going with Tectonic Slam on the staff and Cyclone in the chest, and we basically are dropping Herald of Purity to free up the mana reservation to have auto exertion on our Generalist Cry. But we get more damage from having the Generalist Cry as a support running around with us than Herald of Purity, so it kind of works out. Yeah, whatever. This should be okay, I guess. I don't know. So this is the thing about Cyclone of Tumult, by the way. And I kind of explained. I put this in the notes of my POB when I updated stuff today. So for anyone that doesn't know that's watching, Cyclone of Tumult, it lessens your movement speed. It doesn't decrease your movement speed. There's a difference between the two. When something is lessened or moored in PoE, it's way more of a multiplier than increase or decrease. So even if you have boots that have like 35% increased speed on them and you have a Quicksilver Flask, you don't negate how bad this debuff is with Cyclone of Tumult. So you have to run the Stampede in order to have decent movement speed. If you don't want to run the Stampede and you want to go faster than I'm going right now, then my suggestion is to play regular Cyclone. You actually have to play Sunder with General Cry. I'm going to be playing Tectonic Slam with General Cry, but you don't have to do it. You can use my pure Cyclone version of the build if you want, which is what this character right here is, the original form of the build from 3.25 without General's Cry. I think General's Cry is going to add several millions more damage to this build by default, like anywhere from 5 to 10 million more DPS. So it's just a pure boon to run it, but you don't have to. Where did I put my map? Did I put it actually back in my tab? Where did my map go? Am I crazy? Did it go into a tab I'm not realizing? Right, where's my portals? Like, where did the portals to it go? I'm not crazy, right? Like, I am kind of in a food coma right now. Okay, there they are. That was bizarre. Okay. So this is basically, going blood stance. So this is basically the build. Fortress is probably the one bearable T17 for me because Cyclone essentially covers the whole like arena, so we can basically just slide through and kill everything.
Practice makes perfect.
Regal Orb. Divination card. Divination card.
And this is the build. You hold down one button and you spin. The only downside is you don't go super fast, right? This is your one constant speed, but I kind of like it to describe it to people like you are the vacuum cleaner of death, basically. You're the vacuum cleaner of death. You just kind of roam around in this, like, you know, essentially is he possessed? I think we what got me there? Something gave it to me there. Lots of useless pieces of shit, yes. I don't know what got me there. It's interesting. Okay. That's a shame we lost our war banner stackers. I didn't even look at the mods on this. Maybe I have vulnerability. Something's making me incredibly weak right now because I should be able to eat those beams. I don't know what it is though. What are the stats on this? Buffs on players expire. I should be able to eat that. Yeah, I'm not sure why he was giving me there. Typically I can eat, I can get like several of those stacks. But, yeah. Yeah, something just killed me again. What was that? Oh, it's, like, I got one tapped. Something, I don't know, that's weird. I don't know what's killing me like that. So anyways, normally I don't, I can survive the boss and get several stacks. I showed it in my video, at least on Friday. But, yeah, basically you're a lawnmower of death, and you just kind of run around and kill everything.
use this piece of shit? Divination card. Not supposed to use this piece of shit.
I obviously have my loot filter turned way low right now because we've been playing on the other characters, so we're seeing a lot of like garbage and stuff.
Divination card.
Reason I like Frostblink on the build, by the way, is like you can Frostblink doesn't stop you from spinning when you move and stuff, so you can kind of just like, you know, Frostblink into a pack. You could just stand in the corner. People still wanting to buy stuff 2 days before end of league. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. I have quite a bit of stuff for sale on this character. Or this count, I should say. But yeah, that's basically the gameplay, right? You just hold down one button. You know, you pop your Blood Rage, and then you hold down one button and you just spin. It's not the fastest build, right? But it is spin to win in its purest form.
Chaos Orb.
Could just stand in the corner, yeah. And with General's Cry, I do believe the it is going to be a lot easier with the buffs to the Cyclone gem, and with General's Cry, it's definitely going to be way easier doing all this stuff.
Battle Orb.
21 monsters left. Just put it on my cast on crit Cyclone. We should, yeah. For how much would you value your current build? So let's go through the numbers. This staff, like I said, was about 80 to 90 divine in resources to craft. Mostly it was essence spamming. And then there was the cost of getting the fracture orbs to hit that hybrid. Because there was no Ezomite staffs on trade that had a T1 Fizz hybrid. So I had to fracture that myself. Fractured orbs were selling for like 6 or 7 divines. So I think I bought like 5 or 6 of those at least. So this was an 80 or 90 divine to craft the staff. The chest I didn't craft, I just bought this on trade. I would have, if I craft this in SSF or I do this myself, I'm going to be doing it on like a royal plate or a much higher armor base. I think the extra 1,000 or 1,500 armor is very needed on this build. But I got this for like 25 divine or something, 20 or 25 divine. The Progenesis was the second most expensive item next to crafting the staff. This was like 40 divine, but it makes you extremely tanky in endgame content. So about 150 divine just for those 3 pieces. And then the rest of it, the Stampede, I think I got for like a divine or something. The Abyssus I got for like 30 chaos or something. The rings might have been a couple divine each. The amulet I think might have been 7 or 8 divine because it was really high attribute stacks on this. Oh yeah, the really other expensive item on here is the Watcher's Eye. It's a double pride. This was like 35 divine. So this was expensive too. The Light of Meaning, I think I got this early on for like 10 divine or 15 divine. And the Storm Shroud was like 5 divine or something. 6 divine, somewhere around there. I think I paid... No, my friend crafted this for me. And I just gave him resources. This was like the equivalent of like 4 or 5 divine for an Overlord Buster. That's pretty much the expenses of the build. Oh, Forbidden Flame and Flesh. I don't remember how much these were, actually. But they were expensive. Yeah, this was also another Divine Sync. So if we settle for a lower weapon, we kind of cut the price of the build by a lot. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're going to put any money into this build, any money into this build, you do it with your weapon. 100%. You don't compromise on weapon. Weapon is the most important thing on a melee build. You put all your money into your weapon. Don't get a light of meaning. Don't get the double Watcher's Eye. You put all your money into the weapon. After that, you want the mandatory, right? You need to have Stampede. Yeah. So you need to have Stampede. That's like cheap though. So your weapon is the most important thing. I'd say after that, Storm Shroud is definitely worth picking up. It's relatively cheap, you know, like 5 to 10 divine. That's a cheap unique. This gives you your elemental ailment immunity, which is huge. I can't underestimate how good it feels to be on a build and not have to deal with that. So those are kind of the things you really want. I would say after that, you get a Progenesis, because this gives you your biggest damage reduction after elemental ailment immunity. So I'd go Staff, get the Stampede so you can use Cyclone of Tumult, and then actually before Progenesis you do want to craft a decent chest, because the reason why is this chest solves your tree for you. Otherwise you got to be spec'd into Unwavering Stance. You don't have the ability to use a cast on hit ring like I have, and you have to spec into the tree for mana reduction. So I would probably go Staff. Well, first you get the boots to use Cyclone of Tumult, then you craft your Staff, and then you want to craft a chest so that way you can kind of get points back from the passive tree. That's kind of how, if I'm going to sink money into this build, that's how I would approach it. Those are the most important items. Your Staff, your boots, your chest. After that, if you're going to sink money into the build, you get the Storm Shroud for 5 or 10 divine. Get your elemental ailment immunity with 2 50% shock jewels. That would be the next time, like, sink, and that's going to be way cheaper than making the Staff, getting the chest, etc. So you might even want to do that. Like, honestly, you might want to get the boots so that you can use Cyclone of Tumult and then immediately go for Storm Shroud just to get rid of elemental ailment immunity. It'll just make mapping in T16s feel so comfy, and at the same time you can be on the side working on your Staff as a project, you know what I mean? And then after you solve the Staff, then you can get a better chest with, you know, do the Conqueror crafting stuff I have, get points back from your trees, can reallocate them to other stuff. That's kind of like how I would approach putting money into this build. After that, everything is just kind of like pumping it as far as you want. The Progenesis provides a lot of DR. I mean, I go over it in my video, Sebastian. I kind of walked through the gear and how I would do stuff. But yeah, I could put like a note. I could update the notes in the POV. Like, here's my recommended investment cost for the build. But if you want to be able to do more and more damage, you're looking at things like Light of Meaning. This adds a couple million DPS to the build. You're looking at stuff like a double Pride Watcher's Eye. This adds a lot of damage to the build. But these things are expensive, you know? Progenesis just makes it so that if you're doing really hard T17s, it helps you survive those big hits. That's like basically what it's there for. That's why I have used when you take a savage hit on this. All Progenesis is basically like a forgiveness check for you being lazy and not playing the game. That's the best way to look at it. Like, if you want to make it even more comfortable doing the late game stuff, get a Progenesis, because it's like you get a pass for not paying attention to what's going on. But definitely, this is not like one of the first things you go for. This is like, I think this was like one of the last items I got on the build. It did make doing T17s feel a lot nicer. So, do with that as you will. So we could take a look at that real quick. I can kind of show you like what my thought process is for what I'm going to do with the Atlas. Let me pull up the website here. I can put that on stream for you guys and I can walk you through. This is from an SSF perspective, but I can show you like what I'm planning to do, essentially. Just adjusting the ratio here so it's not weird looking, hopefully, for you guys. And fit to screen. That's a little weird looking, but okay. So here's your Atlas tree, right? This is... Oh, thanks, Vitor. I appreciate it. So when you're playing SSF, the most important thing to me is map generation early on, right? So you want to make sure that you can generate and sustain maps. So there's different theories about this. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I like to get scarabs as drops. So right off the bat, I don't do unwavering vision. I like getting scarabs. I think they're fun. I like to randomly socket them in just to spice things up. I'm not saying this is the most efficient strategy. I'm just saying this is what I do on SSF. I did it a week ago on my Cyclone guy, and I got through all of map progression, all void stones. I didn't have any issues not being able to keep map sustain. I'm doing it right now on my second character on this other test. So I'll show you what I do. Take it for however you'd like. Just gonna turn D&D on real quick. So I generally path up this way with my first couple points, and then I go like this and this, because we're aiming to get the 2 shaping wheels off to the side here. All right, each one of these nodes is super important when you're doing your Atlas, because this makes it so that there's a % increased chance for monsters in your map to drop an additional connected map on your Atlas. So the more of these you have, the higher chance that the monsters in your map are going to drop a map that connects to the map you're running on your Atlas. So you pick up a lot of these points, and then you grab the shaping wheels. After this, I then come up here and I grab the chance for Kirak missions on completion. This is really good because as you just do maps, you're going to get Kirak missions, and you can use those to fill in the gaps for what you're missing. And then I get the big one here for the 6% chance for Kirak mission completion. After that, I grab this shaping, which gives us another 10% chance to become 1 tier higher. Then what I do is I pick up these additional points here for more map drop chance, essentially from monsters. Once I have this set up, I then grab June right here. These 3 points in June are enough to get it to spawn constantly that you'll get all of your unveils. You don't need any of these other June clusters, right? This just increased the rate that you can get to Katarina. And this might change in 3.26 because now Katarina is going to drop fragments to spawn her, right? Things like up here, completing your maps grants 10 intelligence for a random immortal syndicate. Basically, you would take this cluster up here so that you could speed how quickly you generated safe houses, and you could eventually generate a Katarina run. But this might be different because we're not going to be doing that in 3.26. But to just get June unveils, up until now, all you needed was these 3 points, and they're going to spawn constantly, and you'll be able to get your unveils. Once I have this, I then come here. I like to run Harvest and Expedition on my first tree because they're really good for crafting. Rog is really good for crafting gear, and Harvest is king at crafting gear. So I take these points right here so that I can get Expedition to spawn on my maps. I then take these points right here so that I can get Harvest to spawn on my maps. At this point, I then come up here and I grab these nodes for Expedition. These nodes are really good because it gives me more chance for Expedition to spawn, and then it makes my it makes more remnants appear, and it also gives me better quantity of vendor refresh, and these last 2 increase the explosion range, so you get bigger range. I don't like taking Extreme Archaeology because Expedition can be very rippy, especially early on when you're still fixing your character. Like my character doesn't have Chaos Resistance right now. My character still has bases from the campaign, so I have really low defenses. So Extreme Archaeology is dangerous because if you just blow the whole thing up and you giga juice your mobs because they get all of those modifiers at once, if you don't have a decent enough build, they're just going to instantly delete you. And then that map is like bricked. So this is good later on when your character has capture resistances and it has really high armor or evasion or whatever, and you have like really all your stuff set up. But I don't recommend doing this right off the bat unless you're playing like some dumb meta build that's just super OP. Then it doesn't matter. But for most builds, I don't recommend this. Once I grab that, I then path up here and I grab more Expedition. I specifically grab Rog, and I grab Danning, and I grab Tujin. Danning's really good because you can take his currency and funnel it towards Tujin or Rog. I don't go for Gwenin. She's just more like for fun. Tujin gives you lots of currency on SSF, and Rog gives you the ability to craft gear. So this is what I do up here. Once I get that, I then come here and I pick up increased quantity of life force from monsters that I kill and harvest. Okay, we wanna get bigger juice when we do our harvest, essentially. Then I come here and I get more quantity of life force from harvest. I come here and I get more chance for duplicated monsters and XP from harvest. Once I have all of that, I then path up this way. This would actually be the most efficient in terms of points. And then we come all the way around here and we get even more chance for Expedition to spawn. Now, well before you have this point investment, you're actually able to start a second Atlas tree. But as I continue to complete maps, this is how I continue. I call this my Harvest Expedition June tree, right? This is if I need to farm up juice for harvest crafting, if I need to farm up currency to deal with the expedition vendors, I always keep this Atlas static like this. Then we come up here and we grab this harvest, and then we grab these right here for extra item and quantity and rarity. We go ahead and we complete the rest of this wheel right here, so we get the increased quantity of items that drop. At this point, you've already got your 2 void stones, so you can now drop this shaping right here. And at this point, you can really do whatever you want with the rest of the points on this tree. Typically what I'll do is I'll run some kind of influence. So you can come over here like this and go for Searing Exarch. Searing Exarch is going to give you more bubblegum currency. So you can do something like this and run that influence. Or you can come here and you can go for Eater of Worlds. Like this. Whichever influence you want to run, I typically run one or the other. I'll probably do Exarch earlier on just to get better currency drops. Later on, Eater's really good for items and other things. And that's typically what I do with my starter SSF tree. After that, whatever you get like 2 more trees. I typically do a boss rush tree. And the boss rush tree is simply going up here to play destructive play and then just getting a bunch of chances to drop maps from the monsters and stuff. So let me see if I can pull up my notes on that one. Trying to find the one that I did for destructive play. This looks more accurate. So essentially, for destructive play, when you spec your second Atlas tree, you're essentially trying to get as much map tier as you can, because you're also going to get lucky with dropping T17s. So you grab these nodes here, you're going to grab the Scarab nodes, and you kind of path up here, grab all the Scarab nodes, grab all these explicit modifiers. But as you're working your way around and grabbing all of this stuff, you're coming up here and you're grabbing these to get the chance for the maps to drop whenever you kill a map boss. Like this. You want all the scarab stuff. Scarabs are really good. Then we play destructive play, and I'll explain what this is in a second. And then you obviously want all of this in here for the quantity. This is really good. Scarab. Scarab. And then, yep, shrines. That's the other thing. So the idea behind this tree, basically, is you are farming scarabs with all the scarab nodes, but also you're rushing the boss at the end of the map. You want to kill as many monsters as you can, though, so you want a full clear. And then when you get to the boss, depending on how well you cleared the map, multiple map bosses will spawn, and they each have a chance to drop boss maps, like Elder maps, Shaper maps, Conqueror's maps, Cortex maps, like that kind of stuff. So what you do is you run Silo, the Silo map, and the reason you run Silo is it's a straight hallway that you just keep running down, right? Like alleyways. It's a nice map tile set, and you kill all the monsters till you get to the boss room. When you get to the boss room, all the extra bosses will immediately spawn. You kill them. You take all the maps and stuff they drop, and then you leave without killing the actual map boss. And then you run another Silo. And because you do that, Maven doesn't witness Silo, which means you can run Silo over and over and over, and still, because once Maven witnesses a map, you have to run a different map to get those bosses to spawn. And then once you have like the 10 Maven witnesses, you go fight the boss arena or whatever, right? But Silo is weird. You can kill all the additional bosses and then leave while the main boss or Silo does its intermission, and you just stick another Silo map in your map device and go back in and do it on rinse and repeat. So you favor your Atlas to drop a bunch of Silo maps, and then you just run Silo it over and over, and you generate a ton of Shaper Elder maps, Conqueror maps, and then you run these to get your frags so you can get your Void Stones to complete your Atlas. So this is typically the second Atlas tree that I would run, is a map boss rushing tree on SSF, so that you can get what you need for your Void Stones. And then you can spec into things like the explicit modifiers here, the explicit modifiers here, and yeah, Silo is like a cheat map for that. And then because you're specking into all this additional map drop chance, you essentially take the 50% wheels here, because the assumption is you don't have your 4 Void Stones, right? So you have your 2 Void Stones that give you 50% chance for the map to be the next tier. You take these 2 wheels to have 100%. But if you take like additional map chance, like if you come down here and grab this stuff here, the more additional map chance you have, the better T17s can drop. So you can farm this tree to get your boss maps, to get frags and stuff, but you can also get good T17 drops from this. And this is typically what my second Atlas tree will be. And then my third Atlas tree, I change a lot. That's either going to be something for farming Blight and maybe Essences, or something for farming Ritual, or something for farming Breach. It just depends on what I'm trying to do. I would edit my third tree a lot based on whatever league content I want to do. But typically my first tree and my second tree stay the same in SSF. One is for Harvest Expedition crafting. The second one is for boss rushing and things like that, so I can generate stuff to do bosses. Those are typically like the 2 trees I use at the beginning of SSF. So I use these 2 trees. Can I make a video out of those explanations? I could, yeah. And this is good for trade too, because if you're trying to make money in trade, you can sell the life force from Harvest through the currency exchange and make decent chaos and stuff. And then you can use ROG crafting and Expedition to make gear the first week of the league. That's just like life and resistance gear that people really want. Let me see if I have stuff on Expedition to show you that on Settlers. I don't know if I do. Yeah, I got some stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that take all this with a grain of salt because when we get the Atlas tree next week, it could be completely different. Um, yeah, it could be. Shodan's right, and also like they do make pretty big changes um, to the Atlas tree whenever there's an expansion. But like, but rod crafting's still going to be a thing in the game. So however you do expedition, but typically with rod crafting, what you're trying to do,
A bit more
at least the first week of the league, is you're looking for like jewels, and you're looking for jewels, rings, and amulets sell really well. Belts and boots also sell really well, right? The items where people are going to stack their life and resistances and movement speed. Every build, and I mean every build, the first week of the league is looking for life or energy shield and resistances and movement speed on boots. So those items, belts, rings, an amulet, boots, pretty universally across all builds, people want those stats. It's only after the first couple days or week that they might start putting in a unique amulet from like, you know, like ashes, or they might start putting in other stuff that's build defining. But like when a character is just hitting maps, you know, the first few days, they just need to be able to survive the maps. And so that's what, so you can make a lot of money doing this. So you essentially look for an item like this ring that has T1 strength and T1 dex, you know? So you say, okay, I'm going to pick this item.
lucky day.
We're not going to remove the suffixes because those are extremely good, so we're going to skip.
Allow me to take my ruined hammer to
Okay,
this thing's
he wants to
tail.
re-roll the suffixes 6 times, keeping the balanced outcome. So now this item's essentially bricked, because if we do this,
I've a feeling that if I
you're going
hammer on
to see,
this thing's
okay, he
front
replaced it
end,
with cold and lightning. This actually wasn't such a bad outcome, because it's still T1 strength and T1 cold and T1 lightning. That's actually pretty crazy. So you can say, okay, let's re-roll the prefixes.
carefully applied rune
Okay, that was garbage.
nullification
We'll remove the
within
single
one I
modifier.
recently received a
We'll add a
full
prefix.
carefully applied rune of
Okay, this is not really great.
nullification. A few small runes in the right places could do. I recently received a full shipment.
Okay, so this
of
ring didn't really
rune
turn out as good as I
nullification.
thought it would. It has energy shield on it, so this actually could be pretty good for an ES build. Because actually this is considerably good for an ES build, because ES builds like casters are going to want evasion, because they're probably scaling grace. And they're going to want cold and lightning resistance, because it's a ring. Strength is probably going to help them out with attribute requirements. So if we actually looked this up right now, I'm just curious. Yeah, so 10 Divine is what I'm seeing right now for this ring, with 126 total LE resist because of such the high LE resist result. With such a high LE resist reroll on it and 54 strength, I'm seeing 10 Divine is the cheapest thing on trade right now. Now granted, trade is very dead, so maybe this is like 3 Divine or something. But yeah, that's a pretty, I mean, it's all T1 for the most part. It's all T1. It's T1 strength, T1 cold, T1 lightning, T1 energy shield on a 2-stone ring with fire and lightning. And it even has mana, so this would work on a mana stacker. This is actually an insane ring that we just crafted with Rog. I don't think I could demo this any better. So there you go. You just made a shit ton of money. Day 1 or 2 of Path of Exile. That's actually like an insane ring. That's an insanely good ring. Holy shit. I don't think anything like this exists. If I look it up with just the resistances and the mana, not even the strength, it's 3 Divine. If I throw the strength in there, it doesn't exist on trade. There's not a single item like it. Yeah. Let's look at other items here. Okay, this is garbage. Okay, the belt. Look at, you could be like, okay, let's take this belt here.
Quite messy.
Alright, the life roll and the lightning roll are pretty low, so we get rid of those. We add a
full shepherd
prefix.
put a drop of black chimera
Energy
blood
shield.
on a piece
It's not
of
great,
equipment.
because the implicit is a leather belt.
I recently received a full
Okay, we got
shipment of
T1
rare
strength,
golden
or T1 cold
chimera
resistance,
blood.
and we got
Shall we
T2
go for
strength and
gold?
T2 energy
I've a
shield.
feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock some of its enchantments about a bit. I've an entire vial of black chimeral blood in stock today. Could turn out a few small runes in the right
What is
places
this
could do
belt?
wonders here.
So we just...
A few small runes in the right places could do wonders here.
So we just basically rolled T1 cold, T1 lightning, T1 strength, T1 energy shield. It has armor on it. Thanks, Shodan. So this belt could be worth something. We'll take it.
You'll put it to earnest use, I hope.
So just with the strength and the LE resistance on this belt, it's 1 divine. If you factor in the energy shield, it's 3 divine. Yeah. So there's another item that you just made a lot of money on. That's how simple it is. You sell these items on trade the first day or two. Because this is all players want, is life and resistances.
You want the premium deals, I see. A small etched room could have a... There
Oh,
you
yeah,
go.
we need a exceptional. See if Danny can help us out here. Nope, we don't have any stuff here. But yeah, that's raw crafting basically. We made 2 ridiculous items in 5 minutes.
Been an honor.
So if you want a way to make money, it's not always going to work out as perfectly as 2 items in a row like that, but that's actually pretty crazy. The flash recovery is pretty terrible on this. If this was like a crystal belt, this would be insane. But yeah. This ring though is something else. Lightning, cold, and strength all T1. Energy shield and mana T1. I have D&D up. I think a reason people might also be buying stuff right now on trade is they might be like trying to test things out on characters. But typically you see that more on standard than you do. Yeah. That's crazy ring. Okay. Back to our character that we're currently working on.
You got some goods in from Ribbon.
Local!
What was I doing again?
What can I do for you?
It's always best to outnumber the enemy.
Fair weather.
The enemy is an animal.
We know.
Hey, let's get some smelters
It's a
on the Verisium real
cornucopia
quick.
of talent. I've got plenty more. Eager to sign
Let me know if I
up.
need a 3rd farmer. That's all 6. Oh, we do. Good.
Sonya will make good use of them.
I typically like to keep my farms as heavy as possible, so we can keep sending ships out
Yes? Who would you
for
like
just
to
raw
hire?
currency.
Here's the next set.
Get some decent stuff.
I've got plenty more eager to sign up.
Need also smelters, so I'm just gonna grab whatever I can find real quick.
Couldn't have chosen
Oh, we got
better myself.
2 of them perfectly.
Oh,
I want to get some of that Verisium
okay.
going.
Yes, that'll work. Done.
Alright, that's looking better. We need a lot of farmers, actually.
Sonya will make good use of them. Ah, it's a cornucopia of talent. Let me just grab the next few applications.
Okay. Should be fine for now. We'll send out one more ship and then we'll go back to doing some maps. But yeah, that's basically how I approach the Atlas. Like you can see right now I'm doing exactly like I showed you with my first Atlas. We picked up, you know, some expedition chance, some harvest chance, some more expedition quality of life. Now we're working towards target farming the specific expedition vendors I want. Then I'm going to go ahead and probably pick up, you know, the life force here, the life force here for harvest, and then come up here to grab the rest of it. But I've already got my second Atlas tree, so I can start speccing this, like I was saying, as a bosser.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
It'll probably come this way. Grab the stuff for our 2 void stones. And then I'm going to spend most of my points just pathing up here because I want to get the maps. And in particular, what we really want is this right here, more than anything at the beginning, because this is what we need for our void stones. We need these specific maps to drop with destructive play. And then I think it's probably worth, before we go into the other boss maps, also picking up some shrine. Just makes doing the mapping to the boss more fun and easy. And also come this way. Grab this right here. Now we've got like the beginning of our boss farm tree going. Just call this boss farm. This will be XB, RB, RB, Uni. Okay, let's see if we got any Kirak missions for some stuff we can do. We could YOLO do this blighted map and see if we get a level 10 though. See if we get a stampede to drop. That would be something, right?
You'll be worth.
This will be rough because our specking our towers is going to be expensive. We're not specking to Blight right now, so this could actually be too much for us to handle right now, but we'll give it a shot. Why not? Wouldn't that be crazy if like the Stampede boots just dropped right now? That'd actually be kind of nuts. I'm beginning to believe. Alright, so we got lightning, so we can do chill, fire. That. And then we're just going to start it and then pray. These towers are going to be expensive because we're not spec'd into what we need.
It's branching exile.
Just here. That maybe. We actually don't have any fire nodes on this one, so that's actually pretty good. Oh, I did 2 ice. That's unfortunate. We need a fire.
New roots.
Yeah, I don't think the Blight stuff leaves corpses behind, so you gotta actually put down your Desecrate, I think, on this. Get to do what it needs to do.
The blight is trying to spread.
Alright, so it's coming the other way now. Good to know.
The blight is trying to spread.
we'll do fire tower here. Ice tower here.
Put out new mycelium.
How well is this holding
new
up?
roots.
Pretty well, actually. Okay. Got some spicier mobs starting to spawn. Okay, and then right here we can do more fire,
Let's see what this tower can really do.
ice.
Not let them reach the purification pump. Exile! Blight is trying to spread.
Yeah, it's rough when you don't have the stuff to build your towers up effectively.
Do not let them reach the purification pump. It's branching, exile. Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots.
Road too close to the sun. I don't think we're gonna be able to stop this boss.
The blight is trying to spread. Those fiends are getting too close to my pump. It's branching, exile.
I do love the stink of victory.
Actually, it's not 3.26. What's not 3.26? Jungle Valley. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do some Jungle Valley. So for Blight, you just fire and ice. Yeah, so typically that wasn't great because when you go to farm Blight maps, you want to have like investment in your Atlas tree so that the towers cost less. I believe it's right here. So Blight monsters in your map take 10% increased damage. Pumps have more durability. Where's the one for cost of tower? It's Blight chance. Might be north of here. Yeah. Blight monsters in your map take 70% less damage from players than minions. Blight towers and minions in your map deal 300% more damage. Actually, I'm thinking of the oils. So when you run your Blight maps, you want to run amber oils on them. That reduces the cost of the towers. And then typically you use fire or ice to freeze them in place. And you use fire to kill them. And you get 2 enchants on your rings when you have enough oils. One is the fire meteor towers leave burning damage on the ground, which is a different type of damage than the fire, so it actually hurts the fire monsters. And then you get, on the other one, your chilling towers freeze enemies in place. So you get those 2 enchants on your rings, then you just spawn ice and fire towers, and you buff them with the green and power towers, and then you just basically strategically place them around so that you control the flow of mobs so that they can't get anywhere near the pump. But when you run a random one like that, and you don't have the investment to be able to reduce the cost of the towers and stuff, you don't have the ring enchants, it can be really rough. Because Blight farming, and you can watch my VODs from a week or so ago when I was doing this on the other Cyclone guy, it's all about setting your towers up, and then you just kind of let them do all the work for you. Because especially when you start doing Blight Ravage maps, unless you're playing a build like Spark or something, unless you're playing a build like Spark and you have just AoE screen wide clear, you're not doing enough radius damage to be able to kill everything that's coming to the pump. So you basically set your towers up to do all the work for you, and then you just kind of sit back and reap the rewards.
is this piece of shit?
Yeah, those some of these monsters, they can basically do a DD effect on the ground, and if you stand in it, you can get gibbed. So I might be able to show you on this Cassia here because this won't have as many lanes and stuff we gotta worry about. Okay, so alright, this is kind of scary. So we've got a fire and a strength guy, so we're going to use ice to slow this down. We're actually going to use lightning over here because it's a fire tower. And then over here we've just got like a whatever tower, so we can use ice and then fire over here. And then it starts up, and then basically we pray that we can get enough juice before this gets out of hand.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching! 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 Gem Cutter's Prism! Splinter!
Spicy. Want the yellow juice so we can craft our staff. Is that really all there was? Yeah. Oh, there's a blue purple over here. So yellow's good for crafting our staff, and purple's good because you roll life mods with purple juice. So I like to get the purple for life too, if I need to craft life gear. Purple's pretty decent.
Lieutenant.
Good old burial chambers.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. It's here now. Cha-ching.
Forgot that we got that tectonic slam of Cataclysm from the one lab. It'll be huge once it levels up. Test that out.
Orb of scouring. This way, Exile. Don't let me Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Thanks, Wolf from the UK. Appreciate the follow. I lived in the UK for 4 years. Very good time.
Cha-ching.
Had a lot of fun in the UK.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Hey, appreciate it, Wolf. Hopefully, hopefully you have a good time with the guide. Yeah, I lived in Bury St. Edmunds for 4 years.
Cha-ching.
Right over the corn exchange. I really miss the English pubs. It's a good time. Scottish eggs and fish and chips and mushy peas. You guys have really good ciders in the summer too. Always used to get a nice cold cider after work on a summer afternoon, right outside the pub. Right, how terrible is she gonna be? She can be quite bad. Ah, not that bad.
I can't do this just yet.
Prismite staff, yes please. Your cider over there is non-alcoholic, right? You call ours hard cider or something? Yeah, I mean, we have alcoholic cider over here, but it's not like as good as what you guys have. And yeah, we call it like a hard cider. Alright, map refresh from Kirak. Let's go. Chateau. Go Chateau. Sure. Why not? Oh, we got Catawba bros. Be kind of annoying. I don't have a command actually built out for my Discord. I should do that, but I can put a link to my Discord real quick in chat for everyone. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. There you guys go. That's my Discord. Alright, back to the map. Oh, that was weird. I kind of like rubber banding right there when I jumped back in. Always a good time.
Such big gifts were chosen so carefully.
Thanks, Sweeney's and Mr. Wolf. Oh, with the Prime. Wow, thanks, man. That is huge. Appreciate it. It's crazy nice of you. Couple Primes today. It's crazy stuff. Alright. This big boy. He looks like he's angry. Already bought my Cyclone and or MTX. I'm committed. I mean, it's like that, right? You know? Like, it's kind of hard. The Cyclone does look really good, and there's a lot of different MTX. Which ones which MTX did you go for the Cyclone?
Got another one for you.
This could get kind of crazy, so we're just gonna send it. We may die here. Oh, we're not gonna do the life regen one. Yeah, let's see how that goes. We got most of the chests. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're stunned. Wonder how they got us there. I got Celestial Cyclone, then Leap Slant Trifigs you to a monkey. Can't remember the orders. I think that was like they can freeze, and even with my flask up, it somehow kept me frozen.
What's here now? Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Death was such a gift. Slow. But you are making not possible.
When did you actually feel comfortable switching to Cyclone? So I did my leveling session yesterday, and I determined that swapping to Cyclone in Act 3 when you get the quest reward gem, and then going General's Cry on a 3-link with it actually felt pretty cool, good and cool. And then General's Cry with Auto Exert, running that like on a 3-link, just gives you like a bunch of additional clear as you're running around. That just feels really nice.
Somehow, trusting this Riker Maloney.
Riker Maloney.
Blessings. Exile?
Yeah, so right now I'm doing General Cry with Sunder, and I have a Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm that I'm leveling up, that I got lucky on my Uber lab that I transfigured, and we're going to try this out once it gets high enough. But yeah, General's Cry with Sunder until you get this, I think. Right now that's what I have in my POB. I'm going to do some testing with it and see how it feels. I might try out some other gems. And if I determine that there's something else that's better to run with General's Cry later on after Sunder, I will update the POB accordingly. But in the, if you do a POB command, or I'll just do it right here. That's my updated POV from this morning that has the leveling trees, when to swap to Cyclone, as well as the links that you should use with General's Cry as a second setup.
The exile approaches. Burn the evidence.
Never back down from a fight.
Up in smoke. Like
Or without reaching.
Oh, I got a Baron. That's dope. That's garbage, and you're garbage. Garbage. You're a Chromie, probably.
I've seen you.
You should
He'll
probably
never.
pick that up.
Sprinkles.
Salah. Blessings. Blessings.
Okay. Let's see if we can finish this expedition without getting gibbed. Okay.
Take a socket. Cha-ching.
Couple red maps generated. That's very nice. Still need Atlas completion though. What do we have? Ooh. We got some goodies here. We got some goodies. We got a Poor Joy's Asylum. Gonna run that.
piece of shit.
Can you please tell me what the MTX for the blue crystals is? Oh, this stuff that's above me. It is the rune character effect that's doing the little charms around me, little rune charms. Those lightning bros don't mess around.
Cha-ching.
Thanks Pip for the follow. Dude. Just doing some mapping.
Orb of scouring. That's a fast.
Even though this is a tier 5 and we're not going to get too much XP from it, I do like to full clear these because typically unique maps will have better gold drop and better item drop. Crystals on the ground. Oh, that's so that's my guys doing Sunder. So that is the where is it? Glimmerwood Sunder effect. That's what that is. Talking about that crystal stuff right there, right? Yeah, that's the Glimmerwood Sunder effect. Actually, when my little minions are killing the enemies, helping me out. It didn't traditionally, but I've rolled in a General's Cry setup, which they're kind of like pseudo minions, but yeah. Yeah, so what happens, Wolf, is sometime this week, this coming week, GGG is going to release a bunch of info on the gems and stuff, and then typically the dev people behind POB will then start working on updating it with all the numerical information. And it's not usually until a couple days or a week after the league launch that POB will actually be updated for 3.26. You can opt in to beta test builds for the devs, because they'll push updates to your client with like test versions of POB that you can opt into, but they can be buggy. But also you'll get like the latest stuff if you do that. Relentless Fury. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay, got some caffeine. Can you explain why Sunder, not Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm? Yeah, one sec. Sorry, family. Yeah. Well, yeah. You know, fluids. I do have water with me too, both water and some caffeine. So if you look at my POB, we use Sunder while we're leveling, but we do swap to tectonic Slam of Cataclysm, and actually in my weapon swap, I am leveling up a Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm right now. So I do intend to swap to this once it gets a little closer to where Sunder is, and see how it goes. Good call on swapping to Cyclone, and the General Kai feels a million times better to level. Yeah, it's by far way better than doing Sunder. Sunder is like fine, but way better quality of life. Okay. Go ahead and do this carcass map real quick. Should be pretty close to completing all of our white maps. Almost. How do I deal with the early mana sustain with Cyclone? So you're going to notice my Cyclone has 2 mana costs right now, and we could lower that further by taking this note here. But essentially early on, you go for Spirit of War, and you take reduced mana cost of skills. You take this cluster right here, and then when you come pathing up this way for Resolute Technique while you're leveling and stuff, you're going to grab Cannibalistic Rite and increase mana reservation efficiency. And those things make Cyclone cheap enough that it shouldn't be a problem for you to use it. And you should have enough mana unreserved that your auto exertion and stuff is oh well, it reserves mana, so it's just going to run in the background. But yeah, you really just need this and this in order to sustain well with Cyclone. Thanks, Ibafin, with the follow. I'm having conflicted results on PoEDB and PoE Wiki. Does anyone know if the +3 to 5 max Fort Delve helmet mod still exists? I don't, Jamie. However, I could have sworn I saw something in the reveal where the mercenaries can have a new mod on their helmets that's +10 to Fort or something like that, which will probably be a chase item for champion stacking. So I went with a 5-link Tectonic right now over Cyclone, simply because I'm playing SSF and I don't have a lot of resources. And when I was making the staff, it rolled 6 sockets, and I had enough fusings, and I just said I'd YOLO it and hopefully get a 5-link, and I did. And the base of this is Strength Intellect. I didn't have a lot of chromies, so it's harder to roll the greens I need on this to do my Cyclone, so I just threw my Tectonic on here. But when I run them in my PoB, Cyclone does more damage overall, at least Cyclone of Tumult, than General's Cry. So I would probably say prioritize your Cyclone, but I think as long as you're keeping them both at the same rate, like I would try to make both of them 5 links at the very least. Like I'd like to 5-link my Cyclone today, and that should be more than enough to do Atlas stuff. And then honestly, I'll probably 6-link my Cyclone over Tectonic Slam, simply because most of my damage is going to be coming from Cyclone when I'm mapping, so it's just going to make it feel buttery smooth, you know? And I didn't need General's Cry to be able to do damage anyways on this build. It just adds so much extra damage, which is really nice. So sure King's March will be very helpful with early better gear. Yeah, I've been trying to build up my King's March. I can't remember I sent another ship off, actually. May have forgot to. Yeah. Actually, I was waiting on Verisium to smelt so that I could upgrade stuff. How much unreserved mana do you need to run both the auto exertion and mark on hit? Mark on hit requires 56 mana unreserved. I have 57 mana unreserved right now. It's by far my most expensive thing, so you want to make sure you have enough mana for this to proc. Your auto exertion reserves like 19% of your mana, etc. Ideally, when I get enough life, we'll run precision on arrogance, and then we can fit flesh and stone back as an aura, because right now I'm not running it. They're using Sunder right now, Projector, but we're going to swap to Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm soon. If you have too much reserve mana, are you running precision right now? Are you running an aura that increases its mana reservation as you level it? Because most auras are static reservation, but something like precision increases mana reservation as you level it. It's like vitality or clarity. If you've leveled it too high, you might have to buy a new one and just start leveling it over again to make sure. Because like right now I paused Hide, Stone, and Flesh. Okay. Then I would look at your tree. Do you have increased mana reservation efficiency of skills? Yeah, well, I want to hit 2 greens, Jamie, because I want to use Impale. Impale is a big source of our damage. So I tried hitting 2 greens initially, but it just wasn't going to happen on the staff. So I settled with putting Tectonic in there. I really don't want to run Cyclone without Impale. Yeah, once you get that mana reservation burner, you should be able to run all 3 of your auras. I would probably just drop Stone right now. Pride is better, and then as soon as you can get the mana reservation mastery, then you should be able to run them.
Well, look who it is.
Okay, cool, we can upgrade our town.
The boldest and the brightest would be fools to work anywhere else.
It's my speed. Let's go ahead and send a ship off.
Back to work.
That'll do. I love this job. Off they go.
So I also run Blood and Sand though, so I can turn one of those off. Yeah, I would just toggle. If you toggle one of the 2 off, you should be able to still run Pride. Just cut to maps and blast in a bunch of Iced or Biced before I jump in. Feels real good in here.
Later.
Yeah, I really want to get Tectonic working today and get a 5-link going and just kind of start to feel out what the build is going to be like in red maps. It should be pretty smooth. Yeah, I got you, Crix. Should be pretty smooth doing some, because we're starting to gen up some red maps now.
Long day.
But we still got some Kirac stuff we can buy. Let's do this Cursed Crypt. I really like to go for all map completion. I know some people just do efficient strategies to break into red maps as quickly as possible, but I really like getting all my points so I can set my Atlas up really, in depth the way I like. And I'm also just not that fast of a player. I play at my speed. I mean, I'm probably faster than other players, but I play at my speed, basically. It says vulnerability, so this could be a little rough. Is there a way to copy your hideout? I have a Google Drive link for my hideout actually that I can share. Because someone was asking about that in my comments. So that is my Google Drive link that will give you my hideout file for this hideout.
Hello.
Vulnerability is kind of scary right now because we don't have a lot of physical damage reduction, so we do have a lot of attack block, but not much when we take a hit, so.
That's a blast. It's fucking awful.
It's actually going to be super nice when you have to like go into your full UI screens, and they have the pause effect, because when you take that ore and it has the tornadoes that can spawn on you and just like kill you while you're trying to do something, it's gonna be so nice not to have to deal with that crap anymore.
Thank you. Or the balcony. Thank you. Cha-ching. Chaos Corp. Or the balcony.
Coopers remain the same and it's shit for SSF.
You're alive.
What are you talking about, Napper? Oh, you're talking about the
A worthy opponent.
talking about the screen freeze thing. Yeah, I guess it's like really nice for hardcore, right? But I mean, I understand why they didn't do it for Ubers. It would kind of like just trivialize the whole thing.
I wonder what you'll unearth.
Can I hit this without hitting that? Probably not. What's up, Ark? Good morning. Or good afternoon from here in the States. At least the West Coast. Okay, I definitely didn't hit the block thing. Like, the UI showed me that I didn't hit the block thing, so come on, game. That's dumb. It clearly did not highlight it. And these clearly have attack block resistance right now, which is stupid. not gonna fight that all day. It's ridiculous. Harvest needs to be able to reroll them. Alright, we're finally starting to get to the place where Expedition is showing up regularly. This is nice. We can start getting Expedition going reliably. Was looking at these gloves. That put me in a problem with X. It does. I'd rather have strength-based gloves anyways. Maps from lower tier. Hey, Uba's Cursed Trove. Let's go.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, I might have to go back to using a regular rare amulet because I just need like the stats right now. I need something. Makanini rings have what I need.
That's a blast.
Your loot filter is cool. Ah, thanks, Ark. I appreciate it.
Let's not use this piece of shit.
Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. Got a ruby flask. Let's go play RF. So Napper, how do you really feel about RF with the nerf to fire trap? Are you gonna have to swap off of it pretty quickly? Where is this guy? Oh my gosh. I have a video on my channel, Arc. If you search through my videos, that has my loot filter. In the description, there's a Google Drive link that has the sound files and the filters and whatnot.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, no problem. Val double strike. Oh boy. RF is just good for clear, still gonna roll one. Yeah, it should be fine for mapping and shit. Doing like your Atlas and Void Stones. Well, might be a little rough on Void Stones. It's doable. It's a great mapper though. I just kind of feel like GGG is trying to kill RF league by league. I really don't know why. Make a champion for bosses, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that if I take SSF super seriously and target farm, I'll probably make a champion version of this build that I swap to for the late high end game. And just scale the fortification and defenses and stuff. So is the new champion like the old one, or is it semi-worse? So the new champion is interesting because if you get like all the stuff to put it together, I think it's going to be, it's obviously way better than what it was. How that compares to like Slayer, I'm not sure. I'm not really certain that the damage is still going to be better than what a Slayer can do at the highest investment, but its damage is going to be so much better with all the tankiness that it provides, which is really nice. Alright, just in case I get a stupid thing that kills me, we're gonna do that. Like freeze. My freeze flask? I don't have freeze immunity, that's why. The old one, red, you have fortify. So the way it works now is that my understanding is that you have as a baseline 20 fortification when you take the ascendancy. You just have that, right? And then any stack above that gives you the 3% more evasion and armor and the 3% increased attack speed.
I believe in friendly light.
We are getting quite a lot of attributes off this. Maybe I divine this, because if I get lucky I could hit another 10 attributes. Which would be huge. You know. Yeah. This ring is interesting. 96 life. A ton of fire resistance, lightning resistance. And attack speed. But I can't craft on any other prefixes. Where does this put me at if I replace you with... That's... Okay. Need more cold resistance. Could get from my lightning resistance look like. It's fire and lightning, so we could just put cold and chaos here. Cold and lightning, actually. That keeps those balanced out, and then here we can put some mana cost and mana reduction. Helps out this. Beautiful. Is Kingmaker's OP now? Yeah, sounds like it, honestly. Alright, now I can go Lightning Chaos on one of these if I wanted to. Gotta get better gear. Holy moly. Oh, we gotta reroll that. We're not running that mod. Burning Ground isn't ideal, but we can deal with that, I guess. I just want to level it up a bit more, Mike. Right now my Sunder is level 19. And I think my Tectonic's like 15, so I just want to get a few more levels on it. But we could take a look at it real quick and just see what the thing looks like. So, yeah, it's level 15 right now. This, swap it like that. What character do you think the Cast on Chris Scarcar axe might work best? Probably like Assassin maybe, or like in some kind of Inquisitor. Not quite sure yet. Yeah, I hate these maps because the tile set's so weird for when this stuff spawns. Temporarily revived. Well, it's 4 gem levels lower than Sunder right now, so you got to take that into effect. Four gem levels does make a difference. Real question though is, what's the MTX look like? Oh, I see what you mean. Well, that's why I'm looking at MTX right now. Apparently there's a Celestial. What does this look like? It's not blue. It does look pretty cool though. We'll test it out, I think. See. Yeah, the blue was a vibe. It definitely was a vibe. But let's see how this goes. I'm not giving GG 1 cent till they send me my hoodie. It's been 2 years. It was last. I think we'll get a stash episode this week. Yeah, it was last week. I got my hoodie. You didn't get your hoodie, Napper? That's kind of a shame. Got my hoodie. I've got like 3 hoodies now from GGG. Alright, so that is the Celestial Cyclone. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. I'm not dealing with that expedition. That's too much bouncing around rooms and stuff. I don't live in the US. Yeah, that's true.
Orbit's going.
Honestly, I'm kind of thinking... I'm not sure what the DPS difference is. Let's see. If I get rid of that one and we put in Sunder. It's about... about a 3.5 million DPS difference between the two. We gotta roll with it, I think, unfortunately. Means we gotta change our whole setup. So we're going Celestial. Going Celestial. Oh wow, Crix. Thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. Hazy for the sub. Thank you. I think we're just gonna hide the aura, honestly. Alright, what else do I want here? The 2 desecrate effects. What does this one look like? Theme. We'll stick with the Stygian one. Alright. Oh, and then our pets. We need Celestial Turtle. And, Celestial Baby Elephant. Gotta have the Baby Elephant. We need a different portal effect. We're gonna go with, I like Astral One is pretty clean with this, and might as well start using all this stuff. So we're gonna get the Heartbeat Flyover, and we want the Black Ring for level. That's good for now.
Hey.
Alright, what do we got for maps here? Guess it's time for our first red map. We'll do a crater. Curse for phone. Ooh, can't be leached. Absolutely not.
Smile at your fortune.
It's fine, I guess. Oh, we got the Giga map. Alright. Reduced block is horrible. Armor. Yeah, this map is gonna suck. But prepare to watch me die a lot. This is gonna be really bad. But we're gonna just do this for completion. It is what it is. If this was hardcore, we would have just bricked that map.
Just to use this piece of shit.
Yeah, it's like an awful map. It's quite literally awful. I'm waiting for the one shot from casters or the physical slam that just wrecks me. I'm simply just going straight to map boss on this one. Once we kill the map boss, I might clear more for XP, but yeah, I'm not. There's just completion here. I'm interested in.
Each cog must turn if the machine is to work.
Our chance squandered. Death is not the
I am well.
it.
An expected maneuver. A savage.
Somehow, trusting this Riker Maloney feels like a mistake. Who wins?
Chris Wilson doesn't want you to know this, but sometimes 6 portals is like, yeah. 6 portals is a perfectly acceptable way to play the game. Didn't you know? What he did this interview once, I forget who it was with, and they were talking about like, I think it was early on in the game. Was it PoE 2 or PoE 1? It had to be PoE 1. And something about like not having enough mana to cast spells, and Chris was like, "Well, you know that you have a default attack, like just using your weapon, like your attack button." And it was like, "Really, Chris? Like that's your?" It's like me running around and using this default attack. Like, come on now, stop it. Like just for fun, if I go up to a mob and I go and use my default attack, yeah, like no, stop it. Yeah, yeah.
Got another one.
I don't know, the Celestial Cyclone's kind of a vibe. I can get behind this, I think.
Mr. Thingy now. Orb of alteration. Six up.
Did I skip boss? Usually down, yeah, she's all the way down south. This one is going to be a little rough. Gotta be careful about not standing in the shit that's going to kill me. Alright. Starforge plus tire acuity would work. I'm not sure if leap. I'm not sure. I never played Cyclone back when it was used with Starforge, so I don't want to speak out of place here. Not quite sure about how to scale that. Yeah, it was completely designed for melee players, right? 100%.
I believe in treading light.
It's just to use this piece of shit. Orb of scouring. Orb of scouring.
Whoa, we got a Widow Hail? We got a Widow Hail. That's kind of crazy. And an Asylum. I haven't seen this in a minute. Weed Snipe Bow build, go. Weed Snipe Bow build. I played with that setup years ago, back on PoE2 1 month ago, didn't like much, so I'll try this new PoE1 League. I don't like hate or not hate PoE2, I just don't think it's anywhere near ready to be a playable game. It needs a lot of stuff. There's not enough build variety, the end game is non-existent, the crafting systems are simplistic and not engaging. And just like playing a slot machine, nothing's deterministic. It's just, yeah, it needs a lot of time to cook in my opinion. Yeah, those were extremely rare uniques that I just had drop like that. I mean, unfortunately the Widow Hail had like one of the lowest rolls you could get, but I always divine it later. PoE 2 is like,
Fucking hot.
whenever I think of PoE 2, I think of Gordon Ramsay, the meme where he's like, it's fucking raw. He throws the plate of food at one of the chefs. Yeah, it's raw. It needs time to cook. That's funny. Now I want to go watch some Hell's Kitchen. Alright. Yes, so now we'll go ahead and pick up some additional life force stuff. Could run this map real quick just to get completion. As many points as we can get on the atlas as possible.
Cha-ching. That's a flask.
Yeah, I think I can get behind the Celestial. I think I can do this.
That's a flask.
It's a vibe.
That's a flask. Cha-ching.
Thanks Arroyo for the sub, much appreciated. Lots of amazing subs and follows today, guys. Crazy.
That's a
Been a
flask.
crazy 2 days of streaming. Wasn't expecting such a reception to the Cyclone build. I had a good reception for 3.25, but it's been kind of crazy for 3.26.
That's a flask.
I think it's just unfortunately there's not a lot of good builds out there for Cyclone. I think there's a lot of bad stuff that's being
Orb of alchemy.
solicited to the community right now. People just trying to jump on the Cyclone hype train that haven't played it recently and don't really know how this works, with the exception of like Jung. Just like is one of those players like Math and all of them that just can look at the game and instantly see the code.
That's a flask.
Nope, I did a bog yet on this character.
Let's reduce this piece of shit.
Yeah, I didn't think I had done a bog. Pretty good. Just tired of minion builds? Yeah. I played minion builds for so many years in this game. I think it was like always a minion build. Like, what am I gonna do this league? I have a thing on my I've never changed like my update status in PoE. So if you look at my friends list, is it oh, what am I doing? S. Skelly builds for the win. That's been like my message for 10 years now. Yeah, because I used to always play a Skelly build. I was known for playing the Skelly builds. And I loved it. I still love it.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, I mean SRS is fine, but I really enjoyed like the idea of skeleton builds. It reminded me very much of like old school necromancer stuff. It's like plopping my skeletons down, like watching them kill everything.
Hail.
It's actually kind of funny because like when you look at the most popular content creators that really know the game well, none of them really like playing minion builds. Like they all just kind of avoid minion builds. It's actually kind of funny.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
What do I think about going Jug with this build?
Cha-ching.
No, I think Slayer is the play for me. Slayer and then possibly Champion once you get like the uniques and you can scale the fortification. Hey, glad to hear it, Crook. Welcome to the Cyclone gang. I have an updated description in the live stream, or updated POB in the description for the live stream that I worked on this morning that has a lot of revisions from yesterday based on my test leveling session I did on this character.
Orb of Scouring. Just a useless piece of shit.
I'm gonna destroy the road nest actually and see if we get a crazy drop. I'm gonna really piss her off. She's probably gonna instantly kill me. She's furious.
Just a useless piece of shit.
Okay. About to hit Merc Lab after 5 hours. New PUB I got. Stave. 67. Nice. Yeah, I think I had my personal best yesterday. I finished the campaign in about a little over 6 hours. I'm trying to get under 6 hours. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not the fastest leveler in this game by far. In the next 5 days, are you going to update the POB leveling skills? My buddy wants to play it, but needs lots of hand-holding. What do you mean, Mike? The POB in the YouTube description is updated. So it's updated now to swap to Cyclone in Act 3, and it has the setups for General's Cry and everything as you level throughout the loadouts. These are interesting. Fire and lightning resistance. The problem is, like, I get no armor value out of these because I have unwavering stance. You know, I'm kind of tempted. No problem, Mystic. Glad you're enjoying it. It's all good, Mike. Yeah, so if you go in there, you'll see, like, I've updated all the trees. And then I have a notes section that has an FAQ and some other additional information in there, and I'll expand on that over the next couple days. I just kind of thought about the most common questions I've had in the last day and provided some answers. So what we could do, it's going to cost me 3 points. I can't get rid of these stat nodes, it's killing me. Well, I guess if I go, how much? I lose 10, but if I put that point here, yeah, so we can refund you and just put you here. And we gain that back. And then I need 2 points, because if we take Iron Reflexes, we can get the value out of this and this and get a little bit tankier. Then we could actually run a Jade Flask over our Mana Flask and get really tanky. General's Cry sets off the explosion. Gotcha. What 2 points do I want to give up? I thought about divining it because the stats are all pretty low, right? Like the attribute roll is low, the increased damage while leeching is low. Even the Ellie resist is on the low end, and I do have one divine. Fuck it. YOLO Divine, here we go. I got the lowest possible attribute roll you could get. It might have bricked the thing now, actually. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, so now we have to back out of this and take this just to make our gear solid again. That is too funny. That is crazy bad, actually. It's okay. Fostis, respec.
Let's see what we can do, eh?
Let's see what we can do, eh? Alright, now if we pick this up, just off our current gear, yeah, we gained quite a bit, and then we're going to get a lot from these boots. Well, no, they actually kind of work out to about the same, but we do get... We lose a ton of movement speed, though. I think that might have just been worth it for picking up the extra fizz damage reduction. We run with that for a while. Gotta find a way to get stats on my gear so I can, or attributes so I can get rid of these nodes. What is holding me back? My staff has got to be for this, right? Yeah, 120. It's my staff until requirement is this. The dex is tied to probably six. Is it Blood Rage? Yeah. I guess I could run a lower Blood Rage, get rid of the other dex point. It's the only high dex requirement I have. I think I'm gonna just do that, actually. We're gonna drop this.
Know what you don't know, now do you?
Replace Blood Rage with something else.
What have you got?
Frees up a point.
You don't know.
Grab a Blood Rage. What's your belt look like? Garbage. For gems, what you recommend, not skill gems, but clusters, AoE two-handed damage. I believe in my guide, the most important cluster jewel you want to go for first is Overlord. And you want to go for Overlord because right now, until we can roll an implicit on my chest that gives me melee hits can fortify, we're taking this. But if you get Overlord, that frees up the Eldritch implicit on your chest, and it also frees up this wheel here too. So Overlord on a cluster jewel is what you want first. And that's going to be on this Staves and Mace cluster jewel, I believe. Right, now we can take this here. Alright. Just gotta get intellect on my gear now, basically. Oh, and I can run a Jade Flask over this Mana Flask. Right now, if I pop all my flasks, I have 60% PDR. We also probably should take a look at re-rolling these flasks too while we're doing stuff here. We can run a Jade Flask. If I'm lucky, I'll get the increased evasion on this guy. But today has not been a day about being lucky in this game. Today has been a day about game sucking. Let's re-roll you. Oh, okay, I'll take the evasion roll on this one. Of course I would get a duration that's low on it, but whatever. Then we got the crit roll on this guy. Alright, so we just made ourselves a little bit tankier. So now, 70% PDR. Fine roll these later. Don't really need resistances on you anymore, so we could look for something else. Yeah, freeze immunity would be nice. Got a ton of burning damage like they want me to play RF. Oh yeah. I think they want you to play RF. What they want you to do is play Fire Trap, even though they nerfed it. Alright, can I get a better, do I have a better Quicksilver Flask? Maybe it's thing. Take that instant recovery on low life is much, much better. And I don't think I'm going to roll anything better than this tier on this thing. So makes up my Quicksilver Flask release slow or short duration, but we do have a freeze immunity now, which we need. Do Brine King. Okay. I don't think there's a version of this build that does cast on crit Starfall. The axe doesn't have very high PDS, physical DPS, so I don't know. I don't think it would work on this build. And my build specifically uses staves and goes for like stave clusters and stuff, so we'd have to like do a lot of. It'd be a pretty different build at the end of the day, is what I'm getting at. I think. Like if I get that axe to drop, I'm probably going to be rolling a different character and in theory crafting a different build for it. I think once we have numbers on the ability and how to scale it, I'll probably start docking something up in POB in advance, but I'm not going to get too ahead of things until we know what that skill actually looks like. I think I also should drop these 2 points here. I don't think I need that damage there anymore.
Hello, hello. You don't know what you don't know now, do you?
To allow me to get some life back on the tree. Yeah, no problem, man. I think it could be really good on a cast on crit setup. It's just a matter of like, how do you scale it? What ascendancy do you want to use? Like I would like to do a Cyclone with it in a cast on crit, but do you do LE conversion? Not sure yet. So what the number one item the snake build needs so I can farm it and sell it? Oh, I'm not sure for Snake of Fisher what they want. I haven't looked too much into that build. All I know is it's, by people I trust have said it's going to be very good. So I'm like, okay. They think it's going to be very good, it's probably going to be very good. Chilled ground. Ugh. Alright, here we go. It's my hit chance now. 98%, that's close enough. I could level precision up one more time, but eh.
Orb of Scouring. Hi, T-Rag.
I don't know what the number one is, but Echo Creation is a good piece to grab. Yeah. Looks like Jung's build is going to be pretty popular too, so I'd say any of the uniques that he has on his build for the Blade Flurry Reeve thing is probably going to be like overpriced.
You die rather well.
Chill is real. Chill is real. Oh, we have like no chaos resistance too, so this is just all kinds of fun. And yeah, sorry Mystic, I saw your comment earlier. We did go crit conversion, so we are now running crit. Yeah, I was able to get a decent staff crafted. It's like 470 Biz DPS. It's not too bad for, I guess, day 2. I'd like to get something a little bit higher. But, yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Probably go check King's March after this. Although I need to farm up some more gold, I just wasted a bunch respecking the tree.
Chaos within chaos.
Chaos within chaos. Want the yellow juice. Always the yellow juice. And an amethyst ring. I'll take it. I will take it. Whoa, spicy, spicy lightning, guys. Leave me alone for the beat. The Celestial MTX has really grown on me, I'm not gonna lie. I'm having a pretty good time with it right now. The blue definitely was cool. I think what we learned today, the most important thing we learned today, forget updating the POV and General's Cry. We go blue Sunder while leveling. We go Celestial Tectonic Slam. That's what I learned today. The most important thing.
Hurry, there are monsters.
Monsters ignore physical damage reduction? That doesn't sound fun.
Yes, go after the treasure.
I want these treasure chests, so we'll grab these. Immune to fire damage isn't great with Tectonic Slam, honest. Try to get it like that.
Go after the treasure.
Fine for right now.
I can't do this just yet. Pure suspense. Stay.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna take a break for 5, maybe 10 minutes. I'm gonna grab some food. Back in just a bit. Okay. Alright. Moment of truth. We've got 38 fusings. Can we make it happen? I'll get a 5 link. I might just pause there for a second until I get more fusings and a better base, but okay. Now the question is, it's a strength base. I think we just do 2 green and hope that it hits those 5 sockets. Right, because we want... Well, how do we want to do this here? We've got... Yeah, it's got to be 2 green, but I would like an infused channeling. 2 green and 1 blue is 100 chromies. I think we just go for 2 green, and if we get a red as the 5th, then we run like brutality or something, and it is what it is. Yeah, that's fine. Still makes Cyclone stronger.
The power of chaos in the palm of your hands.
So we just got 1200 more armor on our chest. It's got 1200 more armor on our chest and went to a 5 link. That's pretty huge. We're sitting at 41% fizz, 52%. Now with our flasks, it's at almost 75. This is the kind of stuff that we need right now. Better crafting. Would have liked to put a resist chaos on here, but we need more physical damage reduction right now. The chaos damage is just gonna keep killing us until we can get that solved. I think like I'm gonna need an amulet that has. I'm gonna need an amulet to replace this, I think, with better attributes. But what we could do, roll some life on here and maybe we get lucky. Whoa, what is this ring? 9 attributes, 100 life, 41 fire resistance. Fortunately, there's no more suffixes, which kind of hurts us. Like if I take you off, what's our resistances look like? Yeah. Our fire resistance is like crazy right now. Yeah, we gotta YOLO roll it more.
Unit heading up to the code 3 chase. Suspect was last reported southbound on Highway 99.
Can you give me more info on that call? Just clearing another call. I'm headed over there. Closing fast on a vehicle that matches the description. That reported party? All units go to condition 2.
This is interesting because gives us 18 intelligence, which lets us with like a higher life roll. Ooh, hold on. It's a lot of chaos. Doesn't help us out with our Ellie resistance, but it's a lot of chaos resistance. Just gotta figure out cold. Our cold is like screwed right now. I could try to swap the fire to cold, right? Do I have the ability to do that right now? Change of fire resistance into cold resistance. Hey, look at that. And we can craft life on the ring. It's pretty good. Where can I find the guide to build your Cyclone character from scratch? One of your videos said you streamed it from the beginning. Yeah, my live stream, Sam, so you'd have to go back. Actually, if you look at my stream from yesterday, I just leveled this character up yesterday. This is a fresh character I'm doing in a private league. If I put life on this guy, perfect life roll. There we go. So a little less on the lightning, but still, we went from negative 30 resistance on chaos up to 17%. It's pretty good. And actually, we tried a blessing orb. Got 2. Yep, there we go. So now we're capped on fire or lightning. So a lot more physical damage. Got some kind of chaos resistance going. It's not ideal. I think it's worth YOLO spamming some Eldritch Implicits on this chest here. %17% increased armor, okay. Blast gain a charge every 3 seconds, but it's not that great actually. It's not that good. 19% increased war cry buff effects. We'll roll with that for right now. My gloves and boots are so terrible, it's not even worth considering putting anything on them right now. So we gotta fix gloves, boots, and helm. That's the next major upgrades we gotta do here. Yeah. Better belt would be good too. Gives me lightning, fire. What do we lose on this one? The cold resist? Yeah, we can't afford to lose the cold right now. Should be fine. Oh yeah, dude. Let's go.
Orb of Alteration!
Stuck on walls, getting stuck on all kinds of stuff. Alright, we need to be on the lookout for good bases for helm, gloves, and boots. Gotta fix those pieces as soon as possible.
Seems risky.
Alright, definitely didn't hit the physical there, so if the game glitches again and does some weird stuff, I'm gonna call shenanigans.
Watch carefully. You might learn a thing or two. Mister, again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely feel the increase in armor. It's actually kind of crazy. Feels so good.
Oh, shiny.
Death is not
You should
automatic.
probably
A little
pick
more
that up.
shallow. I can appreciate
You
you're
should
starting
probably
to
pick
figure
that
it
up.
out, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes. Hello.
It's actually not a bad helm. Actually, nah, it's ES armor.
Hate the dark. Hate you for putting me there.
Time for me to clean up yet another of your messes.
No! Not in the dark again!
I guess we should talk. There's only one.
Death is simply the death holds
You
no.
should
Bye,
probably
bye.
pick that up.
You kill so.
You surprised me, Helen. Hello.
What a what a terrible belt. Excuse me. Whoa. Just got a nice unique over there. What I think it is. Is that an Aegis? We just got an Aegis? Hey, we just got an Aegis. Look at that. That is crazy. Yeah, it's a pretty nice shield. There are things. Yep, it's an Aegis.
Not surprised. Hi, Tino.
Oh, I like to have my first hero so I can check the mana on it. Yeah, we're still well good. What's my hit at? 98. Probably could actually level up precision one more time. Yeah, I'm running it right now with mark on hit, so it just applies to whatever I hit. Look at that, Aegis. We're gonna stick you in the corner down here. You don't go in the unique tab. You're a good unique. We don't closet you away out of the lights like you. All right, so.
I can't do this just yet.
Okay, we're looking better and better. But are you still running that unique from earlier as your helm? I definitely am, Viv. I still don't have a better helm than this. That is what we are using. You bet yourself that I am using that helm. Hey, you know, it's SSF. You gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta do what you do. You know, it got us to red maps. It got us to red maps. That's the important thing. What's up, Mike? Yeah, SSF is literally the definition of you get lemons, you make lemonade. Like, that is what this is. Yeah, I made a 5-link chest, Mike, a couple minutes ago. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Not only is it a 5-link chest, but it has 2,000 armor on it, and it has 160 life. 169 life, which is a T2 roll, and then it has 2k armor. So not too bad. Not too bad. So basically the can't zone out. So basically it dropped with the strength, armor, life, and fire resist as it is. And it was sitting at around 1,000 armor. I then qualitied it up to like 1,200. The benchcraft brought it up to 2,000, and then I spammed jewelers on it until I hit 6 sockets, and then I just used a couple of fusings and got the 5-link. Yeah. Yeah, the chaos hurts still. Our chaos resist, our chaos resistance isn't in the negative anymore, but it is like 17% or something. So yeah, we still got to work on our helm, our gloves, our boots, probably our other ring too, for sure. I'd like to get another amethyst ring going. Would be really nice. But we made it. The day started out pretty slow and we were kind of struggling, but we're starting to gain some ground here on the gear situation for sure. Starting to actually make a little bit of headway here. Yeah, in an ideal world, I would have liked to have a blue link on the chest so we could run infused channeling. That just gives us an extra layer of DR. But it is what it is. I'll take the 5 link and run brutality. So it doesn't look like the minions use your endurance charges. So maybe they just scale off of how many endurance charges you have. I didn't actually look enough into it to understand how General's Cry with Tectonic works. I guess they just use up to whatever you have. Or maybe that doesn't matter at all. I should POB it, because maybe if I toggle off my endurance charges, the damage stays the same. I assumed they were going to consume my charges to do their abilities. But that ore, when you hold it till you fill the bar, is that doable in your gear now, or does that... I just, I don't always go all the way unless I feel really comfortable with it. This, the mods on this, like, I have less recovery rate of life, and they have, like, insane giga attack and cast speed, so I don't want to, like, spawn a boss if I charge it all the way and then, like, lose XP, because I'm very close to leveling right now. So I take all that into consideration. Like, I'm very close to leveling. Do I really want to die right now? Like I did in that harvest. For an extra, like, what, 100 something more?
I can't do this, mister.
We're starting to see the good bases drop now that we're in red maps. I mean... tempting. Ooh, look at those boots! But I can't roll movement speed on them. Chaos, fire resistance, 100 life. I mean, that's juicy. They look juicy. We don't have annulls either. Meanwhile, this has only 10 movement speed. Might do something with those later. $44 intelligence and 100 life. I can craft cold resistance on it. I'm really excited mostly just about the intelligence on this ring, because that frees up a skill point. Yeah, they just need movement speed. The chaos resistance, fire resistance. Just need movement speed. It's a shame. This would allow me to drop both of the intelligence nodes and gain 2 points on the tree. What does this do to my resistances? Yeah, I was afraid it was going to do that. If I run cold and lightning, it fixes lightning. It's my cold. Yeah, I was just talking about Chaos Resist. Don't enough gold to do process respecting.
Nothing is truly set in stone.
The problem with the boots is they don't have any movement speed. I'm not giving up 30% movement speed. That would feel terrible. But what we could do is talk to Faustus, respect this. And then just throw a cold on them. It'll be a little short. When we get the next point here, this will put us up to 69 cold resist. Or lightning resist, I should say. Yeah, so we just put cold resistance on here. Okay. Then that fixes our intelligence problem. Because we're going to gain back this point too. As soon as I get enough gold to respec this. Actually, I might be able to just buy an Orb of Regret right now.
Freedom comes to me.
Oh, we had one here too. Okay. So we're gonna respec this. We'll take up this armor and life, armor resistance here. Okay, it's better. And then
Freedom comes to those.
I think that's fine for now. Oh. Got max quality on it. Must have been a low level flask. Probably. Let's quality this one. Take that. Time on this character so far. What's the command for that? Is it time? Oh, played is what it was. I played for 1 day. Basically 1 day and 1 hour on this character. Not the fastest in the world, but we are doing red maps now, kind of. One day SSF too, so keep that in mind. Almost level 90. And people say Cyclone isn't a league starter.
Dead. Kill me once. I'm not afraid to admit to a cruel choice. I prove
And that right there is why the supporter packs are better from 3.25. The Heartbeat flyover is amazing. Alright. We're going to just take all that extra armor there. So this should have us sitting, yeah, 60% flat base armor reduction now. So we've doubled that in the last like 2 hours. It's pretty good.
I think I can rely on you.
It's pretty good.
If you think I'm going to...
Did you see that meme?
It does not want. Why is it doing this?
Hello.
That's a blast.
Hurry, the monsters.
You die rather well.
Animation card.
Always immune to physical damage. It's kind of annoying.
Orb of alteration.
Yeah, Tai had his list too, and Cyclone was like, I think, in the middle of the pack. The truth is, and most people don't realize this, but for at least the last 2 leagues, probably longer, Cyclone Shockwave is a perfectly fine league starter. People just have this problem where they equate league starter to like the meta build that's going to one-shot Uber Pinnacle bosses. That's not what a league starter is. A league starter is a build which you can comfortably get through the campaign, do your Atlas, grind up currency. If it's a meta build that's probably going to get nerfed, then it will do all that and then, like, you know, trivialize T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses, right? But there's not many builds like that. There's not many builds that are so OP that they require such little investment and they can do all that stuff. But people have it in their heads, like, if I can't, like, you know, blow up an entire T17 with a build, then it's not a league starter. And it's like, no, it's not a meta build, is what that is. Yeah, there's, like, a lot of skills in this game that you can do not only the campaign, but all of your Atlas and Void Stones on. There's just very few skills that excel at the high end of the game in a very clear and concise way. Yeah, and that's what this build is, right? Like, it'll perfectly do T16s, Alk and Go. It'll even be able to do T17. Honestly, I think with General's Cry in the build now and the buffs to Cyclone, I think it's going to be really good at T17s. And eventually Uber Pinnacles. I think it's going to break into that a lot easier. I had to put a lot of effort and investment into my build last season, and I don't think that's going to be the case for this league. I'll still have to like put time into it, but it's not going to be as crazy, I think. Your orange charges when hit. Rip. Dude, Act 1 is so brutal. Like, it is ridiculously brutal. I hate it. Wonder how hard a snaking minion Cyclone would go. Yeah, I'm not sure. Volcanic fissure of snaking would be interesting to test. Thanks, Mystic. I think I forgot to say thanks for the follow. Thanks, Kuro, the sub. Yeah, my more casual friends really spend a couple hours in Act 1. I mean, that's not surprising. Yeah. To me, I think if I've gone more than 6 hours on the campaign for myself, I feel like I'm doing a really bad job leveling. That's why I'm trying to get under that 6 hours and not keep going over it. I feel like I should know how to play faster at this point, more efficiently.
Worry not, Crusader. Your savior has extinguished me again. I'm no. Did you set out to become a monster? You are considered it done.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna run lab again on this character. I think I might try out volcanic snaking next weekend during the league if I get the gem. But if you guys have feedback, I will be glad to hear it. See how good it goes for you guys. Gotcha. Spicy. It's those orbs, I think, that are getting me. Because I have minus resistances, and my lightning's already pretty low. Pretty dog water gear, yeah. I have an idea for a build I want to play, but I think it would require too many uniques for SSF to try to scale properly. Oh, Scion or Cyclone, I should say. Yeah, scale the AoE. There's a YouTube video I saw. A guy was doing Slayer Cyclone still, but he was going right side of the tree with swords, and he was like pumping the AoE of it to like almost the whole screen. And it looked fun. Like, just wasn't Shockwave support based Cyclone, you know.
Sure about that one? Seems risky.
What defenses does the right side of the tree have? None. For what he was doing. He basically was like YOLO Cyclone Slayer. All damage, very little defense. I mean, he was doing like some evasion stuff, but yeah, it wasn't like impressive.
I am filthy fucking rich.
Yeah, there is a subset of people that like to play Cyclone like a glass cannon and live the cast on death, cast a portal kind of thing. That's not how I like to play Cyclone. They like it though, so I guess all the power to them.
Hero.
Yeah, my version of the build is very tanky. Once you're not seeing it quite right now because it's SSF. I don't have a Rumi's flask, and we haven't done Blight, so I haven't been able to annoyance Ignimatic defense so that we can enable versatile. But once we get at least Ignimatic defense going, so maybe tomorrow. I already spec'd my Atlas tree for bossing though. I think my second Atlas tree has been kind of spec'd for bossing. Once I unlock like my third Atlas tree, I can set up a Blight one, and we can harvest Blight, because I need oils just to get the annoying going. What map mods can't be done? The worst is can't be leeched. Monsters can't be leeched. Also, any kind of like thing that affects your recovery rate of your life and stuff like that doesn't feel good. So you typically avoid that stuff. Also, anything that reduces your block chance you want to avoid too, because we're a block-based build. So. Vulnerability is not going to feel good, but we are going to do it, because why not? Thanks, Krog, for the follow. Senior build guide for Cyclone looks very fun. Gonna try it on League Start. Hey, thanks, Grog. Yeah, right now I'm testing a character out in a private league, doing like a pseudo SSF test, and been playing for about 1 day total. And I'm on red maps now. Got 2 5 links going. Just testing out some stuff.
Our dirty little deal is over, exile.
I'll be looking for someone to kill.
Oh, I don't have my... I think they petrified me, actually, now that I think about that.
Mortified.
I think they had me petrified.
Another deal. Go on.
That was real.
Death is not the
Orb of
Gruesome.
Scouring.
That was vivid.
I'm going to
Probably
kill
pick
you,
that up.
Giannis.
Probably pick that up.
Just who I was hoping to see today!
Dane Jorgen.
Your first one's now, Weathermite. Get back on feet.
It's only
It right to rot.
You like the loot filter. Everyone, well, I don't want to say everyone, a majority of people,
Orb of Scouring.
majority of people like the loot filter.
Hi, Tino.
Hi, I'm new to PoE1 and wanted to use your build from release arc. Is it doable for a new player like me? Yeah, it's totally doable. Just follow my POB carefully and maybe watch a few videos on PoE1 in general about like how to level through the campaign and stuff, because my build doesn't go that detail into general knowledge of the game. It's more like, here's how to level Cyclone. But yeah. As long as you follow the gem links that I have listed for the different level ranges and follow the tree and do all that, I think you'll be okay. Yeah, I wonder how many PoE2 players are going to be trying out PoE1. Didn't really think about that. These guys like consume the corpses or something? Probably a fair bunch. Yeah, no problem. Thanks them. Yeah, because I know there's like a lot of people that play PoE1 that don't really like PoE2, and then I gotta assume there's a lot of people that play PoE2 that have never played PoE1. That might give it a shot. It's a different type of game. It's much more in the vein of what action RPGs have been like for the last 10 or 15 years. Yeah, to me, PoE1 is what an action RPG should be. It's funny too because you're gonna have like all these PoE2 players and they don't know anything about the story. Like they don't know. Yeah, I figured as much, Maxim. Like they don't know who Zana is. They don't know who Baldo or the Shaper is. So there's like all this story stuff that's happening with the expansion. And as like a 10-year player, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, you know, it's Zana, she's back, and it's the Shaper, and there is a story. 100% there's a story. The story is so meta. Like, I don't think people realize like how fourth wall breaking it is. So I'll explain the story about Zana at least to those of you that may not know the story or haven't played PoE1. But Zana was like originally Kirak, like in my hideout. She was helping you like explore the Atlas and stuff. Her father is one of the villains in the game, the Shaper. And you fight him, and then you help him get rid of another villain in the game. Yeah, you gotta watch some lore videos. And then basically, there was a group of exiles like you, the player character, that were fighting with her, like within the context of the story, and defeating the bosses in the game, and clearing worlds or maps in the Atlas. And then they all went insane and became the villains themselves. And she was very affectionate with one of them. And then you have to actually go and kill all of them as new bosses in the game in one of the expansions, and then you've got to kill the main one, who's basically like her boyfriend. And then after that, she like threw down her sword and walked away, and she hasn't been in the game since. And now she's coming back, potentially as a villain. But it was always funny because those characters that you go fight that become villains that were essentially like player characters, her voice line was always like still sane exile, because she was basically asking if you had gone crazy like her friends. You know, every time you saw her, she would be in the game, when you would interact with her, she'd be like, are you still sane exile? Because it's like, are you gonna go crazy and try to kill everybody like the other ones did. What I'm confused about is the sister, Zana's sister, or Shaper's? I don't know who the sister is. I'm assuming the dude is Zana's brother. I think that's what that is. I'm not sure about the sister, though. Did I complete this map? I did not. Yeah, I'd watched some videos on it. Originally the game, like, the original story lore is kind of like generic a little bit. It's kind of meta though, or metal though, because like basically you're socketing these gems into your gear, but like you're like actually socketing them into your flesh. And like a lot of the characters you meet during the campaign that have been in Rayquest have been experimenting with thaumaturgy from like the leftovers of the Ball Empire. And you see the Ball Empire right in PoE 2 when you try and travel back to its heyday. And they've been taking these skill gems and they've been shoving them into their fucking flesh to turn themselves into mutants, basically. That's what you're simulating by putting these gems into your gear. It's as if you're putting, what you're basically doing within the context of the story is you're putting Cyclone and you're jamming it into your fucking body, and then mutating into a dude that has this superpower, basically. What they call thaumaturgy. On your stream recycling build, I tried following along. Why does your campaign in the starting areas look different than mine? The missions are the same, but other stuff is a little different. I don't know what you mean, Sam. You have to be a bit more specific.
Cool wins.
Oh wait, no, I'm trying to unveil. I'm so glad this is a thing of the past, for the most part. At least having to go to her and do it this way. I missed a few items, we'll go do those real quick. Ooh, hold on. Fire and lightning. That's a lot of armor and evasion, which means I get double bonus from that. And I can put a suffix on this. Hold on. I could put cold resist on here and then I gain just fire and lightning. This is actually a crazy, crazy belt. This is a crazy, crazy belt. My fizz damage is at 60% when I put this thing on. I go up another 5%. That is crazy. I go from 9,300 armor to 11,500 off this belt. The layout of the coast is a little different, like spots where beheaded corpses are and stuff. So in PoE 1, the layouts of zones have a tile set scheme that can spawn. Generally speaking, they're roughly the same every time you go in a zone, and if you've played the game long enough, there's tricks to learn. Like when you're in a zone, there's certain things that spawn certain ways that are usually indicators like this is the right way to go or you're going the wrong direction. But they do have kind of a slightly different generation. But once you learn to look out for certain things in the zones, like a corpse that's always in a certain area, or like a wagon with a broken wheel or things like that, you know, like, okay, I gotta make a left here, I gotta keep heading forward, things like that. Yeah, I played it the last league. It was called Freesh. I think the main story wasn't really that interesting, but I like the heist characters and Betrayal storyline. Yeah, so all of those characters in Betrayal actually used to be masters in the game that you did missions for, like Einhar over here and these guys from Expedition Tujin and stuff. They used to be friendly NPCs that you would go to and do missions for and get things. Specifically, one of the things back in the day was when you would decorate your hideouts, like I'm doing right now, you got these different assets by gaining favor with the different masters, and then you could unlock different types of trees or different types of whatever. They give you everything now, but back in the day you had to earn it. And then for that league, they all went like rogue basically and formed a syndicate and tried to take over Rayclast, and then you had to go fight them and defeat them. Chance to deal double damage. We will take that. It's whatever. This belt is actually crazy. And then we can craft some cold resistance on here. I guess this did have the lightning, huh? And this gave you the cold. Do I have enough juice to do fire to cold, maybe? I should. Okay, and then I can do lightning and cold. Try to balance it out, I guess.
The power of chaos in the palm of your hand.
Nice. To what extent should I follow the POB of the league start before transitioning to champion, like 90-95? It's up to you. You can transition to champion whenever you want, but I would say definitely go through the campaign and early mapping with it. I don't think champion is going to be very good, or it'll be tankier. I don't think you're going to do more damage as champion, so it just depends on what you're looking for. I think without the unique gloves and the amulet, champion is not going to do anywhere near the damage that you're going to see on Slayer. It's so much PDR. Yeah, because I'll break it down to you like this. Let's look at my POB real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so here we are at the level 90 crit tree on my POB, right? So we're gonna swap to champion. We're gonna drop points from the tree here to essentially grab these 4 points because you want the +6 fortification from the tree, right? So let's say you just do that. Okay, so now you got your +6. So you have your fortification because you get 20 from the ascendancy. You get 6 extra from the tree. Okay. That gives you, that 6 extra gives you 18% increased attack speed. Okay, so you were at 10.5 million. The only damage you're getting from that ascendancy node that everyone's hyping with just the tree to scale fortification on the very first days of the league is 600k DPS. Okay. This node you're going to take on champion, this hasn't changed. That gets you up to 13 million. This will be that 20 million, or you'll take this gives you that 20 fortification. This node right here has moved over here. So you get the enemies taunted by you, take 20% increased damage. Okay, and then you're taunting them, so we're going to turn that on. Is the enemy, if I can spell right, I probably spelled something wrong. There we go. Okay, so we were sitting at 20 million damage, now we're down to 15. Okay, then you get your adrenaline when you reach low life, recover 20% of life when you gain adrenaline. So this is a damage boost if you get low life. We do have stun immunity on the POV, it's right here. Oh yeah, also you're not going to take this because you want to benefit from evasion. So you don't have stun immunity as a champion, which feels really bad as Cyclone. You have 3 ascendancy skills that you've put your, 3 out of your 4 ascendancies are basically this, like that. Just this node is actually this right here. So 3 of your 4 ascendancies, you've lost stun immunity and you're doing 6 million less DPS as a champion. To scale your fortification higher than 26 stacks like we have right here, you're going to need a gloves from Uber Exarch, and you're going to have to roll them, or you're going to have to buy them. And I expect those gloves are going to be super expensive because they're mandatory for every single player that plays champion, unless they're doing something like what Jung is doing. But if your object is to scale the fortification for damage, yeah. Then you have to get the amulet, which has a 1 in 400 drop in heist out of the wings to get more fortification. So I would just keep in mind, like, if you're starting and want to swap to champ, what the damage might be like, at least on my build. You would be using a perseverance though, so that does gain you back some damage. You'd have to really scale your what it's the word, what I'm trying to use my words right now. You'd have to really scale your evasion, so you'd probably want to use like a jade flask here. Yeah, I think for my build, you'd have to find other creative ways to grab more evasion, because you really need to scale your evasion up. So you'd probably have to go to like hybrid armor pieces that have both armor and evasion on them and not just armor. You'd have to change a lot of stuff from what I'm doing. And I think if you did that, you could get the damage equal or less than what Slayer has. And then you'd have to figure out getting all that unique stuff to scale the damage further. Because with, the amulet and the gloves, you get like 42 stacks. Which is like another, it's like 66% increased attack speed instead of 18. That's pretty significant. That STOTUS gets you to 18.9. Yeah, I put it in my POB notes here. Basically, I said, A better approach would be starting with Slayer, then transitioning to Champion once you've acquired the high value items needed to maximize his damage and defensive potential. Just expect to invest a substantial amount of currency if you're trying to stack fortification. I think it's perfectly reasonable and doable to do a champion Cyclone. But I think the build would have to be very, very different than what I'm doing. You'd have to use armor evasion bases, scale with perseverance, which might be awkward to transition from my build into that, because you're going to be doing things slightly differently. Okay. Only those boots had movement speed. They're actually like disgustingly nice. Could just YOLO these boots because like you can't use them. Speed enchant. 30% increased movement speed. Need like a life roll. Terrible. Yeah, I'm not trying to like shoot down the thing. I'm just saying that when we talk about League Starter versus what you can do with a build after investment. Yeah. I mean, life 20. Craft movement speed on these. My life is up to 3,800 now. Armor value kind of balances out, but we haven't armored these yet. Could swap to fire and lightning on this enchant. That fixes my fire resist up a little bit. Use the boots as is and just put movement speed on them, I guess. The life makes them just promising.
This is less random than we would like, but sufficient.
Yeah, that's 3,800 life versus 3,500. It's pretty promising. The only issue now is rolling 3 green sockets on these things, which is going to require probably 100 chromies. 120. Rip. Might have enough to try to roll them right now. I could fit blood and sand here. I still gotta figure out. I need 3 green, really, at the end of the day. How many chromies can I get from?
Freedom comes to them. For freedom.
Your shorts. What is my div cards? Gas orbs. Not much, huh? What does Tujin have for me right now? No chromies. I feel like you have to take the chaos. We need more Tujin. Got like nothing for him. What's Rog look like? We got some considerable stuff with Rog. What could we do here? His bases are probably low, so we gotta re-roll him.
I'll make a figurine of you out of this scrap metal.
121 life and 20 movement speed. Hold on.
Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail.
Yeah, get rid of that. Hey, let's go. Fire. Okay. And then it gives us that crap again. No, we like the lightning. Oh, dude, it wants to reroll life and movement speed. Do I just take the item as is? That's such low armor. But it has 121 life, 20 movement speed, and 2 resistances. Probably doesn't get better than that. Fire and lightning. That doesn't change. Doesn't change anything with me. What's up, David? I think that's probably worth taking. We lose some armor, but we gain in like a lot of resistances. We take that. I can live with that. Yeah, and that balances out of resistance is quite nice, while also giving us a lot of life. So we'll use these. Lost all my armors. And my jewelers. That's fine. We need chromies anyway to color this, so it's going to be in minutes. These will be the boots that we use. Get rid of these. What else can we do with Rog?
I've always got more.
Damage over time multiplier. It's kind of crazy.
A bit more stock.
What is this jewel? Hold on.
It's your lucky day, exile. Ever put a drop of black? It's your lucky day, exile. Ever put a drop of? Allow me to take my ruined hammer. I'm a feeling that if I have a few small runes in the right places.
Increased area damage, global fizz damage, and life.
A few small rooms in the right places would do wonders here. Consider yourself supplied and equipped.
That's kind of a disgusting jewel. Alright, Gwennon. Do we have any stuff? Nothing with you. Okay, got it. I got it. Alright, well the boots will be decent, I guess, once we can get them situated. We need chromies to color them and some more jewelers. We'll save this for a rainy day. Still crazy we got an Aegis to drop. Pretty crazy. Alright. Let's go do Glacier.
even break a sweat.
Oh yeah. 40% physical damage reduction for monsters. Slightly annoying, but doable.
I can't do this just yet.
Ace Nana, do you use the logbooks you drop on League Start, or should I sell them in Trade League? Depending on the logbooks that drop, you can make quite a bit of money on them. Jeff, I've got a video on my channel, if you look it up on YouTube. It's got a Google Drive link to the sound files and the filters that I'm currently using. It's from beginning of 3.25. Tujin, my favorite dude. Buddy, it's been so long. I want to see you every time I do an expedition.
Itching for me to lose another lip, are ya?
Monsters kill things with 20%. No, they get coal. Kind of want these two, so we'll risk it for the biscuit. Probably gonna get cold. With my luck, we gonna get cold. Oh yeah, I forgot they're going to be really tanky because of the 40% phys damage reduction. What is the thing?
Just a useless piece of shit. I am filthy fucking back.
Oh, I turned off my war cry. I was like, why are my dudes not doing anything? Yeah, so depending on what logbook drops and how it rolls, you can make quite a bit of money on them. It's not uncommon to sell them for like 20C, 30C on League Start, which is quite a bit of currency early on. You farm Legion with this build, and is it good, or do you have better options? You can definitely do Legion with this build. Legion is a good moneymaker. I did Ritual at the beginning of 3.25 on this build to make money. And then I went into boss farming, so I'll be doing that probably tomorrow to get some boss maps to get my void stones. But essentially you do destructive play and you spec into like final map bosses have chance to drop like the frag boss maps, and then you can sell those for quite a bit of money, flip those. Harvey's another really good moneymaker, yeah. Yeah, the 40% phys damage reduction is kind of unfortunate. Coming calamity. The coming calamity. Coming to a theater near you. Thanks a lot for your help. You gave me hope to get far this league. Hey, no problem, Jector. Have fun in 3.26. I know I'm planning to. I do have an Orb of Horizon, so we could... Oh, I don't have any Val Orbs, do I? So I guess we're just gonna go farm ones I've done. That's the one I like. Infested Valley is pretty good. Lookout's pretty good. Geode's pretty good. So we'll just roll these. Nope. That's fine. That's fine. I think after this map, I'm gonna go back and start doing the Maven witnessing and start working on Eater and Exarch. I think the build is ready, defensively at least, to start pushing that direction now. Get the first 2 Void Stones. I could craft a better weapon. That'd be nice too.
Divination card.
Hey buddy, is this build good for bossing as well? This build can do bossing, but it requires investment. At least it did in 3.25. However, with the buffs to Cyclone and the incorporation of General's Cry as a secondary damage in the build now, I think breaking into bossing is going to be a lot easier. But it does require investment. Particularly, you're going to have to craft a really good physical DPS staff. You're going to need a really well-crafted Fizz weapon, so you can scale that damage pretty high. What do you think about Earth Shatter? I think it's a good skill. What do you mean, what do I think about Earth Shatter? Like over Cyclone?
Are refusing.
Got it, thanks man. Going to league start this. We'll keep looking for the update PB. Yeah, no problem, eh? Are you planning to make a short YouTube video explaining newer player how to craft and make items yourself with this build? A short YouTube video doing that. It's hard to explain crafting in PoE without showing it. I guess I could use Craft of Exile website and demonstrate that.
I can't do this just yet.
I possibly could do something like that maybe this week. There's different ways to craft in PoE. To craft a weapon good enough to do the Atlas and Void Stones and just get into T16s really isn't that complicated. I'm just gonna like spam Harvest on a weapon basically. But if you want to make a weapon good enough to do like T17s in the hardest bosses in the game, what we call Reaper Pentacles, you're gonna have to do what's called like meta crafting. And that requires like using multiple of the crafting systems in the game and having a pretty good extensive knowledge of the game. Yeah, so basically Reforge Fizz Harvest for a weapon that will get you through the campaign and, you know, I'm sorry, get you through the Atlas and Void Stones. But to do like serious, super hard in-game stuff in this game is going to require like complicated crafting. I did have a video I did on crafting a weapon back in 3.25 that showed me crafting my weapon and the steps I went through for it. It's not really a short video, but it does have like me building the weapon I use step by step in there. If you give me a second, I can link that to you. This video is where I crafted my staff in 3.25 on my Cyclone build, and it kind of shows step by step how I did it. So it's not like, you know, extremely short, but it demonstrates it. Yeah, unfortunately I bought the chest piece. I didn't craft the one I was using on trade, so that one, yeah, video could be useful in that, or at least finding a video. I'm sure there's someone that's posted a video on how to make that chest, because that's a pretty common chest for a lot of different melee builds. The chest is actually easier to do than the staff. And the reason why is, like, in a nutshell, what makes getting a good physical staff in PoE so hard is there's a lot of elemental rolls that can roll on a staff. And so it's the pool of mods that you're rolling and what you could possibly get. It's hard to hit the right amount of fizz rolls versus like an axe. Crafting the chest is a bit more deterministic, so it's cheaper and kind of more streamlined to do.
Got another one for you. This'll do nicely, Exile.
That's kind of scary, but we'll roll with it. It's going crazy here. I don't want the freeze though, so we're gonna ignore that. Just press V for league mechanics. Yeah. Thanks Big for the follow, Diego for the sub. Much appreciated.
This piece of shit.
Dude off-screened me basically. Almost got off-screened by the mob. I love those mechanics. Crit resistant. That's my favorite. Okay. Here we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Now we're starting to get somewhere with the gloves. 100 life, more armor, fire and lightning resistance. Okay. Okay, I can take these gloves. I can do something. We're starting to get actual gear. It's kind of insane. At the 11th hour, we're starting to get actual gear. I don't know if I can believe it or not. Is this real life? I just need one green. I should just be able to chrome this. There we go. It's beautiful. And I can craft a prefix on it. Extra damage. Do I go fall out on armor? I think I just go fall out on armor.
This is less random than we would like, but sufficient.
Does it really want the dex? That's fine. Because do that and do that. So that takes us from 3,400 HP, 3,700 HP. That takes us from 11.5k armor up to 12.2 without flasks. I'm gonna say that's a win. That also gets my resistances from 85, 82, 70. 128, 82, 72, so fire is now over slightly. That's fine for now. Actually getting real gear, kind of crazy to think about. Once we get these boots on, we got almost 4k health. Started the day out at 2,800. Not too bad. Not too bad.
I can't do this just yet.
Rather not for now. And 99% chance to hit. I can live with that, I think. Okay. What's up, Hector? Yeah, well, I go back to work tomorrow. So tomorrow, like for basically all next week until Friday, if I stream, it's gonna be around this time at night, at least here in the States. So I'll be starting my streams about 2 hours prior to this, maybe a little bit earlier. So I'm squeezing as much time as I can out of today and yesterday because I gotta work Monday through Thursday. And then I'm taking 5 days off for the league, and I will be streaming an unhealthy amount. We're definitely feeling a lot tankier. All that armor is paying dividends. I can come stand here. Pretty good. Absorbing all the little hits.
Chaos Core.
Take a chance.
Thanks, Wrath, for the sub. Yeah, I've thought about champion. I'm gonna probably consider champion like once I have certain pieces of gear later on, but not as a league starter. My build feels tanky enough, and the damage isn't going to be as good as when you league start, so. These teleporting mobs are so annoying. Yeah, my build is designed around being a defensive Cyclone build. So the defenses that champion would give you isn't as appealing to other melee builds that don't do block. And on top of that, the damage won't be as good when you league start, so. I'm Slayer right now. And these mobs feel a little bit tankier simply because they have a 50% chance to avoid impale. All my damage is impale, so it's kind of sad.
I can't do this just yet.
What change in your gear will make the most difference in damage? My weapon, 100%. It doesn't matter what melee build you're playing, it's always your weapon. Your weapon is king. Getting some nice maps. Do I think the Betrayal rework is a win or a loss? I think it's a win. Like, yeah, I think the new Betrayal stuff's going to be fantastic, honestly. Especially for SSF. I'm curious to see like what kind of uniques we're going to get since all the mods are specific now in their own pool.
Orb of Scouring.
If I get a weapon that has 700 fizz DPS instead of 400, like I have right now, but I got this link here on this gem, this setup, the weapon would be better. It's effectively doubling my damage almost. Don't get me wrong, like a 6 link is powerful, but if I was to suddenly roll a staff that had like 750 fizz DPS, that's not one socket right here. It's almost double the damage on my weapon. Your weapon is king. What is this Giga Chat flooded mind map? So go run this. Pick up Bountiful Harvest, and then I think we're gonna head up this way and grab the next expedition cluster. Might have some early mana issues, yeah. Because you need to pick up specific nodes on the tree that I've outlined, otherwise you're gonna have issues with mana. But you can solve that with having a mana flask. So actually don't need to clear the rest of this place. Just need map completion. Yeah, I'm trying to find flaws at this point to not start this build. Gotcha. What league mechanics do you think are the best fit for the Cyclone build? I think Ritual is a really good one. Legion's a really good one. Blight's pretty good on every build because once you can set up your towers and auto AFK, you just kind of watch TV and like you literally watch a movie on your other monitor or something or on your TV and you just let the mechanic make money for you. Any screaming of contempts? Oh, we're gonna have lots of contempts that we're gonna have to farm for spamming our weapon. When I farm a lot of currency, how can I take this build to higher levels and special uniques? My POB tells you what you can do to scale the build. You can scale it further than my POB goes, but I scale it pretty close to 60 million damage right now, which is pretty high. I don't think you're ever going to get like a 500 million Cyclone build out of my build, so you'd have to forego all the defenses of my build and go full glass cannon offense, I think, if you want to have that kind of damage. Thanks, Blun, for the follow. Ooh, our first T16 map dropped. Nice. Nice. T16s. Let's go, dude. Cyclone is not a league starter build, some people say. Ooh. Got this little guy tapping me to death over here. Like, for real, dude. This little tiny mob just runs up to me and starts smacking me. I mean, you're seeing me on day 2 on an SSF character, right? Not trading for gear, in a monster level 82 zone. So, yeah. And I'm also not the best player in the world, so I would keep that in mind. In the hands of a much more competent gamer, I shudder to think what they could do in my stead. Oh, this boss is kind of annoying, actually. I think we've gotten our physical damage reduction high enough, but this guy can be really painful. Yeah, he does like that slam. It's kind of annoying. Yep, he's scary. I think you could probably dodge that. I'm just kind of like YOLOing on the boss right now, honestly.
I can't do this just yet.
Right. Yeah, and trade a mid-tier PTBS step is not hard to get, which is main source of output here, mostly what holds back the build until crit, even more after crit, to be honest, as far as I can see. Yeah, like I've gone crit. My weapon is basic, right? It's not anything special at all. And I'm able to clear through red maps right now, so I'd like to get a better weapon for when I do like Shaper Elder bossing and stuff like that for Void Stones. I'd like another like at least 200 Fizz DPS weapon. And I feel pretty good at that point. That's just a matter of crafting something though. I need a good like a level 80 plus Ezomite base to drop, and then we're gonna essentially spam our yellow juice on it to get that physical modifier here. We'll just spam this on a base staff until hopefully we hit the lottery. It's a pretty high armor base. Hold on. Yeah, we really need like life on you. With Recom is still being there, we have many possibilities. Yeah, for sure.
You should check out. What do you need?
Oh, we finally got a 5-link chest. Rip. Not as good as the one I made though. Snake pit. It's a snake pit.
The workers. Oh, it's you. Not bad, not bad. Let's make some dust.
Got intelligence though with fizz damage and accuracy. With a fire res roll.
Onward and upward is that my son.
Yo, what is this ring? This might be worth running. Craft life on this. This solves intellect and dex issues. And just craft a little bit less life on this thing. And we free up a socket.
Let's make some.
Any int problems besides 98th int for the... Actually, I was having issues getting 113 int for my staff. I solved that with this. Originally, I solved it by speccing into int here and here, and then once I got the ring, I was able to drop those points. Yeah, attributes can be a little tricky on this build, especially in SSF.
What do you need?
Fair weather.
we gotta go farm some more gold. I think Falstaff is the next one down you want to look at. I'm not sure what the int on that is, though. It's been a long day, but it's been a very productive day on this character. Kind of lag here. Chaos within chaos. Yeah. Well, I was explaining a few minutes ago. I got to work this week. So when I stream the next few days, it's going to be around this time at night, maybe a little bit earlier. Maybe like probably coming on like 2 or 3 hours before now. So I'll be doing like a couple-hour sessions each night versus what I've done this weekend. I mostly wanted to get this character leveled over the weekend and get it into red maps like it is now, so then I can focus on testing out, you know, how does it do getting the Void Stones, how does it do with the General's Cry setup and whatnot. I have to quit my job for the sake of Pee-wee. Yeah. Now I'm going to take a few days off. I told my boss I'm taking off Friday, and then I'm going to take off the Monday, Tuesday after the weekend. So Look at the armor base on this guy. Holy kaboli. Appreciate the guide, my dude. If that new Star Fox is any good, do you plan to transition over to it? Probably not on this build, but I'll probably think about doing a build with it. Same, off from Thursday night to Tuesday night. Yeah, 100%. I am going hard for the League launch. It's been 3 years, I think, since we've had an actual expansion update to PoE. So, very excited. Crazy to think it's been that long. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to figure out for that, and I don't know really if it's worth it or not on this build, or if you could make it work. Not quite sure. Alright, we just gotta get enough chromies to roll 3 green on this guy, and then we get a lot of stuff. This will put us pretty good place defensively. Probably swap that fire over to gold. I'm mostly doing this because this gets me to like 4k life at this point. A pretty solid place to be. We lose a little bit of PDR, a little bit of armor, but it's like not much. In exchange, we get like another 300 HP, which is bonkers. We just need another 20 chromies. How do you make Cyclone radius bigger, like in the YouTube videos? Level up the gem or special? Yeah, so leveling up the gem, I believe, passively increases its size. The quality right now increases the move speed, but in 3.26 that'll be actually the AoE, I believe, of base Cyclone. I'll wait a week after you've worked it out to make sure it works and for prices to drop because I'm a businessman. Oh yeah, gotcha. For sure. Yeah, we just need chromies now, and we're like ready to rock these boots. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Oh, joy! Gift!
Joy. Again. The skill MTX is kind of bait for Cyclone anyway. It looks like you're Godzilla in a city, but in reality you're swapping a handbag around. Yeah. You don't take Herald of Purity in Act 2? Nah, I have you, I believe, take... I mean, you can if you want. You can follow my guide as closely as you want to, or deviate, but I have you do Pride, Blood and Sand, and Flesh and Stone, because that's pretty much what you're going to use for the rest of the experience of playing the build. We were running Herald of Purity, but to fit General's Cry in, I had to cut Herald of Purity so that we had mana reservation for the auto exertion on General's Cry. But we end up with far more damage, so it's well worth it. Oh nice, we got a couple maps we can do for completion here. It's fine. This area of effect is kind of crappy, but we can make do. Thank you, Jector and Hector. Jector and Hector. Thank you, Jector and Hector, for the subs and follow. Are you yourself planning to swap to Champ or going to Rideout Slayer? I think Champion is going to be kind of baity on League launch. I think swapping to Champion requires quite a bit of investment, at least on my build, doing what I'm doing to scale the damage past what Slayer can do. So if I'm lucky on SSF and I get the unique gloves and I get replica badge from Heist, which maybe with the gloves I don't know. Something I'm going to probably do tomorrow is I'm going to POB out a champion version of my build at a high-end level, like where I have my high-end investment, and kind of see if the numbers line up with stacking fortification really high for the increased damage. The build, I will say this, the build would be far tankier. If you go staff, block, and champion, it's going to be incredibly tanky. I just don't know if the damage is going to be as good, is all I've been saying to people. Yeah, probably in the next couple days I'll have another revised version of my POB with some couple like edits and changes to it to include a champion version at a high level. Oh, you don't like playing RF over and over? That'll be like me with Cyclone in a few leagues, because this is my second league that I'll be league starting Cyclone. It's like, what am I going to do for 3.26? Check the patch notes, my build didn't get nerfed. Okay, I guess I'm playing Cyclone. I like it because I'm like 15 hours a day player. I think I do better leagues. So I spent too long on RuneScape and was late to the PoE party. RuneScape is some real gamer life stuff right there, my dude. You get Sunder right before Maryville in Act 1. And per my new PoB, you use it until Act 3 when you make the swap to Cyclone and General's Cry. Wow, thanks Woke for the Prime. That's crazy. You guys with the Primes today have been amazing. That's very humbling for a guy who's just playing a video game. Played RS since 1 month after it came out. So I tried to get into RuneScape. I just was late to the party on RuneScape, like you were late to the party on PoE. The exception being that I can't get past RuneScape's graphics. I've tried, man. I've booted up a few times. I can't do it. I'm like, the only way I can play old games with bad graphics is if there's like a nostalgic for me. So like, I can play Ocarina of Time on emulator, and I have a blast because it brings me back to when I was a kid in 97. You know, I was 10 years old, 97, blasting Ocarina of Time. It was great. If I was to pick up Ocarina of Time and not have had that memory, I don't think I could play it.
Who's supposed to use this piece of shit?
Yeah, there's two Cyclones. One is the one I'm using now, and one is the other version. The other version has a larger radius and does more damage and ramps up, but it significantly slows your character. And so in order to counter that, you have to use a pair of unique boots. Because the way that the other Cyclone slows you down, you can't negate that with like a Quicksilver Flask and movement speed on your boots. It's a different type of negative movement speed effect that increased movement speed does not negate. So you do more damage and you have a bigger radius with the other Cyclone, but you need a specific unique pair of boots in order to make it feel playable and feel good. The downside is those boots set your speed to 1 speed, so you move faster than I'm moving now, but you can't ever go faster or slower. You're like at a set speed when you wear those boots. So it's just kind of like you're on cruise control basically everywhere you go. Some people like that. You can play regular Cyclone with my build, it's just going to do a little bit less damage, and then you can wear a pair of unique boots and do whatever. I just prefer the other one because it has a larger radius and does more damage. So it's really good. It's preferred like if you ever want a boss. Play a Nintendo Switch game for 2 hours and RuneScape 3 looks good. Yeah, well, I guess that's true. But I mean, I don't play. I haven't been a console gamer in so long. Do I need to invest in Frostblink MTX? So the reason I like Frostblink, honestly, is it doesn't stop your Cyclone. You see how that happened? So you can move from pack to pack. This doesn't matter on regular Cyclone because you can Leap Slam and Cyclone and you're doing the same damage, right? But when you get to Cyclone of Tumult, you have to wait a couple seconds for it to ramp up and get really large. And when you Leap Slam and stop, you have to restart the ramp again. So Frostblink feels really good when you're playing Cyclone of Tumult because you do that dash, but you don't stop spinning, and that way your damage is at its max stacks, and you don't have to spend 2 seconds or whatever ramping it back up. It also just gives you some variety. Like if you got a bit of distance to go to the next pack, Leap Slam is more efficient, right? And then once you're like cruise control with Cyclone and you're like kind of zipping through packs, you can that are close by, you can kind of, because the other benefit to Frostblink, right, is if you Frostblink into enemies, it really shortens the cooldown. Keep in mind that when you wear the Stampede boots, you also get increased cooldown rate of your travel skills. So Frostblink feels even snappier when you're using Cyclone of Tumult and you're moving through mobs. Bellfire. That's a unique. Fingers crossed for a good lab run on League start day. Dude, I got lucky and got this Tectonic Slam off of my Uber lab. I was worried I might have to farm this a little bit. I'm notepadding your advice. Nah, it's, old men, that's how we are. I kind of like the global critical strike chance in max life. The sword damage is, it's not crit multi, so I'm not too thrilled about it, to be honest. Will be consumed when you reach 25% of life to refill all flasks. That's kind of dope. Omen, keep that. What are you hoping to find on your mercenary? I don't know. You got your Tumult from Merc Lab? Nice. I don't know what I'm planning to find on mercenaries. So to be honest, the one thing that this build suffers is if you choose to run Abyssus on it, you have a lot less physical damage reduction. So I think running Determination on a mercenary would be really nice because it just gives you all that increased armor to help out with the PDR. So I think like Determination would be really nice on a mercenary with this build. Or Herald of Ash would be really nice if they have that, because then you get the Herald of Ash effect and that gives you those pops when you clear without having to do mana reservation. Something like that. But I think like if you get an Abyssus, you're going to feel a little bit weaker to physical damage, especially like if something big tries to hit you. And having just like Determination scale your armor up really nice would probably help with that quite a bit. I'm gonna grab some water. No, this is actually water. Yeah, I'm hydrating right now. Although I wouldn't be opposed to a nice cup of coffee. Okay. Grab that palace, and do we have a malformation? I think I stuck it back in my dash by accident. Oh yeah, yeah. I have a really nice widescreen monitor that I game on from my primary monitor, and it's over my desk. And yeah, dude. Once you make the transition to a widescreen monitor, you just can't go back. It's just not the same. I feel like when you first get it, you're like, man, this is too much to look at. It really isn't. Like, it becomes like necessary. Oh, 30% more to clean, yeah. That is true. Man, it's been a long day. I might have to wind it down here soon. Do have work in the morning. I have work at 10 a.m. UK time. It's currently 4 a.m. Too pumped for the new league. Oh yeah, I couldn't do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't sleep much, but I gotta at least get my 4 hours of sleep before I go to work. Clocky, thanks for the follow.
Man the defenses! Bring
I always thought these arenas looked so cool, you know? They're basically like their Syndicate insignia right there in the middle.
Death hold.
We have come to an accord.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing SSF on League launch. Yeah, I mean, I designed the build to be able to be something that isn't like the only thing it's dependent on is the Stampede boots if you want to play Cyclone of Tumult. But you can 100% just play regular Cyclone and still like scale it as far as you can. I'm gonna naturally farm Blight until I want to, you know, rip my eyes out, but it's not necessary. Everything else is like totally doable in SSF. That's why part of the reason why I'm doing this is so that if people want to see like, you know, this isn't a build that I put together that's like some bullshit that can't be played without like super expensive stuff. Like if I say it's a league starter, I'm going to show you it's a league starter. You can do everything you need to on the first weekend of the game on this build. And then you can scale it as far as you want, take it as far as you want. But you don't need to chase uber expensive uniques that are rare and do all this other garbage. You don't have to like do all this other nonsense. It's like just play the build, level it, do everything, scale it as far as you want. Yeah, see, RF is an example of one of those builds. You can do it completely SSF, you can scale it as far as you like. It's great for doing, you know, Atlas progression and Void Stones. It requires a lot of work if you want to make a boss route of it, but I've made a boss route of RF before. These things are doable.
Die!
Speed.
The touch of God!
I can't do this this year.
Can the build farm the unique gloves itself, do you think, or just buy? I think it's going to require investment to be able to do Uber Exarch. So I think that there's better builds that would be Uber Pinnacle boss farmers if you're simply trying to target farm those gloves. So I would say no. It's better to farm currency and buy the gloves off trade would be far easier. But once again, because we've added General's Cry to the build and we do because we've added General's Cry to the build and we do so much more damage now, and the Cyclone gems have been buffed, it's hard for me to say how hard it's going to be. You know, in 3.25 I had to invest quite a bit to make it able to feel comfortable in T17s and bossing. I think it's going to require a lot less investment this time around because the build in every way has been buffed. So
Cool wins.
I won't be able to give you an accurate answer until I'm progressing it next weekend and I can kind of see, okay, with all the changes, with General's Cry, with all the changes of Cyclone, with mercenary support, etc., how much faster that progression looks like. Man, if that was increased attack speed with staves. Started RF in 3.25 and saved to play Ice Nova Frostbolt's Hero fan, so I need to get back to not just murdering everything on the screen. Yeah. My build's gonna be a lot more slow and chill than Ice Nova Frostbolt's, blasting everything on the screen. Didn't I have another map for completion? Yeah, I have this guy. Go do this. Trying to get all of my maps done. Get all my Atlas points. And yeah.
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my full attention to you. We shall see how far you go.
Yeah, take it easy, Wolf. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the good conversation, you know? Yeah, I probably should start to wrap it up myself soon. Night night, everyone. Good night, Burner. Thanks for stopping by today. Appreciate it.
The Val understood power and risk.
I can't do this just yet.
Come on now, don't got all day.
Good old 2-gen. Alright, let's see what we got here. We don't want them not to the beach. This should be fine though.
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
Should be fine. And can I hit this? Do it like this, I guess. This will be fine.
Make things interesting.
Fine.
would be great.
Yeah, I think we'll do this port map. It seems okay.
I can't do this just yet.
Hi, Tiro! What's a box?
Thanks, Fabio, for the sub.
There'll be no bargaining this time. Just you, silent. Smoldering. Felled by the bargainer? The Syndicate is... You'd have been better off bargaining with me again.
Let's reduce this piece of shit.
Teresa salutes.
Oi, over here. That should make things interesting.
I am still recovering that. Hi, T-Rob. Hi, T-Rob. Cha-ching. Hey, T-Rob. Cha-ching. Divination card.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, the Celestial's a vibe. I was wasn't really sold on it earlier when we made the transition from Blue Sunder, but yeah, Celestial Slam to Blue Sunder. I think I prefer the Celestial.
Take a chance.
Wait! Another deal. Are you gonna kill? You're starting to figure it out.
I hate the invulnerability mod so much, dude. It's such garbage.
Not surprised.
I believe in traveling light.
Extra life and life regen.
I believe in traveling light.
What's up, BM? Yeah. On the grind. Always on the grind.
Are refusing.
What is your staff looking like right now? Any changes you did in the last 5 hours? Well, I can't remember. We have a 5-link staff with a 407 Fizz DPS base now. We have a 5-link chest, 2000 armor, 169 life on it. Much better armor, gloves with life. And I'm saving up chromes so that we can rock these boots, which have a lot of extra life on them and stuff. So we should be up to almost 4k life once I get the boots on. Not bad considering we started out the day at like roughly 2800 life. Oh, and I got this crazy belt. This has 93 life on it, but it has 369 armor and evasion, which is actually pretty crazy because we're running iron reflexes right now, which turns evasion into armor. So that's a like 700 plus armor belt. No, we're running crit. Yeah. So I've got Assassin's Mark on hit, We're not running Resolute Tech anymore. We've got the crit mastery cluster here. We've got the crit here. We've got the crit up here. This is actually kind of crazy because it gives me better movement speed and I don't know if I can make it work with my stats. I feel like Carnage Heart's probably better with the leech. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get my life much higher so eventually we can run Precision on Arrogance and run Flesh and Stone again. But my life was really low today. I had really bad gear, so I had to kind of figure things out. We're still not quite there yet. Unfortunately.
Chase! Obliterate.
Divination card.
Gift for joy. Again, soon.
Delirium Orb? What? Delirium Orb? Craziness. Yeah. Chromies we got 100. Oof. How many chromies can I get is the question. How many chromies can I get right now?
Freedom comes.
Get 8.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
So close yet so far away. Actually, do we have any other maps we can complete? We've got most of them now. We're only missing one from white maps. 2, 4 maps from yellow. So we've done pretty good Atlas progression. It started yesterday. Monsters Maim, Temp Chains, Hexproof. Be kind of annoying. This actually, I think, is our first T16. It's a Kirac mission, but it's a T16. We did T15 earlier, so hey guys.
Approach.
We are in T16. But yeah, I can feel the chimp chains. Okay, unique boss has 35% more life. So kind of annoying. For sure. Yeah, we definitely need a better weapon at this point. I would still have a whole map to explore. Go do that.
Orb of scouring.
Extra life, blocks attacks. So, not annoying at all. We gotta go all the way back up here. I hate these maps.
Divination card. Jump covers prism.
Surely, there we go. So I was gonna say, surely I can get across that. Okay guys, I think that's it for today. Did pretty good. Got into red maps. Tomorrow after work, I think my plan is going to be just cruise through red maps. Hopefully get some kind of 6-link going. I'd also like to craft a better Fizz DPS weapon. Start getting the Void Stones. see how the build feels as we scale it out another day or two. But yeah, got a better idea on how to level it, and all that. And most importantly, we have an MTX thing picked out for the build once we go Tectonic Slam. Not to mention we got our little elephant pet here. Where is he? There he is. Got a little elephant pet. We got our cosmic sea turtle. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching and for all the feedback. And I'll probably be on about 3 to 4 hours prior to this time tomorrow. So I want to say like 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock Pacific Standard US. And I'll stream for a couple hours tomorrow, do some more leveling, fine-tuning to the build, see where we can go. We should be unlocking our 3rd Atlas tree soon, which we can set up as a Blight farmer, and then maybe do some Blight stuff. Probably not tomorrow, but maybe Tuesday. See how it feels. But yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. I will catch you all later.